Welcome, dear friends. Thank you for being here with us tonight. As the world outside settles into the gentle embrace of evening, it's the perfect time of the year to unwind and indulge in the magic of calming stories. Allow yourself to relax. Let your imagination drift into whimsical worlds where gentle dreams await. Cozy up, let the gentle narration guide you, and feel the warmth of a peaceful night. Sweet dreams await. Story 1. Once upon a time, nestled in a quiet corner of a verdant forest, there stood an ancient tree, its gnarled bark a tapestry of stories untold. Twisted branches stretched skyward, entwined with tendrils of ivy, their leaves whispering softly in the gentle breeze. The air was thick with the rich, earthy scent of damp leaves and blooming flowers, while the distant call of a nightingale echoed through the trees, adding a melodious overture to the symphony of the forest. At its base, a peculiar rock formation lay half buried in the mossy ground, its surface etched with intricate symbols that hinted at forgotten magic, the stone cool and smooth under the touch, as if whispering secrets from a time long past. It was here that young Ayla, a wide-eyed girl with a heart full of wonder and a soul eager for adventure, stumbled upon this hidden realm one fateful summer's eve. She wore a simple tunic, its fabric catching the golden hues of the setting sun that filtered through the canopy above, painting the forest floor with a dappled glow. Her curiosity ignited, she found herself drawn to the ancient tree, its twisted branches beckoning her closer like the welcoming arms of a long-lost friend. She marveled at the tree's grandeur, the way its roots seemed to pulse with life, a reminder of the ancient connection between nature and magic. As Ayla traced the patterns on the rock with her fingertips, she felt a gentle vibration as if the stone were alive under her touch. To her astonishment, the symbols began to glow with a soft, ethereal light, casting an otherworldly luminescence that danced upon her skin. A warm breeze swept through the clearing, carrying whispers of ancient tongues that seemed to dance around her, the voices filled with the wisdom of ages. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the tree's hollow trunk, a wizened old woman with eyes that sparkled like starlight. Her hair cascaded like silver moonlight over her shoulders, and her presence exuded an aura of timeless grace. Her clothes were woven from the finest gossamer threads, shimmering with the colors of the dawn. "Welcome, dear child," she spoke, her voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. "You have stumbled upon a realm where magic still thrives, a place where dreams take flight and the impossible becomes reality." Ayla stood transfixed, her heart pounding with excitement, the weight of the moment holding her in place. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, her awe evident in her wide, glistening eyes. The old woman smiled warmly, her expression a tapestry of kindness and wisdom. "I am the keeper of this sacred grove, a guardian of the ancient wisdom that flows through these ancient woods. And you, my child, have been chosen to embark on a journey like no other." With a wave of her gnarled hand, the rock split open, revealing a glimmering crystal embedded within its core. The crystal shimmered with an inner fire, its light reflecting in Ayla's eyes as if recognizing a kindred spirit. "This is the Heartstone, a relic of immense power," the keeper explained. "It holds the key to unlocking the hidden wonders of this realm, but it can only be wielded by one pure of heart and courageous of spirit." Ayla's eyes widened as she reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth surface of the crystal. A warm, tingling sensation spread through her body, and she felt a surge of energy unlike anything she had ever experienced before, a connection that seemed to transcend the boundaries of time and space. The keeper nodded, a knowing smile playing upon her lips, as if she saw the potential that lay within Ayla. "The Heartstone has chosen you, Ayla. Your journey begins now, but beware, for the path ahead is fraught with challenges and dangers. You must learn to harness the stone's power and face the trials that await you with courage and wisdom." As if by magic, a shimmering portal opened before them, revealing a world beyond Ayla's wildest dreams. Towering mountains pierced the sky, their peaks capped with glistening snow, while crystal-clear streams wound their way through lush meadows, bursting with vibrant flora. The air was crisp and invigorating, filled with the scent of pine and wildflowers, a promise of adventure in every breath. Ayla hesitated for a moment, her heart filled with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. the weight of the unknown pressing down upon her. But the keeper's gentle touch on her shoulder reassured her. "Fear not, child. The Heartstone will guide you, and you will find allies in unexpected places. Embrace the journey, and let it shape you into the hero you were born to be." With a deep breath, Ayla stepped through the portal, clutching the Heartstone close to her chest. As the world around her shifted and transformed, she found herself surrounded by a realm of breathtaking beauty and unparalleled wonder. The landscape alive with the hum of magic and possibility. Her journey had begun, and with each step, she could feel the Heartstone's power pulsing within her, a constant reminder of the extraordinary path that lay ahead. The stones beneath her feet resonated with energy, guiding her deeper into the heart of the realm. As Ayla ventured deeper into this enchanted land, she encountered a host of extraordinary beings, each with their own unique talents and stories to share. There were the sylvan folk, lithe and graceful creatures who called the ancient forests their home, their laughter like the tinkling of distant bells, and the mountain dwarves, hardy and resilient, with a deep reverence for the earth's treasures, their hands skilled in craftsmanship, and their voices rich with tales of old. Ayla quickly learned that the Heartstone was not merely a source of power, but a conduit for understanding and connection. Its energy allowed her to communicate with the creatures of this realm, forging bonds of friendship that would prove invaluable in the challenges that lay ahead. The animals, too, seemed to recognize her as an ally, their eyes reflecting a shared purpose and trust. One such friend was Zara, a young sylvan with hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that shone like twin moons. Zara's movements were as fluid as a breeze through the treetops, her spirit as untamed as the wildflowers that dotted the forest floor. Together, they embarked on a quest to unravel the mysteries of the Heartstone, venturing into forgotten glades and ancient ruins, each step revealing new wonders and perils. Their journey led them to the hidden Valley of Echoes, a place where whispers of the past lingered in the air. It was said that the valley held the secrets of ancient magicians who had once roamed this realm. The path to the valley was treacherous, lined with jagged rocks and steep inclines, testing their endurance and resolve. The valley itself was a breathtaking sight, a vast expanse where the air shimmered with magic, and every sound seemed to reverberate with the echoes of history. Here, Ayla discovered a deeper facet of herself, a burgeoning sense of purpose. The Heartstone reacted to the valley's energy, its glow intensifying, revealing a hidden chamber beneath the surface. Within this chamber lay a tapestry of ancient spells, woven with threads of pure magic. As Ayla studied these spells, she felt a profound connection to the magicians of old, their knowledge and wisdom infusing her very being. She realized that her journey was not just about protecting the realm, but also about preserving its history and secrets for future generations. Along the way, they encountered fierce guardians and cunning tricksters, all vying for control of the Heartstone's immense power. But Ayla's unwavering courage and Zara's quick wit saw them through, their friendship growing stronger with each obstacle they overcame, their bond a testament to the strength found in unity. In one harrowing encounter, they found themselves trapped in a labyrinth of twisted roots and thorns, the walls closing in around them like the grip of a malevolent force. The air was thick with tension, the shadows whispering of despair. Just when all seemed lost, Ayla's faith in the Heartstone's guidance led them to a hidden passage, a sliver of light in the darkness that promised escape, the Heartstone's glow cutting through the gloom like a beacon of hope. As they emerged from the labyrinth, battered but victorious, Ayla realized that her journey was not merely about unlocking the Heartstone's secrets, but about discovering her own inner strength and resilience. The world around her seemed to echo this realization, the landscape vibrant with new possibilities. With each trial she faced, she grew more attuned to the Heartstone's power, her connection to the realm deepening. She learned to harness its energy to heal wounded creatures, to communicate with the very essence of nature itself, and to shield those she cared about from harm. Her understanding of the Heartstone's magic expanded, opening her eyes to the intricate tapestry of life that wove through the realm. Yet as her mastery over the Heartstone grew, so too did the challenges she faced. Whispers of a dark force stirring in the shadows began to circulate, a malevolent entity seeking to corrupt the Heartstone's pure energy for its own nefarious ends. The air grew heavy with an impending sense of doom, the very fabric of the realm trembling under the threat of darkness. It was then that Ayla encountered a mysterious cloaked figure, a being of immense power and wisdom who revealed themselves to be the true guardian of the Heartstone. The stone's power is infinite, they cautioned, their voice echoing through the ancient grove like a solemn promise. But it must be wielded with care, for in the wrong hands it could unleash untold devastation upon this realm and beyond. Ayla listened intently, her heart heavy with the weight of responsibility, her mind racing with the implications of their words. The guardian warned of a great evil that had awakened, drawn by the Heartstone's immense energy, and tasked her with a perilous quest, to journey to the heart of the realm and confront this darkness head-on, a journey that would test her in ways she could not yet imagine. Zara, ever loyal, vowed to stand by Ayla's side, their bond of friendship now unbreakable, forged in the fires of adversity and tempered by trust. Together, they gathered allies from across the realm, forming a steadfast company of heroes united in their purpose, their resolve unyielding as they prepared to face the looming threat. With the Heartstone as their guide, they delved into ancient caverns and scaled treacherous peaks, facing fierce beasts and cunning riddles along the way. Each challenge tested their resolve, but their determination burned brighter than ever before, their courage unwavering in the face of adversity. At last, they stood before the heart of the realm, a vast cavernous chamber where the very essence of magic pulsed and swirled. The air crackled with energy, the walls aglow with the light of 1,000 stars. And there in the center, a vast, shadowy figure loomed, its form shifting and twisting like smoke on the wind, a manifestation of the darkness that sought to consume the realm. "So you have come," the entity hissed, its voice echoing through the chamber like 1,000 whispers, each one a promise of despair. "You wield the Heartstone, a power beyond your comprehension. Surrender it to me, and I shall spare your wretched lives." Ayla felt the Heartstone's energy surge within her, a wellspring of courage and defiance. "Never," she declared, her voice ringing true, the echoes of her words resonating with the power of conviction. The Heartstone's power is meant to protect this realm, not to corrupt and destroy it. With a roar of fury, the dark entity unleashed its wrath, tendrils of shadow lashing out at Ayla and her companions. But they stood firm, the Heartstone's radiant energy shielding them from harm, its light a bulwark against the encroaching darkness. In that moment, Ayla understood the true nature of her journey. It was not merely about mastering the Heartstone's power, but about embodying its essence: courage, compassion, and an unwavering spirit. The lessons she had learned along the way, the friendships she had forged, all led to this pivotal moment. As the battle raged, Ayla channeled the Heartstone's energy, weaving intricate patterns of light and sound that disrupted the entity's shadowy form. Her allies fought with unwavering valor, their combined strength slowly turning the tide, the unity they shared an unstoppable force against the darkness. Finally, with a burst of radiant energy, the Heartstone's power overwhelmed the dark entity, reducing it to mere wisps of shadow that scattered on the wind, the threat vanquished, the realm saved from the brink of destruction. In the aftermath, a profound silence filled the chamber, broken only by the gentle pulsing of the Heartstone's energy. Ayla stood tall, her eyes shining with hard-won wisdom and understanding, her heart filled with the knowledge that she had become a true guardian of the realm. The journey had been arduous, filled with challenges and sacrifices, but it had also been a voyage of self-discovery and personal growth. Ayla had faced her fears, embraced her courage, and emerged as a true hero, a guardian of the realm and a beacon of hope for all who followed in her footsteps. As she turned to her companions, their faces etched with the same newfound wisdom, she knew that the bonds forged on this journey would endure forever. For they had not only protected the Heartstone's power, but had also discovered the true strength that lay within their own hearts, a strength that would guide them in the days to come. And so, as the sun set over the enchanted realm, Ayla and her friends returned to their homes, their spirits enriched by the lessons they had learned, and the challenges they had overcome. The Heartstone's glow remained a constant reminder of the magic that dwelled within them all, a sacred flame that would never be extinguished, guiding them on new journeys and adventures yet to come, the promise of further tales waiting just beyond the horizon. Story 2. In the vast tapestry of the cosmos, two distinct worlds existed, each orbiting its own star in a faraway galaxy known as the Spiral of Harmony. This galaxy, a spiral of vivid colors and swirling mists, was a place where stars whispered forgotten stories and nebulae glowed with the hues of a painter's dream. Its beauty was a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things, a theme that resonated deeply across its many worlds. On the lush, emerald-hued planet of Verdantia, where the air was thick with the scent of blossoms and the ground pulsed with life, lived a gentle creature named Fen. The Verdants, Fen's people, were known for their profound connection to nature, their lives a symphony played in harmony with the planet's rhythms. Fen's skin shimmered like dew-kissed leaves, a testament to his bond with the earth, and his eyes mirrored the forest canopy, a deep, endless green that bespoke wisdom beyond his years. Each morning, Fen would wander the vibrant meadows, feeling the heartbeat of Verdantia through the soles of his feet, listening to the whispered secrets of trees carried by the wind. Fen found solace in the quiet whispers of ancient trees, whose branches swayed like gentle hands guiding him towards understanding. He often spent his evenings beneath the great elder tree, its roots weaving tales of the past and future. It was here, under its vast canopy, that Fen pondered his place in the cosmos, feeling the weight of history and the promise of tomorrow. Meanwhile, on the crystalline azure planet of Zorith, where the skies danced with 1,000 shades of blue and the sands glowed under twin moons like fields of diamonds, dwelled a spirited being named Lyra. The Zorithians were a race of vibrant energy, known for their brilliance in crafting intricate machines that danced with light and sound. Lyra, with her silvery skin sparkling with the constellations, was a dreamer and an inventor, her laughter as bright and musical as the tinkling of chimes in the cool evening breeze. She spent her days amidst the clinks and whirs of her workshop, her mind a kaleidoscope of ideas and dreams. Lyra's creations were more than mere machines. They were expressions of her boundless curiosity. Her workshop, a kaleidoscope of color and sound, was a sanctuary where dreams took shape. The hum of her devices was a symphony that resonated with her very soul, each note a testament to her unyielding spirit and desire to explore the unknown. One fateful day, a cosmic event unseen in eons sent a ripple through the fabric of space, intertwining their destinies. It was a celestial convergence, a rare alignment of stars that unlocked ancient energies unseen since the birth of the Spiral of Harmony. On Verdantia, Fen felt a stirring in the earth, a call as ancient as the stars themselves, urging him to seek a rare blooming flower deep within the heart of his world. The flower, said to bloom only once every millennium, held within it the essence of Verdantia itself. As Fen embarked on his journey, the landscape around him transformed into a living tapestry of colors and sounds. The rustle of leaves and the gentle murmur of streams guided his steps, each natural element a guardian on his quest. The flower he sought was a symbol of Verdantia's life force, its petals glowing with an ethereal light that promised renewal and hope. His journey took him through dense forests where sunlight dappled the ground in golden patterns, and past rivers that sang their way through valleys, their waters a crystalline blue. As he ventured deeper into Verdantia's heart, he stumbled upon an ancient portal hidden beneath the spreading roots of a great elder tree. The portal was a marvel, its surface shimmering like liquid glass, swirling with colors that seemed to pulse with their own life. Curiosity piqued, Fen stepped through, only to find himself on the shores of Zorith, surrounded by shimmering sands and a sky unlike any he had ever seen. Simultaneously, Lyra, while tinkering with a new device meant to harness the energy of Zorith's moons, accidentally activated the same portal from her end. The device was a delicate interplay of gears and crystals, designed to channel the moon's energy into a symphony of light. But something within the mechanism resonated with the cosmic ripple, and the portal sprang to life. Drawn by an irresistible pull, she found herself amidst the lush embrace of Verdantia's forest, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth, the sounds of the forest a symphony to her ears. Confounded by their sudden displacement, Fen and Lyra met at the threshold of the portal that connected their worlds. Their initial encounter was fraught with misunderstanding. Fen, startled by the bright mechanical contraptions that adorned Lyra, feared she might harm Verdantia's delicate balance. Lyra, on the other hand, was bewildered by Fen's ethereal form and his ability to converse with nature, suspecting some kind of trickery. Yet, even amidst their confusion, there was an unspoken understanding that they must work together to return to their respective worlds. As they traversed both worlds, they faced challenges that tested their resolve and revealed the depths of their characters. In the heart of Verdantia, they encountered a stubborn river that refused to be crossed. While Lyra's instinct was to build a bridge of light using her gadgets, it was Fen's gentle song to the river's spirit that parted the waters, allowing them safe passage. The river, a living entity in its own right, responded to Fen's melody, its waters shimmering like liquid silver as they parted. In turn, when the harsh Zorithian sandstorms threatened to overwhelm them, it was Lyra's ingenious windbreak device that shielded them, her laughter cutting through the storm like sunlight after rain. Through these trials, they learned to appreciate each other's strengths and to find beauty in their differences. Fen marveled at the way Lyra could coax music from metal and light, her creations a dance of color and sound that spoke to the essence of Zorith. Meanwhile, Lyra found solace in the quiet wisdom Fen drew from the earth and sky, his stories of ancient trees and whispered secrets resonating with her soul. Their misunderstandings gave way to moments of shared laughter, their initial wariness replaced by genuine affection. One evening, as they sat beneath a canopy of stars that spanned both worlds, Fen shared a Verdantian tale about the ancient trees, whose roots were said to hold memories of the universe. Lyra listened intently, her heart warmed by the story's gentle wisdom. In return, she told Fen of the Zorithian belief that the stars were the dreams of their ancestors, lighting the way for those who dared to follow their own paths. Together they realized that their worlds, though different, were part of a greater tapestry, each thread vital to the whole. Their journey culminated at the portal, now glowing faintly with the combined energy of both worlds. To reignite it fully, they realized they needed a blend of Verdantia's natural harmony and Zorith's vibrant energy. Hand in hand, they combined their talents, Fen's songs melding with Lyra's light, until the portal shimmered with renewed life. It was a sight to behold, a testament to the harmony that can be achieved when disparate elements work in unison. As they prepared to part ways, a quiet sadness settled between them, tempered by the bond they had forged. They knew their friendship transcended the stars, and that their worlds, though separated by vast distances, were forever connected through their hearts. With a final embrace as warm as the hearth of a home long missed, they stepped through the portal, each returning to their own world, but carrying the spirit of the other within. From that day forth, Fen and Lyra often gazed at the stars, knowing that somewhere out there, a friend was doing the same. And the universe felt just a little bit smaller and a lot more wondrous. And so, under the watchful gaze of the cosmos, their friendship blossomed like the rare flower Fen had once sought, its petals a testament to the harmony that can be found when hearts are open to understanding and love. Yet, unbeknownst to them, their brief union had left an indelible mark on the spiral of harmony. The celestial convergence had awakened not only the dormant energies, but also the ancient guardians of both worlds. These ethereal beings, long forgotten by their descendants, stirred from their slumber and took notice of the unique bond between Fen and Lyra. They saw in the pair a reflection of the harmony that once united all corners of the galaxy, a harmony that had been lost over time. The Guardians, beings of immense wisdom and power, convened in the heart of the galaxy, their forms shifting like the cosmic mists that surrounded them. They debated the significance of the events that had transpired, recognizing the potential for a new era of unity and understanding. It was decided that the bond between Verdantia and Zorith, embodied by Fen and Lyra, should be nurtured and celebrated. Back on Verdantia, Fen felt a new presence in the forest. The elder trees whispered of the Guardians' awakening, their leaves rustling with excitement. Fen, guided by the tree's ancient wisdom, ventured deeper into the forest until he stood before the eldest of them all. The tree's bark shimmered with a soft, otherworldly light, and its voice resonated within Fen's heart. "The guardians have awoken, young Verdant. Your journey has rekindled the light of unity," it spoke, its voice a gentle breeze through the leaves. Simultaneously on Zorith, Lyra experienced a similar encounter. While stargazing one night, she noticed a peculiar alignment of stars forming a pattern she had never seen before. The stars twinkled with a brightness that seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat. As she reached out with her mind, a voice as ancient as the cosmos spoke to her. "You have opened the path to the future, child of Zorith. The guardians have taken notice," it said, filling her with a sense of purpose and belonging. Fen and Lyra, though separated by vast distances, felt the guardians' call to action. They knew their worlds had to come together once more to ensure the galaxy's harmony endured. Through their shared dreams, they communicated across the stars, devising a plan to reunite Verdantia and Zorith. Their efforts culminated in a grand celebration, a festival of light and nature held simultaneously on both worlds. On Verdantia, the meadows bloomed with flowers of every color, their petals glowing with the essence of life. The air was filled with music as the Verdants sang songs of unity and peace. On Zorith, the skies were alight with a breathtaking display of fireworks crafted by Lyra herself, each explosion a symphony of sound and color. As the celebrations reached their peak, the Guardians made their presence known. In a dazzling display of cosmic energy, they appeared above both planets, their forms a blend of starlight and mist. The Guardians' voices echoed across the spiral of harmony, their message clear and profound. "Let this bond between Verdantia and Zorith be a beacon for all worlds. Together, you have shown that harmony is not just a memory of the past, but a promise for the future." Moved by the Guardians' words, Fen and Lyra vowed to continue their efforts to unite their worlds and others across the galaxy. Their friendship became a symbol of hope and a reminder that even the smallest actions can create ripples that span the cosmos. And so, under the watchful gaze of the Guardians, the spiral of harmony thrived once more, its vivid colors and swirling mists a testament to the interconnectedness of all things. Fen and Lyra, bonded by their shared journey, continued to explore the wonders of their worlds, knowing that somewhere out there a friend was doing the same, and the universe felt just a little bit smaller and a lot more wondrous. In the years that followed, the bond between Verdantia and Zorith became a guiding light for other worlds across the galaxy. Inspired by Fen and Lyra's story, delegates from neighboring planets began to seek out connections with one another, fostering a network of collaboration and understanding throughout the spiral of harmony. Cultural exchanges flourished, with Verdantia's knowledge of nature complementing Zorith's technological prowess. These interactions led to advancements in both ecological preservation and technological innovation, creating a harmonious balance that enriched the lives of all who participated. Fen and Lyra, now ambassadors of unity, often traveled between worlds, sharing their experiences and wisdom with those eager to learn. Their visits were celebrated with festivals and gatherings, where songs of unity and hope resonated under starlit skies. As they continued their journey, they discovered new wonders and mysteries, each encounter a testament to the endless possibilities that lay within the cosmos. Their story, passed down through generations, became a timeless legend, a reminder that even in the vastness of the universe, the bonds forged by understanding and love can transcend any distance. And as the spiral of harmony continued to flourish, its vibrant colors and swirling mists, a testament to the interconnectedness of all things, Fen and Lyra's legacy endured, a beacon of hope and a promise for a brighter future. Story 3. In the vast reaches of the cosmos, where stars glimmered like scattered diamonds across an endless velvet expanse, there lay a small, quiet planet known as Luminara. Unlike the bustling, technological marvels of other worlds, Luminara was a haven of tranquility, its surface covered in lush, bioluminescent forests that glowed softly under the perpetual twilight of its twin moons. The air was perfumed with the scent of nocturnal blooms, and the gentle hum of life resonated through the underbrush, a symphony of nature's harmony. One such traveler was a creature named Kale, hailing from the desert planet of Aradoria. Kale's people, the Syroxians, were known for their shimmering, scale-like skin that reflected the harsh sun rays of their home world. The coppery sheen of his scales caught the light with every movement, a stark contrast to the muted glow of Luminara. His wide, curious eyes, a warm amber like the sands of his homeland, seemed to drink in every detail of the new world he found himself in. He had journeyed to Luminara in search of a rare essence said to soothe even the most restless of souls. His journey was driven by an insatiable curiosity and a yearning that tugged at his soul, urging him to explore beyond the golden sands of his homeland. Aradoria was a place of extremes, a landscape dominated by endless dunes that shifted with the winds. The twin suns of the planet cast a relentless glare, turning the sand into a sea of molten gold. Yet amidst this harsh beauty, the Syroxians thrived, their culture deeply intertwined with the rhythms of the desert. They danced with the shadows and sang to the stars, their voices lifting in songs of endurance and unity. Kale, however, carried a restlessness in his heart, a longing for something beyond the horizon. He often found himself gazing at the stars, wondering what lay beyond the familiar confines of his world. His decision to leave Aradoria had not been an easy one. The elders of his tribe had gathered under the flaming orange sky of dusk, their eyes reflecting both concern and pride. "Kale," his elder had said, her voice like the shifting sands, "you seek the essence of Luminara, but remember, it is not just the place you journey to, but what you discover about yourself along the way." Her words echoed in his mind as he traveled, a guiding beacon in the vastness of space. On the other side of this serene world was Ayla, a native of Luminara. Ayla belonged to the Lumine, a gentle species with wings that mirrored the ethereal glow of their forests. Her wings, a tapestry of blues and greens, shimmered softly as she moved through the underbrush, her keen eyes searching for the perfect herbs she used in her healing remedies. The Lumen were deeply connected to their environment, their lives a harmonious dance with the natural world. Ayla, with her nimble fingers and compassionate heart, had dedicated herself to the art of healing, her remedies sought after by creatures from near and far. Ayla's life was one of quiet purpose, yet she yearned for something beyond the familiar paths of her forest. Her grandmother, a wise healer, often spoke of a time when the Lumini would venture beyond their tranquil lands. "Our wings," she would say, "are meant to explore, to touch the skies and share the light within us." The stories of her ancestors filled Ayla with a sense of destiny, a calling to spread her wings and discover the world beyond. Their paths crossed one evening, as Kale stumbled upon a clearing bathed in moonlight, the air thick with the sweet scent of night-blooming flowers. Ayla was there, tending to a small garden she had cultivated, her hands deftly weaving through the fragrant foliage. The garden was a sanctuary of colors, each plant emanating a soft glow that danced with the gentle breeze. "Who goes there?" she called softly, her voice a melodic whisper that seemed to blend with the rustling leaves. Startled, Kale stepped into the light, his scales catching the moon's glow. "I mean no harm," he replied, his voice carrying the dry, sandpaper softness of the desert winds. "I am Kale, a traveler from afar, seeking the essence of Luminara." "The essence," Ayla repeated, her curiosity piqued. "It is rare and precious. What brings you to seek it?" Kale lowered his gaze, his eyes reflecting a journey of weariness and longing. "In my world, the sands sing endlessly, and the winds never rest. I seek peace, a balm for my spirit." Ayla nodded, understanding the weight of his words. She had heard tales of Aradoria, a world where silence was a stranger. "Perhaps I can help you find it," she offered, her heart warmed by the sincerity in Kale's eyes. And so began an unlikely companionship, born under the canopy of luminous leaves and starry skies. They traveled together through the forest, Kale marveling at the soft, glowing flora and the gentle hum of Luminara's nocturnal creatures. Ayla, in turn, listened with wonder as Kale spoke of the endless dunes of his home, the dance of the twin suns, and the melody of the desert winds. Their journey was not without its challenges. One evening, as they rested by a tranquil stream, a misunderstanding arose. Kale, eager to share his desert traditions, had set about crafting a small fire, its flickering flames casting shadows that danced across the forest floor. Ayla, alarmed, quickly doused it with water from the stream, her wings fluttering in agitation. "Fire is dangerous here," she explained gently, seeing the confusion and hurt in Kale's eyes. "The forest is alive, and flames could bring great harm." Kale, realizing his mistake, nodded slowly. "In my world, fire is life. It is warmth and light in the cold night. I did not mean to offend." "No offense taken," Illyra reassured him, her hand resting lightly on his arm. "We are from different worlds, but we can learn from each other." This moment of understanding deepened their bond, teaching them the value of patience and the beauty of diversity. As they continued their quest, they encountered challenges that tested their resolve. A sudden storm that swept through the forest, forcing them to seek shelter under the broad leaves of an ancient tree. A treacherous bog where quicksand threatened to swallow them whole, until Illyra's wings lifted them to safety. Through these trials, their friendship blossomed. Illyra taught Kale the songs of the lumen, their harmonies echoing through the trees like a gentle lullaby. Kale, in turn, shared the tales of his ancestors, weaving stories of courage and endurance that inspired and enchanted. One quiet evening, resting beneath the canopy of stars, Kale shared a more personal story, his voice a low murmur in the night air. "Before I left Aradoria, my elder spoke to me of a prophecy, a tale of a Syroxian who would find a new song among the stars. I never understood it, but now I wonder if it was about this journey, about meeting you." Illyra listened, her heart touched by the vulnerability in his words. "Perhaps it is," she replied softly. "Sometimes the universe brings us to places we never expected, to teach us things we never knew we needed." Their bond deepened with each day, the barriers of their worlds dissolving into a shared understanding. They learned to see through each other's eyes, to appreciate the beauty and hardship of their respective homes. It was a journey of discovery, not just of the land but of themselves. As they meandered through the forest, they stumbled upon the Temple of the Moon, a sacred place revered by the lumen for its connection to the universe's mysteries. Here, the ancient stones hummed with energy, each etched with luminescent runes that told stories of the stars. Illyra shared the legends of her people, speaking of the great celestial dance and how their wings once carried the dreams of their ancestors to the heavens. Kale listened intently, feeling a profound connection to the stories. The temple's energy seemed to resonate with the very essence of his being, as if whispering secrets of the cosmos that only a traveler could hear. He closed his eyes, breathing deeply, and felt a newfound clarity settling over him. Their journey was further enriched when they encountered a group of Lumen elders who were gathered near the temple, performing a ritual of renewal. The elders welcomed Kale with open arms, intrigued by his presence and eager to share their wisdom. They spoke of the importance of balance and harmony, not only with nature but within oneself. This encounter left an indelible mark on Kale, sparking an internal transformation that resonated with his spirit. One night, after many moons of searching, they reached the heart of the forest, where the essence of Luminara was said to reside. It was a grove unlike any other, where the trees seemed to breathe light, their branches arching gracefully towards the sky. In the center stood a pool of crystalline water, its surface shimmering with an iridescent glow. "This is it," Illyra whispered, her voice filled with awe. "The essence of Luminara." Kale knelt by the pool, gazing into its depths, where colors swirled and danced like a living tapestry. He cupped his hands into the water, lifting a small amount to his lips. As he drank, a sense of peace enveloped him, a gentle warmth that chased away the weariness of his travels. His mind cleared, and his heart felt light, as if a burden he hadn't realized he carried had been lifted. "Thank you, Illyra," Kale said softly, his voice filled with gratitude. "Without you, I would never have found this place." Illyra smiled, her wings unfurling in a graceful arc, "And without you, I would never have discovered the beauty of the desert's song." Their journey home was one of shared stories and laughter, the challenges they faced, now memories that strengthened their connection. As they parted ways, Kale to return to the sands of Aradoria and Illyra to her forest home, they knew that distance could never diminish the friendship they had discovered. Yet their story did not end there. As Kale returned to Aradoria, he carried with him a piece of Luminara, a small vial of the essence, a token of the peace he had found. His elders, upon his return, saw the change within him, a calmness that had replaced the restless longing. He shared the tales of his journey, the lessons learned, and the friendships forged, igniting within his people a curiosity about the stars beyond their desert horizon. Ayla, back in her luminous forest, often found herself gazing at the night sky, her thoughts drifting to the Syroxian traveler who had touched her life. Inspired by her journey, she began teaching the younger Lumini the songs and stories of Aradoria, weaving them into the rich tapestry of their own culture. Their tale became a legend, a timeless story passed down through generations, a reminder that even in the vast expanse of the cosmos, the heart knows no boundaries. It was a tale of two worlds united by the simple yet profound power of connection, of two souls who discovered that true essence lies not in what we seek, but in the bonds we form along the way. Years later, the legend of Kale and Ayla inspired a new generation of travelers. Among them was a young Syroxian named Lirael, her scales a deep shade of aquamarine that shimmered under the Aradorian sun. Curious about the stories of her ancestors, she embarked on a journey of her own, retracing Kale's steps to Luminara. Her heart was filled with the same yearning that had once driven Kale, a desire to see the world beyond her own. Meanwhile, in Luminara, a lumen named Aaron, whose wings glowed with the vibrant hues of a sunrise, prepared for his own journey. Inspired by Ayla's tales, he sought to explore the desert landscapes of Aradoria, eager to experience the beauty and culture of a distant world. Their paths eventually crossed, much like Kale and Ayla's had years before, in the same moonlit clearing. There, under the watchful gaze of the twin moons, they shared stories of their respective worlds, forging a bond as strong as the legends that had brought them together. In the end, the tale of Kale and Ayla was more than just a story. It was a legacy of exploration and friendship that transcended time and space, a testament to the enduring power of connection and the limitless possibilities that await those who dare to dream. Story 4. Title: The Whispering Woods and the Locket of Whimsy. In the quaint village of Willowbend, nestled snugly between rolling hills and lush forests, there was a hush of magic that lingered in the air, like the gentle whisper of a lullaby. The villagers would often speak of the Whispering Woods, a mystical grove that lay just beyond the fields of golden wheat, where the trees were said to share secrets with the wind and shadows danced in the moonlight. The tales of the woods were passed down through generations, embroidered with each telling, until the stories themselves became as much a part of the village as the cobblestone paths or the ancient well in the square. At the heart of Willowbend lived a young girl named Lyra, her eyes as bright as the morning sky, and her spirit as curious as a fox in spring. Lyra was known for her boundless imagination and her love of adventure, often found with her nose buried in tales of faraway lands and enchanted realms. Her room was a treasure trove of maps and sketches, each one marking the places she wished to explore. But it was her kind heart that truly set her apart, for she never hesitated to offer a helping hand or a comforting word to anyone in need. She had an innate ability to listen, truly listen, to those around her, a talent that endeared her to the villagers. Lyra's best friend was Oliver, a gentle boy with hair the color of autumn leaves and a laugh that could warm the coldest of days. Where Lyra was a dreamer, Oliver was practical, yet his practicality was infused with a quiet wonder about the world. He had a knack for fixing things, whether it was a broken kite or a friend's troubled heart. Together, they shared a bond as strong as the ancient oaks in the Whispering Woods, and they spent countless afternoons exploring the meadows and streams that surrounded their village. It was on one such afternoon, with the sun casting a golden glow over the fields, that their story truly began. The day was painted with the rich hues of autumn, the air crisp and filled with the scent of fallen leaves. As they wandered along the edge of the forest, Lyra's gaze fell upon a glimmering object nestled among the roots of a towering willow tree. It was a locket, ornate and mysterious, its surface etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. The air around it seemed to hum with a melody only the heart could hear, a tune that called out to those open to its magic. "Look, Oliver," Lyra exclaimed, her voice filled with wonder. "Have you ever seen anything like this?" Oliver crouched beside her, his eyes wide with curiosity. "It's beautiful," he murmured, running his fingers over the intricate designs. "I wonder how it ended up here." With a shared glance of excitement, they decided to open the locket. Inside, they found a small, delicate key, its metal worn with age. As Lyra held it in her palm, a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, as if the key were alive with its own quiet magic. She could feel a heartbeat within it, a steady pulse that matched her own. "We must discover what this key unlocks," Oliver declared, his voice filled with the thrill of adventure. "Perhaps it belongs to someone in the village, or maybe it holds a secret of the Whispering Woods." And so, with the locket safely tucked away, the two friends set off on a journey that would lead them deeper into the heart of the Whispering Woods than they had ever ventured before. The air within the forest was cool and fragrant, filled with the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. As they walked, Lyra and Oliver listened to the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft chirping of birds, their footsteps barely disturbing the peace of the woods. The forest felt alive, as if it knew them and welcomed them into its fold. Soon they came upon a clearing bathed in sunlight, where a small, bubbling brook wound its way through the grass. It was here that they met an unexpected friend, a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell was adorned with patches of moss and lichen. His eyes were like pools of deep amber, reflecting ages of wisdom. "Good day, young ones," Thistle greeted them with a slow, deliberate nod. "What brings you to this part of the woods?" Lyra and Oliver shared their discovery of the locket and the mysterious key, their voices filled with excitement and hope. Thistle listened patiently, nodding thoughtfully. "Ah, the Locket of Whimsy," he mused. "It is said to be a gift from the forest itself, bestowed upon those with hearts pure and kind. The key within it unlocks a door to a hidden world, a place of wonder and magic that lies beyond the veil of our own." Lyra's eyes sparkled with delight. "A hidden world?" she echoed, her voice barely a whisper. "How do we find this door?" Thistle chuckled softly, the sound like the rustling of dry leaves. "The door will reveal itself when the time is right," he replied cryptically. "For now, continue your journey with open hearts and open minds, and let the forest guide your path." Thanking Thistle for his wisdom, Lyra and Oliver continued on their way, their minds alight with possibilities and dreams. As they wandered deeper into the woods, they encountered creatures both wondrous and strange. A family of rabbits with fur as soft as clouds, a pair of mischievous foxes with eyes that twinkled like stars, and a regal stag whose antlers gleamed like polished ivory. Each encounter left them with a sense of awe and wonder, as if the forest itself were welcoming them into its embrace. And with each step, they felt themselves growing closer, their friendships strengthened by the shared magic of their journey. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Lyra and Oliver found themselves standing before an ancient oak, its trunk gnarled and twisted with age. The air around it seemed to shimmer with an ethereal light, and as they approached, they noticed a small, intricately carved door set into the bark, barely visible beneath a blanket of ivy. With hearts pounding in anticipation, Lyra retrieved the key from the locket, and with a steady hand, inserted it into the lock. The door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a passageway bathed in a warm, golden glow. Hand in hand, they stepped through the doorway and into a world unlike any they had ever imagined. The landscape before them was a tapestry of vibrant colors and shimmering lights, where flowers bloomed in impossible hues, and the air was alive with the fragrance of honey and wild blossoms. In this hidden realm, the trees sang with voices sweet and melodic, their branches swaying in harmony with the music of the breeze. Streams of crystal-clear water wove through the meadows, their surfaces dancing with the reflections of 1,000 stars. As they explored this enchanted world, Lyra and Oliver discovered a community of gentle beings who welcomed them with open arms. There were fairy-like creatures with wings that glimmered like raindrops in the sun, and wise old beings who spoke with the wisdom of ages past. In this magical place, Lyra and Oliver learned of the balance that sustained both their world and the hidden realm, a delicate dance that relied on harmony and respect for all living things. Through their adventures, they uncovered the importance of kindness, the strength of unity, and the beauty of embracing the unknown. Among the creatures, they befriended a young sprite named Ayla, whose laughter was like the tinkling of bells. Ayla guided them through the realm, sharing stories of the forest's history and the guardian spirits that watched over both worlds. Through Ayla, Lyra and Oliver learned the deeper connection between the human world and the magical realm, understanding that their actions in Willowbend could ripple through to this hidden world. One evening, as they sat by a shimmering lake that mirrored the sky's tapestry of colors, Ayla shared a story of a time when the balance between the worlds had been threatened. It was a tale of courage and sacrifice, of a young guardian from the village who had once crossed into this realm to mend the fractures between the worlds. Lyra and Oliver listened with rapt attention, feeling the weight of the responsibility they now held. As the days turned to weeks, and the weeks to months, they grew into their roles as guardians of the secrets they had discovered, their bond deepening with each shared experience and each new lesson learned. Finally, the time came for them to return to Willowbend, their hearts heavy with the bittersweet truth that their journey had reached its end. But they carried with them the wisdom and friendship they had gained, knowing that the magic of the forest would forever be a part of who they were. Back in the village, Lyra and Oliver shared their tales with those willing to listen, their eyes alight with the memories of their extraordinary adventure. The Whispering Woods became a place of wonder for all who heard their stories, a reminder of the magic that lingered just beyond the edges of the known world. And so, in the cozy warmth of their homes, by the glow of crackling fires, the villagers of Willowbend would gather to hear the tales of the Whispering Woods and the Locket of Whimsy, their hearts filled with the gentle reminder that the greatest adventures often begin with the simplest acts of curiosity and kindness. As the years passed, Lyra and Oliver remained steadfast friends, their lives forever intertwined by the magic of their shared journey. And though they never forgot the hidden world they had discovered, they knew that its true gift was the bond they shared and the lessons they had learned. In the quiet moments of twilight, when the world held its breath in anticipation of the night, Lyra would often find herself walking to the edge of the Whispering Woods, where the trees would murmur their secrets to the stars. And as she stood beneath the canopy of ancient branches, she would smile, knowing that the magic of the forest was never truly far away. For the forest, like friendship, was a living tapestry of whispers and wonders, woven together by the threads of love, courage, and the unyielding belief in the beauty of the unknown. And so, with hearts full of gratitude and hope, Lyra and Oliver continued to write their own stories, guided by the wisdom of the woods and the locket that had brought them together. They knew that the world was vast and beautiful, filled with mysteries waiting to be uncovered, and friendships waiting to be forged. As they walked hand in hand through the fields of Willowbend, beneath the sky painted with the colors of dusk, they knew that their journey was only the beginning, and that the magic of the Whispering Woods would forever light their path. For in the end, it was not the destination that mattered, but the journey itself, the journey of friendship, discovery, and the quiet magic found in the simple act of opening one's heart to the wonders of the world. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, the village of Willowbend drifted into slumber, cradled by the gentle lullaby of the Whispering Woods, where dreams took flight and magic lingered in every breath. In the days that followed their return, Lyra and Oliver found themselves drawn to the outskirts of the village, where the boundary between the known and the mysterious began. There, they established a small sanctuary, a place for those who, like them, believed in the magic that lay just beyond sight. They called it the Circle of Whispers, a space where stories could be shared and the lessons of the forest could be passed on. Villagers, young and old, gathered under the wide arms of an ancient oak at the heart of the sanctuary, eager to hear tales spun from the threads of reality and dreams. Lyra and Oliver taught them the songs of the forest, melodies that echoed the wind's gentle caress and the brook's playful babble. They showed them how to listen with more than their ears, to feel the heartbeat of the world around them. One evening, as the sky blazed with the colors of sunset, a young girl approached Lyra, her eyes wide with wonder. "Can anyone hear the whispers of the woods?" she asked, her voice a hopeful whisper. Lyra knelt to meet her gaze, her own eyes reflecting the dying light. "Anyone who listens with their heart can hear them," she replied gently. "The forest speaks in the language of dreams and wishes, and its stories are meant for those who believe." The girl smiled, her spirit alight with the promise of adventure. And as the circle of whispers grew, so too did the connection between the village and the forest, woven together by the shared stories and the magic that linked their worlds. In this way, the tales of the whispering woods and the locket of whimsy lived on, a testament to the power of friendship, the courage to explore the unknown, and the simple, enduring magic of an open heart. As Lyra and Oliver grew older, they became the keepers of the village's stories and the wise guides for the curious souls who sought the forest's secrets. Their lives, once intertwined with the magic of the whispering woods, now became a part of the legacy that shaped Willowben's heart. And though the forest's secrets remained hidden from most, its whispers continued to echo through the lives of those who dared to dream and believe. The whispering woods, and the bond of friendship it had strengthened, would forever be a beacon of wonder and hope, a reminder that in the world of the known, there always lingered whispers of the unknown, waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to listen. Story 5. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling, verdant hills and a forest so dense that sunlight only filtered through in golden patches, there lived a young girl named Leora. The village was a place where time seemed to linger, with cobblestone streets winding around thatched roof cottages, and the scent of freshly baked bread often drifting through the air. Leora, with her curious spirit and bright, inquisitive eyes, was beloved by all, for she had a knack for discovering wonder in the mundane. Leora's home sat on the village's edge, where the last whispers of civilization met the wild, untamed forest. Her grandmother, an elderly woman with silver hair that cascaded like a waterfall down her back, often spoke of the secrets hidden within those woods. She would sit by the hearth, the fire crackling and casting a warm glow, and tell tales of magical creatures and hidden realms. The stories were woven with such vivid detail that Leora could nearly see sprites flitting through the trees and feel the enchantment pulsing through the earth beneath her feet. One breezy autumn evening, as the leaves danced in vibrant hues of amber and crimson, Leora's grandmother shared a story that piqued the girl's curiosity more than any other. It was about the heart of the forest, a mystical gem said to be hidden deep within the woods, possessing the power to reveal one's truest desires and grant a single, selfless wish. The legend claimed that only those pure of heart could find it, and even fewer could wield its magic. As her grandmother's voice wove the tale, Leora's imagination was ignited. She could almost feel the gem's brilliance illuminating the shadows of the forest. She dreamed of finding the gem and using its power to ensure happiness and prosperity for her village, which had recently been struggling through a poor harvest. It was this noble desire that compelled her, shortly after the first snowfall, to embark on a journey into the depths of the forest, a journey that would change her forever. The morning of her departure was crisp, the air tinged with the sharpness of winter. Leora bundled herself in a cloak of wool, woven by her grandmother's loving hands, and packed a small satchel with provisions: a loaf of bread, a wedge of cheese, and a flask of sweetberry tea. As she stepped into the forest, the world behind her seemed to hush, and the towering trees embraced her in their ancient, knowing silence. Leora's path was lit by the soft glow of snowflakes which fell gently from the sky like whispers from a dream. As she ventured deeper, the forest revealed itself to be a tapestry of wonder. Frost traced intricate patterns on the leaves, and icicles hung like chandeliers from branches, catching the light and scattering it in a dazzling array of colors. Her heart swelled with a sense of awe and reverence for the natural world. As she journeyed deeper into the forest, Leora came upon a meadow, blanketed with snow so pure it resembled a field of diamonds. She paused, breathing in the crisp air, when suddenly she heard the faintest strains of music. It was a melody unlike any she had ever heard, a haunting tune that seemed to weave itself into the very fabric of the forest. Entranced, she followed the sound, her steps light and purposeful, as though the music itself was guiding her. The first test of her journey came in the form of a small, timid fox with fur as white as the snow, who appeared suddenly, its eyes reflecting a deep intelligence. The fox seemed to beckon her, leading her through a path that twisted and turned like a winding stream. Leora followed, her trust in the creature unwavering, for she sensed an unspoken bond between them. The fox led her to a clearing where the forest canopy parted to reveal a sky painted in shades of twilight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches reaching out like welcoming arms. At its base, nestled among the roots, was a pool of water so clear it mirrored the heavens above. This was the mirror pool, a hidden world within the natural environment, known only to those who sought truth. Leora knelt beside the pool, gazing into its depths. As she did, a vision began to form in the water, a vision of her village thriving, the people joyful, the land bountiful. Her heart ached with longing, and she realized that this was her truest desire, the well-being of her loved ones. Yet as she watched, the image shifted to show her grandmother, her face lined with worry, searching the forest's edge for her return. Torn between her quest and her grandmother's love, Leora understood the lesson the forest was teaching her. True desires were not just about selfless wishes, but also about the bonds of love and family. She thanked the fox, who nodded solemnly, and turned to leave, her heart heavy yet enlightened. As she retraced her steps, the forest seemed to hum with approval, the shadows softening into a gentle embrace. The journey home was swift, and the path that had once seemed daunting now felt familiar and warm. The village welcomed her return with open arms, her grandmother's eyes shining with relief and pride. Though Leora never found the heart of the forest, she realized she had discovered something far more precious, the wisdom to see beyond her desires and the courage to cherish the love that surrounded her. Her journey had transformed her, teaching her that magic was not always found in grand gestures, but in the quiet, everyday moments shared with those we hold dear. In the weeks that followed, Leora's story spread through the village, weaving itself into the fabric of the community. Her tale inspired others to look beyond their immediate desires, fostering a renewed sense of unity and purpose. The villagers, touched by Leora's experience, began to share their own stories and dreams, creating a tapestry of shared hopes and aspirations that bound them together more tightly than ever before. As winter gave way to spring, the village flourished once more. The fields were lush with crops, and the air was filled with the laughter and songs of its people. Leora, with her heart full of gratitude and contentment, knew that the true magic of the forest was not a gem, but the enduring spirit of friendship, family, and love. In a moment of reflection, Leora often returned to the meadow, now vibrant with spring blooms, and would sit quietly, listening for the music she once heard. Though the melody had faded, its memory lingered in her heart, a reminder of the journey that taught her the value of the intangible treasures she possessed. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, Leora noticed a young boy from the village standing at the edge of the forest, his eyes filled with the same wonder she once carried. She approached him and listened as he spoke of a legend he had heard about the heart of the forest. Smiling, Leora shared her own tale, not of a magical gem, but of the wisdom she found and the friendships she cherished. The boy, inspired and thoughtful, returned to the village with a new understanding of the legends and stories that shaped their lives. And so, as the stars twinkled overhead and the world drifted into a gentle slumber, Leora sat by the hearth, her grandmother by her side. The fire crackled softly, and the warmth of home enveloped them like a comforting embrace. In that moment, Leora understood that the greatest journey of all was the one that led her back to where her heart belonged. In the months that followed, Leora's presence in the village became a beacon of hope and inspiration. She began to lead small groups of children into the outskirts of the forest, teaching them to appreciate the wonders around them and the stories hidden in every leaf and stream. Her lessons were not only about the forest's magic, but also about the magic within themselves, the power of kindness, courage, and connection. One particular afternoon, as the sun cast long shadows across the village square, Leora gathered the children around the old stone well. She told them of a time long ago when the well was believed to be home to a water spirit, a guardian of the village's prosperity. The spirit, she explained, had not been seen for generations, but the villagers continued to honor it by keeping the well clean and adorned with flowers. As Leora spoke, she noticed a young girl named Elara, her expression one of deep contemplation. Elara, whose family had been struggling since the poor harvest, asked Leora if she believed the spirit still watched over them. Leora, touched by the child's earnestness, replied that while she had never seen the spirit, she felt its presence in the community's kindness and resilience. Inspired by Elara's question, Leora proposed that they all work together to decorate the well, a gesture of gratitude to the spirit and an act of unity. The children eagerly agreed, and soon the village square buzzed with laughter and activity as they gathered wild flowers and crafted garlands. As they worked, Leora noticed how the simple act of collaboration brought joy and a sense of purpose to each participant. It seemed as though the spirit of the well, whether real or imagined, had woven itself into the fabric of their community, reminding them of the strength found in togetherness. On one such day, while the children were busy adorning the well, an elderly man named Eamon, who had lived in the village for as long as anyone could remember, approached. His eyes, wise and gentle, held stories of their own. Eamon had witnessed countless seasons change, and his presence was like a bridge to the past, grounding the present in its rich history. Eamon shared a forgotten tale with Leora and the children, a story of how the village once faced a great drought. The elders, in their desperation, turned to the forest for guidance. It was said that a mysterious fog had descended upon the village, leading them to a hidden spring deep within the woods. The water from this spring renewed their lands and spirits, a gift from the heart of the forest itself. Listening to Eamon, Leora realized that the legends of the forest were more than just stories. They were the soul of the village. They connected past and present, weaving a tapestry of resilience and hope. Inspired by this newfound understanding, Leora proposed they honor the memory of the spring by planting a garden around the well, a living tribute to the enduring bond between the village and the forest. The garden flourished under the care of the villagers, becoming a vibrant symbol of their unity. Flowers of every color bloomed, their petals whispering secrets of the forest. The village once again found strength in its roots, and Leora's heart swelled with gratitude for the lessons learned and the love shared. And so the story ends, not with the finding of a magical object, but with the discovery that the heart's deepest desires are often those we hold closest, in the simple, yet profound, connections we forge with each other. In this way, the legend of the heart of the forest lived on, a gentle reminder that the true magic of life is found in love and the journey we take together. Story 6. Under the gentle embrace of twilight, nestled in a quaint village surrounded by whispering woods and meandering streams, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her world was one where the rhythm of life flowed in sync with the rustling leaves and the gentle hum of nature. Yet, within her heart, Lila felt a stirring, a tiny seed of restlessness, eager to grow, though she was uncertain how. Lila had always found solace in the familiar, the patchwork quilt of the village market, the sun-dappled path that led to her favorite willow tree, and the soft lullaby of the brook that sang her to sleep. Change was a gust of wind that unsettled her quiet world. She often watched the clouds drift by, wondering if she could find her place in the ever-changing sky. One morning, as dawn painted the horizon in strokes of lavender and gold, Lila set out for a walk. The air was crisp with the promise of autumn, and the scent of pine mingled with the sweetness of fallen apples. Her feet led her to the edge of the village, where the forest beckoned with its secrets and shadows. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the light seemed to dance differently here, casting ethereal patterns on the forest floor. It was a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary, and Lila felt a sense of being on the cusp of something wondrous. She paused beside a small glen, where a peculiar sight caught her eye, a circle of mushrooms, each glowing softly with an inner light. Curiosity kindled within her, and she stepped closer. As her foot touched the circle, a warm breeze swirled around her, carrying whispers of ancient magic. In the heart of the circle, a figure began to take shape, a gentle spirit of the forest, with eyes that twinkled like starlit pools and a smile that radiated warmth. "Welcome, dear one," the spirit spoke, her voice a comforting melody. "I am Ayla, guardian of these woods. You have been drawn here by the whispers of your heart." Lila felt a flutter of both excitement and apprehension. "I've come seeking something," she admitted, her words as tentative as the first steps of a fawn. "The path of change is woven with threads of uncertainty," Ayla replied, her gaze soft yet knowing. "But within it lies the magic of becoming. You are not alone in this journey." As if summoned by Ayla's words, the forest seemed to come alive with the presence of its denizens. A wise old owl perched on a nearby branch, regarding Lila with a solemn nod. A family of rabbits peeked out from beneath a thicket, their eyes bright with curiosity. Even the trees seemed to lean in, their leaves rustling in a symphony of support. Alara gestured to the circle. "Within this enchanted ring, you will find the guidance you seek. But remember, the true magic lies not in the transformation itself, but in the courage to embrace it." With a deep breath, Lila stepped into the circle. A gentle light enveloped her, and she felt a tingling warmth spread through her entire being. Visions danced before her eyes, images of herself exploring new paths, meeting new friends, discovering hidden talents she had never known existed. Each vision was a brushstroke on the canvas of her future, vibrant and full of possibility. As the light dimmed, Lila found herself back in the glen, her heart alight with newfound resolve. The forest creatures gathered around, their presence a reassuring embrace. Alara stood beside her, a beacon of gentle encouragement. "Change is a journey, not a destination," Alara said, her voice a gentle breeze. "Embrace it with patience and an open heart, and you will find that you have all you need within." With gratitude shining in her eyes, Lila thanked Alara and the Woodland friends who had shown her the way. As she turned to leave, she felt a comforting weight in her pocket. Reaching in, she found a small iridescent stone, a token of the forest's magic and a reminder of the wisdom she had gained. Returning to the village, Leela walked with a newfound lightness, her steps in harmony with the rustling leaves and the brook's gentle song. The world around her was the same, yet she saw it anew. Each day an opportunity to grow and explore, to face the winds of change with grace and courage. And so under the starlit sky that night, as Lila lay beneath her favorite willow tree, she whispered a promise to herself and to the universe, to embrace the dance of change with an open heart, knowing that she was never truly alone, for the magic of transformation lived within her and the world around her, as constant and comforting as the gentle lull of the evening breeze. Story 7. Once upon a timeless eve, nestled deep within the ancient elderwood forest, a wondrous tale unfolded, a story as eternal as the towering pines and whispering streams that graced this enchanted realm. In a cozy burrow beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, a family of rabbits stirred to welcome the first rays of dawn. Willow, the matriarch, nuzzled her kits awake with a gentle nudge, her soft fur glistening with dewdrops like diamonds in the morning light. "Wake up, my little ones," she cooed, her voice as soothing as the babbling brook nearby. "The forest awakens, and with it, a world of magic awaits." Blinking away the remnants of sleep, the kits scampered out of their burrow, their tiny noses twitching with curiosity. The forest floor was a tapestry of emerald moss and wildflowers, each petal glistening with crystalline beads of dew. As the family ventured deeper into the woodland, the air seemed to hum with an ancient melody, the harmonious symphony of nature itself. Willow's ears twitched, and she paused, her eyes alight with wonder. "Listen closely, my kits," she whispered. "Can you hear the heartbeat of the forest?" The kits stilled, their eyes wide with awe as the gentle thrum of life pulsed around them. The rustling of leaves, the gurgle of the stream, the song of birds, all woven together in a tapestry of sound that echoed the very essence of the elderwood. Willow led her family through a maze of ferns and mushroom rings, her paws leaving no trace upon the mossy ground. As they ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive with magic. Glimmering sprites danced among the branches, their gossamer wings scattering stardust in their wake. A family of deer materialized from the mist, their graceful forms ethereal and otherworldly. The kits gasped in delight, their eyes sparkling with childlike wonder. "Behold the guardians of the forest," Willow murmured, her voice reverent. "They walk between the realms, ensuring the delicate balance of nature remains undisturbed." As the sun crept higher in the sky, the forest hummed with the rhythms of life. Squirrels chattered from their lofty perches, and butterflies flitted from blossom to blossom, their wings a kaleidoscope of color. In a secluded glade, a crystal-clear pool shimmered like liquid moonlight, its waters infused with the magic of the ancient wood. Willow gestured for her kits to approach, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Watch closely, my little ones," she whispered. With a flick of her paw, she conjured a ripple upon the surface of the pool. Instantly, the water transformed into a shimmering mirror, reflecting not their physical forms, but the very essence of their spirits, glowing orbs of pure energy, pulsing with the vibrant hues of life itself. The kits gasped in wonder, their eyes wide with amazement. "How is this possible, Mother?" one kit asked, his voice tinged with awe. Willow smiled, her whiskers twitching with delight. "The magic of the elderwood is as ancient as the forest itself," she explained. "It flows through every living thing, connecting us all in a tapestry of life." As the day wore on, the family basked in the warmth of the sun's golden rays, their bellies full from a hearty feast of berries and succulent greens. Willow regaled her kits with tales of the forest's ancient wisdom, passed down through countless generations of rabbits before them. She spoke of the changing seasons, each one a symphony of transformation and renewal. The vibrant greens of spring, the fiery hues of autumn, the crystalline blanket of winter, each held its own unique magic, woven into the very fabric of the elderwood. As dusk approached, the family retreated to their burrow, their hearts full of wonder and reverence for the magic that surrounded them. Willow tucked her kits in, her eyes shining with love and pride. "Remember, my little ones," she whispered, nuzzling them tenderly. "The magic of the elderwood flows through us all. It is our sacred duty to protect and cherish this wondrous realm, for it is the very heartbeat of life itself." And as the moon rose high above the ancient canopy, the forest seemed to hum with a contented sigh, its secrets guarded by those who walked in harmony with nature's eternal dance. Story 8. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush emerald valley cradled by misty mountains, there was a quaint village where time seemed to pause and embrace the gentle rhythm of nature. The village was woven from the threads of tradition and whispers of the past, and among its cobblestone paths and flower-laden meadows lived a young girl named Mara. Mara had always felt a peculiar tug at her heart, as if the breeze itself carried secrets meant only for her. She was known for her curious spirit and a heart open to the enchantments of the world around her. One autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mara's grandmother, the village elder, called her to the warmth of their cottage. Inside, the air was perfumed with the scent of lavender and chamomile, a calming embrace that seemed to hold stories of its own. The fireplace crackled softly, casting a golden glow upon the walls lined with old wooden shelves. There, among the countless volumes and relics of days long past, was a peculiar chest, its surface etched with intricate patterns of vines and stars. "Mara, my dear," her grandmother began with a voice as soothing as a lullaby, "it is time you learn of our true heritage, a legacy that flows within your veins like the rivers that carve our beloved valley." Intrigued, Mara drew closer as her grandmother unlatched the chest, revealing an ancient tapestry folded with care. The fabric was rich and heavy, its deep indigo hues woven with threads of silver and gold that twinkled like starlight. "This," her grandmother explained, "is the tapestry of the ancients. It is a living map of our family's journey, a keeper of our stories, and a guide for those who seek to understand." Mara gently traced her fingers over the tapestry, feeling the warmth of its history seep into her skin. Her grandmother continued, "Long ago, our ancestors were known as the guardians of the veil, protectors of the harmony between our world and the realms unseen. They were entrusted with the Orb of Echoes, a magical artifact that resonates with the whispers of the past." With eyes wide, Mara listened as her grandmother spoke of the orb, a crystal sphere said to hold the wisdom of generations, its light a beacon for those lost in the shadows of uncertainty. To find the orb and truly understand your heritage, her grandmother said, you must follow the path woven into this tapestry. It will guide you through the heart of our land, where the mountains meet the sky. Filled with a sense of purpose and wonder, Mara set out the very next morning, the tapestry carefully folded in her satchel. The valley was alive with the dawn chorus of birds and the gentle rustle of leaves, a symphony orchestrated by the hands of nature itself. As Mara ventured deeper into the valley, she marveled at the vibrant tapestry of life around her. The air was crisp and sweet, carrying the scent of pine and wildflowers. Streams danced over pebbles, their laughter a melody that harmonized with the rustling branches of ancient trees. Following the tapestry's map, Mara arrived at the foot of the great oak, a towering sentinel that had watched over the valley for centuries. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and nestled within its roots was an entrance to a hidden cavern, aglow with a soft, ethereal light. Inside the cavern, the air was cool and filled with the delicate fragrance of moss and earth. The walls shimmered with veins of quartz, casting rainbows that danced with each flicker of light. At the heart of the cavern, resting upon a pedestal of stone, was the Orb of Echoes. Mara approached with reverence, her heart beating in time with the gentle hum that filled the air. As she reached out and cradled the orb in her hands, a warmth spread through her, and the cavern was filled with the soft murmur of voices, like leaves rustling in a gentle breeze. The voices spoke of courage and kindness, of the strength found in unity, and the beauty of embracing one's roots. They whispered tales of Mara's ancestors, their triumphs and their wisdom, and as she listened, Mara felt the threads of her own story weaving into the tapestry of her lineage. With the orb in her possession, Mara returned to the village, where the warmth of home awaited her. The villagers gathered to hear of her journey, their faces illuminated by the glow of the fireplace, eyes sparkling with pride and joy. As Mara shared the lessons she had learned, a profound sense of belonging settled within her heart. She understood now that her heritage was not just a series of events from the past, but a living legacy of love, wisdom, and strength that would guide her and those who came after. And so, under the starlit sky, surrounded by the embrace of family and friends, Mara knew she had found her place in the world. The valley held its secrets, and she, like the guardians before her, would cherish and protect them for generations to come. With the Orb of Echoes resting safely by her side and the tapestry's stories forever etched in her heart, Mara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams woven with the magic of her ancestors and the promise of a bright tomorrow. Story 9. In the vast tapestry of the universe, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, unassuming galaxy known as Arcadia. Within this galaxy, nestled on the azure planet of Luminara, life flourished in harmonious abundance. Luminara was a world of glowing crystal forests and shimmering lakes, where the gentle hum of nature's melody played an eternal symphony. In a quaint village near the luminous lake, there lived a young Lumina named Lycia. Lycia's kind heart and curious spirit were as radiant as the light she emitted. Her people, the Luminars, were beings of light, ethereal and graceful, their emotions visible in the brilliant hues of their glow. For Lycia, each day was a new opportunity to explore the wonders of her world, and her light danced with a joyful golden hue. One quiet evening, as the twin moons of Luminara rose high, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, Lycia decided to wander further than she ever had before, drawn by a mysterious pull from the heavens. As she ventured deeper into the uncharted crystal forest, she felt an unfamiliar tingle in the air, a sensation akin to the gentle whisper of a distant star. Meanwhile, on the neighboring planet of Zendale, a place of rugged mountains and vast, shadowed caves, lived a creature named Tarvin. Tarvin belonged to the Zarn, a species known for their sturdy, earthen forms and the deep, resonant tones of their voices. Unlike the Luminars, the Zarn communicated through vibrations and sounds, their emotions expressed through rhythmic pulses that echoed through the caverns of their world. Tarvin had always felt an inexplicable yearning for something beyond the echoing caves of Zendale, a desire to understand the light that occasionally pierced their world from above. One fateful night, as the stars aligned in a celestial dance, Tarvin followed a rare beam of light that seemed to call to him, guiding him toward the unknown. As fate would have it, Licia and Tarvin's paths converged in a small clearing bathed in moonlight. Initially, they regarded one another with a mixture of curiosity and caution, for they were as different as night and day. Licia's luminous glow contrasted starkly with Tarvin's earthy form, yet there was a shared spark of wonder in their eyes. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Licia's light flickered in patterns of warmth and welcome, while Tarvin responded with deep, resonant hums that reverberated through the ground. Neither understood the other's language, but they persisted, drawn by an inexplicable bond. Slowly, through gestures and shared experiences, they began to bridge the chasm of misunderstanding. Licia showed Tarvin the beauty of light, how it danced and played among the crystals, casting rainbows and illuminating the world in vibrant colors. Tarvin, in turn, taught Licia the music of the earth, the symphony of sounds that resonated through the rocks and caves, creating harmonies that spoke of ancient wisdom. As they spent more time together, their differences became a source of strength rather than division. They faced challenges that tested their newfound friendship, such as navigating the treacherous crystal forest and finding sustenance in a land unfamiliar to both. Each obstacle was met with a growing trust and a deepening bond. One day, as they rested beneath the boughs of a luminescent tree, a sudden storm swept across the land, its ferocity threatening to tear them apart. The wind howled, and the rain fell in torrents, but Licia's glow provided a beacon of hope amid the chaos, while Tarvin's steadfast presence anchored them against the storm's fury. Together, they weathered the tempest, finding solace in each other's company. In the aftermath of the storm, as the clouds parted to reveal a sky painted with the colors of a dawn unlike any other, Licia and Tarvin realized the true meaning of friendship. It was not simply about understanding words or appearances, but about a connection of hearts and spirits, a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual support. Their friendship became a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of unity in diversity. As they returned to their respective worlds, they carried with them the lessons learned from one another. Licia's light now held a deeper, richer hue, reflecting the warmth of Tarvin's heart, while Tarvin's voice resonated with the gentle melody of Licia's light. Though they came from different worlds, Licia and Tarvin had discovered that true friendship transcends boundaries, illuminating even the darkest corners of the universe. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, their story became a legend whispered among the galaxies, a tale of hope, harmony, and the enduring power of friendship. And as the universe continued its eternal dance, Licia and Tarvin's bond remained a shining beacon, guiding others to look beyond the surface and find the beauty in differences, lighting the way with the gentle glow of friendship. Story 10. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and meandering rivers, there lived a young and curious soul named Finn. Finn had a heart full of wonder and a head brimming with dreams of adventure. Each night, as the moon cast its silvery glow over the village, Finn's thoughts would drift to the tales of the Whispering Woods, an enchanting and mysterious forest that lay beyond the farthest hill. The Whispering Woods were said to be a place of magical charm, where the trees sang lullabies and the air shimmered with the glow of hidden enchantments. It was rumored that those who ventured there might encounter the most whimsical of creatures, each with its own story to tell. Despite the villagers' warnings of the unknown, Finn's curiosity was a flame that could not be dimmed. One crisp autumn morning, when the sun painted the sky with hues of amber and gold, Finn decided that the time had come to explore this mysterious realm. With a satchel packed with a warm blanket, a flask of honeyed tea, and a heart full of courage, Finn set off toward the distant woods. As Finn approached the edge of the forest, the air grew sweeter, carrying the scent of pine and dew-kissed earth. The path was cushioned with a blanket of fallen leaves, their colors a tapestry of crimson and gold. Each step deeper into the woods was accompanied by a soft rustle, as if the trees themselves were whispering secrets from ages past. The forest was a symphony of gentle sounds, the babble of a nearby brook, the distant call of a nightingale, and the soft rustling of leaves dancing in the breeze. Finn felt a comforting calm wash over them, as if the woods were welcoming an old friend. As Finn wandered deeper, they encountered a peculiar sight. A small clearing bathed in dappled sunlight revealed a circle of toadstools, each one a different size and color. Sitting atop the largest toadstool was a creature no taller than a rabbit, with eyes like sparkling sapphires and a tuft of fur as white as freshly fallen snow. "Greetings," the creature said in a voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. "I am Thistle, the guardian of these woods. What brings you to this enchanted place?" Finn, though slightly surprised, felt a warmth in the presence of this whimsical creature. "I've come to explore and learn the secrets of the Whispering Woods," Finn replied, their voice filled with wonder. Thistle nodded, a twinkle in their eye. "The woods are full of stories and wonders for those with a brave heart. But remember, the greatest discoveries are often found within oneself." As Finn journeyed with Thistle, they encountered marvelous sights. A waterfall that flowed upward, carrying droplets that shimmered like tiny stars, a grove of trees with leaves that chimed like bells in the breeze, and a meadow where fireflies painted the air with trails of golden light. Each step was a gentle challenge, guiding Finn to trust their instincts and embrace the unknown. When a path divided, it was Finn's intuition that led them to the most wondrous sights. When faced with a riddle from the mischievous echoing elves, it was Finn's cleverness that uncovered the answer, earning a chorus of joyful laughter. As the day wore on, Finn felt a deep sense of connection to the woods, as if each tree and creature were a part of a greater story. With every encounter, Finn grew more confident, realizing that courage was not the absence of fear, but the decision to move forward in spite of it. As twilight draped the forest in shades of lavender and indigo, Thistle led Finn to the heart of the woods, a serene glade where the air was filled with the soothing hum of nature's lullaby. Here the stars began to twinkle like 1,000 tiny lanterns. "Your journey has brought you wisdom and courage," Thistle said softly. "Remember, the world is full of wonders for those who are willing to explore." Finn nodded, feeling a warm glow of gratitude and fulfillment. As the first star of the evening winked down from the sky, Finn knew it was time to return home, carrying the lessons of the Whispering Woods in their heart. With a heartfelt farewell to Thistle and the magical realm, Finn made their way back to the village. The path home felt shorter, each step lighter, as if the woods had given Finn a gift far greater than any treasure. As Finn climbed the hill and the village came into view, the lights of home twinkling in the distance, a sense of peace and contentment enveloped them. The adventure had opened their heart and mind to the wonders of the world, reminding them that with courage and curiosity, even the unknown could be a friend. That night, as Finn lay beneath the cozy quilt, the gentle rustle of the Whispering Woods echoed in their dreams, a lullaby of discovery and friendship. And as the moon cast its gentle glow upon the sleeping village, Finn knew that the heart of an explorer would always find its way home. Story 11. In the gentle embrace of a sleepy village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, the night sky lay like a velvet cloak studded with twinkling stars. Here, in a quaint cobblestone cottage, surrounded by the rich scent of blooming jasmine, lived a young girl named Leora. Her hair was as dark as the midnight sky, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder. Leora had always felt a deep connection to the land around her, though she never quite understood why. Her grandmother, a wise and gentle soul, often spoke of their family's ancient roots, telling tales of ancestors who once walked these lands, their footsteps echoing through time. These stories were filled with shimmering lakes and towering oaks, with the rustle of leaves, whispering secrets of the past. One particularly moonlit night, as the fire crackled softly in the hearth, Leora's grandmother handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box was old, its surface worn smooth by the hands of time, and it seemed to hum with a quiet, mysterious energy. "My dear," her grandmother said, her voice as soothing as the gentle patter of rain on the roof, "this has been passed down through generations. It is time for you to uncover our family's legacy." With trembling hands, Leora opened the box to find a delicate silver pendant resting on a bed of deep green velvet. The pendant was shaped like a leaf, etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the firelight. As she touched it, A warmth spread through her fingers, and for a moment she felt as if she could hear the soft murmur of the forest. "This pendant," her grandmother continued, "is said to hold the wisdom of our ancestors. It is a reminder that we are part of something much larger than ourselves, connected to the world around us." Curious to learn more about the pendant and her heritage, Leora decided to explore the surrounding woods the next day. The morning sun cast soft golden rays across the landscape as she set out, the pendant nestled safely against her heart. As she wandered deeper into the forest, Leora marveled at the vibrant tapestry of colors that surrounded her. The trees stood tall and proud, their leaves murmuring secrets to the wind. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a melody that danced through the air. It was in this tranquil setting that Leora felt a sense of belonging she had never experienced before. Each step seemed to echo with the footsteps of those who had come before her, their presence as real as the dappled sunlight on her skin. Suddenly, Leora stumbled upon a clearing where a circle of ancient stones stood, their surfaces covered in moss and lichen. In the center of the circle lay a small pool of water, clear and still as a mirror. It was said that this was a sacred place, known only to those who carried the pendant. As Leora knelt by the pool, she noticed her reflection shimmering on the surface. But as she looked closer, her reflection began to shift and change, revealing glimpses of the past. She saw faces of her ancestors, their eyes filled with the same curiosity and wonder that she felt. They were planting seeds, tending to the earth, and celebrating the cycles of nature with joy and reverence. In that moment, Leora understood the significance of her heritage. Her ancestors had lived in harmony with the land, respecting its gifts and nurturing its beauty. They had passed down their knowledge and wisdom, woven into the very fabric of the world around her. With a newfound sense of purpose, Leora vowed to honor their legacy by cherishing and protecting the land she called home. She would listen to the whispers of the trees, learn from the wisdom of the earth, and carry the stories of her ancestors in her heart. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora made her way back to the village. The pendant around her neck seemed to glow softly, a beacon of light guiding her path. She felt a profound sense of peace, knowing that she was part of an unbroken chain, connected to the past and the future. Back in the warmth of her cottage, her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile. "You have discovered your place in the world, haven't you?" she asked softly. Leora nodded, her heart full of gratitude and love. She curled up beside her grandmother, the fire crackling gently, and felt the comforting weight of the pendant against her chest. She knew that she would carry the lessons of her ancestors with her always, a reminder of the beauty and strength that came from understanding and embracing her roots. And as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky once more, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of the ancient legacy that had become her guiding light. Story 12. In the heart of a vast and whispering forest, where the canopy soared high and the earth carpeted itself in a quilt of moss and fern, there lived a community of creatures who thrived in the delicate dance of nature. The forest was a place where sunlight filtered through the leaves like liquid gold, dappling the forest floor with warmth and light. The air was perfumed with the scent of pine and earth, mingling with the sweet chorus of birdsong that filled the morning air. Among the forest's many inhabitants was a wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle's shell was etched with patterns as intricate as the rings of an ancient tree, telling stories of seasons past. His eyes, deep and knowing, reflected the gentle wisdom he had gathered over countless years spent roaming the forest pathways. Thistle's friends included Bramble, a sprightly squirrel with fur as soft as autumn leaves, and Luna, a gentle deer whose grace was matched only by her kindness. Together, they shared their days exploring the wonders of their woodland home. In the spring, when the forest awoke from its wintry slumber, the air was alive with the delicate scent of blossoming wildflowers. The trio would wander through meadows painted in hues of lavender and gold, listening to the symphony of bees that danced from flower to flower. As summer unfolded, the forest transformed into a lush sanctuary, the trees donning thick robes of green. The air was thick with the scent of ripening berries, and Thistle, Bramble, and Luna would gather beneath the cool shade of the ancient oaks. There, they would share stories of old, tales of the forest's history, and the lessons learned from its ever-changing rhythms. But it was the autumn that held the forest in the deepest enchantment. The leaves turned to brilliant shades of amber and crimson, a fiery display that dazzled the woodland creatures. The crisp air carried the earthy aroma of fallen leaves, and the forest floor crunched softly beneath their feet as they journeyed to the heart of the forest, where an ancient oak known as the grandfather tree stood watch over the land. The grandfather tree was the oldest and wisest of all the trees, its gnarled branches stretching towards the sky as if in silent conversation with the stars. Beneath its sprawling canopy, Thistle, Bramble, and Luna would gather, seeking guidance from the ancient tree. It was said that the grandfather tree held the secrets of the forest's harmony, a balance that ensured all creatures lived in peace with nature. As the seasons turned, a mysterious change began to ripple through the forest. The winds grew restless, whispering secrets that hinted at an imbalance. The streams that once bubbled joyously began to slow, and the wildflowers bloomed less vibrantly. The forest, once a symphony of life, seemed to falter in its song. Concerned for their home, Thistle, Bramble, and Luna turned to the grandfather tree for answers. Beneath its towering presence, they listened as the tree spoke in a voice like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. The forest is a living tapestry, woven together by countless threads, the grandfather tree explained. When one thread is pulled too tightly or left to fray, the entire fabric is affected. The balance has shifted, and it is up to you, my dear friends, to restore it. Determined to help, the trio set out on a journey through the forest. They visited the wise owl who roosted in the highest branches of the tallest pine, seeking her counsel. The owl, with eyes as sharp as the moonlit night, advised them to observe and listen to the forest itself. As they traveled, they noticed how the river had carved a new path, its waters now rushing with an urgency that spoke of change. The winds carried seeds from distant lands, planting foreign flowers that struggled to find their place in the forest. And the animals, once harmonious in their routines, seemed disoriented, as though their instincts had been led astray. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in shades of rose and indigo, Thistle, Bramble, and Luna gathered by a quiet pond. The water mirrored the twilight, and as they gazed into its depths, Thistle spoke with a voice as steady and calming as the pond itself. "We must remember the lessons of the grandfather tree," he said. "The forest is not just a place. It is a living being, connected by every leaf and stream, every creature and stone. To restore balance, we must remind the forest of its own wisdom." With renewed purpose, they set to work. Bramble, nimble and quick, scampered through the treetops, spreading the seeds of native plants that would bring back the balance of blooms. Luna, with her gentle touch, guided the animals back to their familiar paths, helping them rediscover their natural rhythms. And Thistle, with his deep understanding of the earth, whispered stories to the river, encouraging its waters to flow gently and steadily once more. As the days passed, the forest slowly began to heal. The river settled into a graceful course, its waters sparkling under the dappled sunlight. The wildflowers returned in a vibrant array of colors, painting the forest floor with life. And the animals, feeling the harmony restored, once again moved with grace and purpose. One crisp autumn morning, when the forest was wrapped in a misty embrace, the trio returned to the grandfather tree. The ancient oak stood proud and knowing, its branches swaying softly in the breeze. As they gathered beneath its boughs, the tree spoke once more, its voice a gentle rustle that filled the air with warmth. "You have done well, my friends," the grandfather tree said. "The forest sings once more, a testament to the harmony that can be achieved when we listen to the wisdom of the earth." With hearts full of gratitude, Thistle, Bramble, and Luna thanked the ancient tree. They knew that the balance of the forest would always be a delicate dance, requiring care and attention from all who called it home. As the sun set on the forest, casting a golden glow over the land, the trio rested beneath the grandfather tree. The air was filled with the soothing sounds of the forest, a lullaby of crickets and the gentle rustling of leaves. Wrapped in the warmth of friendship and the peace of the forest, They closed their eyes, knowing that they were part of something timeless and magical. And so, in the heart of that ancient forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the creatures of the woodland lived in harmony, guided by the wisdom of the earth and the enduring strength of their friendship. Story 13. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, a young woman named Leora lived in a cottage that overlooked a shimmering lake. This lake, known as the Mirror Lake, was legendary for its ethereal beauty, especially at dawn when the first light of day painted its surface with hues of rose and gold. But Leora rarely noticed its beauty, for she was caught in the throes of uncertainty and restlessness. Leora had always been reluctant to embrace change. The familiar rhythm of her days provided comfort, yet as the seasons turned, she felt an unspoken yearning within her, a whisper of something more that she could neither name nor ignore. She spent her mornings tending to her garden, her afternoons weaving at the loom in the warmth of the sun-dappled room, and her evenings reading by the fireplace. Yet as each day passed, a sense of incompleteness lingered like a shadow. One crisp autumn evening, as leaves swirled in a dance of fiery colors, Leora sat by the hearth, the crackling fire casting a gentle glow over the pages of her book. Her mind wandered from the words, drawn instead to the soft whispers of the woods outside. They seemed to beckon her, promising secrets and solace. With a sigh, she closed the book and stepped outside, the cool air wrapping around her like a comforting shawl. As she wandered closer to the forest's edge, she noticed a peculiar light flickering among the trees. Curiosity piqued, Leora followed the light deeper into the woods. The path was soft underfoot, blanketed with leaves that crunched gently with each step. The air was fragrant with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet aroma of pine. The light led her to a clearing where a circle of ancient stones stood, their surfaces etched with runes that glimmered faintly in the moonlit night. In the center of this circle hovered a delicate, shimmering creature, a sylph, translucent and ethereal, her wings like gossamer spun from moonbeams. "Welcome, Leora," the sylph said, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "I am Ayla, keeper of this grove. It is time for you to discover your true self." Taken aback but comforted by the sylph's serene presence, Leora hesitated. "I don't know if I'm ready," she admitted, her voice tangled with doubt. Ayla smiled gently. "Change is the essence of life, dear one. To grow, you must learn to dance with its ebb and flow. Let me show you the world as it can be." With a graceful motion, Ayla waved her hand, and the stones around them began to glow. The air shimmered, and Leora felt herself surrounded by a soft luminescence. The clearing transformed into a vibrant tableau of life's possibilities, flowers blooming in radiant colors, trees reaching skyward with new leaves, and creatures moving with joy and freedom. Leora watched in awe, the vision awakening something inside her, a sense of wonder and the realization that change could indeed be beautiful. Yet she felt a knot of fear within her chest, the fear of stepping into the unknown. Sensing her hesitation, Ayla summoned a gentle breeze that carried the scent of lavender and chamomile. "Change need not be faced alone," the sylph reassured. "You have friends who walk beside you, even when the path is unclear." It was then that Leora noticed two familiar figures stepping into the clearing. Her friends, Rowan and Anwin, who had always been by her side. Rowan, with his warm smile and wise eyes, and Anwin, whose laughter was like a balm to the soul. "We were worried about you," Rowan said softly, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "We knew you'd find your way here when you were ready." Anwin nodded, her eyes sparkling with encouragement. "We've been on our own journeys too, Leora. It's okay to be afraid, but remember, the first step is always the hardest, and we're here with you." As Leora stood between her friends, the warmth of their presence enveloping her, she felt her fears begin to dissipate like morning mist in the sun. She realized that while the path of change was uncertain, it was also filled with potential for growth and discovery. With the support of her friends and the gentle guidance of Ayla, she could find the courage to embrace it. Taking a deep breath, Leora looked at the sylph. "I'm ready to learn," she said, her voice steady with newfound resolve. Ayla's eyes twinkled with approval. "Then let the journey begin," she said, her wings shimmering as she guided Leora and her friends through the forest. As they walked, the woods came alive with magic. Leora learned to see the world through new eyes, a world where change was not to be feared, but to be welcomed as a catalyst for transformation. The trees whispered stories of the past, the streams sang of renewal, and the stars above shimmered with the promise of endless possibilities. Days turned into weeks, and as Leora embraced the changes within and around her, she discovered a strength she never knew she had. Her garden bloomed with vibrant life, reflecting the newfound vitality in her heart. Her loom spun stories of hope and renewal, threads weaving together the tapestry of her journey. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with shades of lavender and gold, Leora stood at the edge of Mirror Lake. The water mirrored her reflection back at her, a woman transformed not just by magic, but by the power of growth and friendship. Ayla appeared beside her, a gentle smile on her lips. "You have come far, Leora," she said. "Remember, the journey of transformation is ongoing, but you are never alone." Leora nodded, gratitude swelling within her. She knew she had much to learn, but the fear that once held her back was now replaced by an eagerness to explore the wonders life had to offer. As she gazed across the lake, she saw not just her reflection, but the reflection of the world she was creating, one of beauty, change, and endless potential. And so, with a heart full of hope and the support of cherished friends, Leora embraced the magic of transformation, knowing that each step forward was a step towards a future filled with light and love. As the gentle breeze whispered through the trees and the stars twinkled above, Leora found peace in the journey, her spirit soaring with the promise of all that was yet to come. Story 14. Once upon a time, nestled within the heart of an ancient forest, there lay a secluded glade where the verdant canopy of leaves whispered secrets of the ages. In this glade, the air was perpetually sweet, with the scent of moss and wildflowers, and the gentle hum of life filled every nook and cranny. It was a sanctuary where the natural world and magic danced together in harmony, a place where the boundaries between the seen and unseen gently wove together like threads in a tapestry. Dewdrops clung to the leaves like tiny jewels at the break of dawn, refracting the sun's first rays into a myriad of colors that painted the forest floor in hues of gold and emerald. Here the creatures of the forest lived in a delicate balance, each playing a role in the grand tapestry of life. Among them were the gentle deer, whose soft eyes reflected the wisdom of the woods, the industrious squirrels who scurried about gathering acorns for the colder months, and the wise old owl perched high in the ancient oak, who had seen the cycles of many seasons come and go. One such morning, as the mist began to lift from the forest floor, a delicate fox with a coat as red as autumn leaves emerged from her den. Her name was Fiera, and she was known throughout the glade for her keen sense of curiosity and an unyielding spirit. Fiera had often heard the elder creatures speak of the enchanted spring, a mystical pool where the waters were said to mirror the skies and reveal the secrets of the forest. It was a place whispered about in hushed tones, for it held the power to maintain the delicate balance of nature. Fiera's heart yearned to find this spring, not out of ambition, but out of a sincere desire to understand the world she called home. With a gentle resolve, she set out on her quest, her paws patting softly against the carpet of leaves, each footfall a silent promise of her determination. As she journeyed deeper into the forest, Fiera encountered her friend, a wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle had a shell mottled with patterns like that of ancient stones, and his eyes twinkled with the knowledge of many lifetimes. Seeing Fiera's determination, he nodded sagely and spoke in a voice like the rustle of leaves. "To find the enchanted spring, dear Fiera," Thistle began, "you must listen to the whispers of the wind and follow the path less traveled. Trust in the guidance of the forest itself, for it holds the wisdom of generations." Fiera thanked Thistle and continued on her way, her senses attuned to the subtle cues of the forest. She listened to the songs of the birds, whose melodies seemed to guide her steps. She observed the patterns of sunlight filtering through the branches, leading her onward. As the day wore on, she came upon a clearing where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the sound of a gentle brook babbling over smooth stones. Here she paused to rest, her gaze lingering on the play of light upon the water's surface. It was then that she noticed a group of butterflies, their wings shimmering with every color imaginable, dancing in the warm afternoon sun. They flitted gracefully around her, as if inviting her to join their dance. Fiera watched them with delight, and in their joyful flight, she saw a reflection of the harmony she sought. As evening descended, casting the forest in shades of twilight blue, Fiera's journey brought her to a dense thicket of ferns. The air was cool and carried the earthy aroma of the forest floor, a comforting scent that wrapped around her like a gentle embrace. Here, nestled within the ferns, she found a narrow path, almost hidden from view, leading deeper into the heart of the forest. Guided by an unseen hand, Fiera followed the path, her heart buoyed by the knowledge that she was drawing closer to her goal. The path wound through towering trees and beneath arches of intertwined branches, until at last she found herself standing before a glistening pool. The enchanted spring. The spring was exactly as the stories had described, a serene mirror that reflected not only the sky above, but also the soul of the forest itself. The water shimmered with an ethereal glow, and as Fiera gazed into its depths, she felt a profound sense of peace settle over her. Kneeling at the edge of the spring, Fiera watched as the water began to ripple, forming images that danced across its surface. She saw visions of the forest's past, of seasons turning like the pages of a book, each cycle bringing new life and new challenges. She saw the harmony that existed between the creatures of the forest and the magic that flowed through every leaf and branch. In that moment, Fiera understood the true essence of the enchanted spring. It was not merely a source of magic, but a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things, a testament to the wisdom passed down through generations. It was a place where the lessons of the past were preserved, guiding the present and shaping the future. With newfound understanding, Fiera rose to her feet, her heart full of gratitude and wonder. She knew that the balance of the forest was maintained not by any one creature or magic, but by the collective efforts and harmony of all who dwelled within it. It was a lesson she would carry with her always, a gentle reminder that even the smallest actions could ripple outward and touch the lives of many. As Fiera made her way back through the forest, the stars began to twinkle like silver lanterns in the night sky, casting a soft glow over the land. The forest, in all its timeless beauty, embraced her return with open arms, a silent promise that its secrets and wisdom would always be there for those who sought them with an open heart. And so, as the gentle night enfolded the forest in its embrace, Fiera returned to her den, her spirit alight with the knowledge and harmony she had discovered. The ancient forest, with its hidden lives and magical wonders, continued its eternal dance, a symphony of life in perfect balance. In the heart of the glade, beneath the whispering leaves and starlit sky, a sense of peace and contentment reigned, a testament to the enduring harmony of the natural world and the wisdom of those who walked its paths before. Story 15. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a curious little house shaded by an ancient oak tree. The house, with its faded blue shutters and garden filled with wild lavender, belonged to a kind-hearted woman named Clara. Clara was known throughout Willowbrook for her warm smile and gentle ways, and her home was a sanctuary for all creatures, great and small. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced in the breeze, Clara decided to tidy up her attic, a place she hadn't explored in many years. As she climbed the creaky wooden stairs, the scent of old books and forgotten memories filled the air. Sunlight filtered through a small window, casting a gentle glow over the dust-covered treasures that lay hidden beneath layers of time. As Clara sifted through boxes of old letters and faded photographs, she stumbled upon a peculiar object. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box that seemed to hum softly when touched, as if whispering secrets of its own. Curious, Clara carefully opened the lid and found a delicate, shimmering key nestled inside. The key was unlike anything she had ever seen. It glimmered with an ethereal light, shifting colors as it caught the rays of the sun. Clara felt a strange warmth spread through her fingertips as she held it, as if the key were speaking to her heart. Later that evening, as the sky blushed with the hues of twilight, Clara sat by the crackling fireplace, the mysterious key resting on her lap. Her cat, Whiskers, curled up beside her, purring softly as if sensing the magic of the moment. Clara pondered the key's purpose, feeling a gentle tug within her soul, urging her to uncover its secrets. The following day, Clara decided to visit the village elder, a wise old man named Finn, who was known for his vast knowledge of the world's mysteries. Finn lived at the edge of Willowbrook, in a cottage surrounded by a flourishing garden of herbs and flowers. As Clara approached, she was greeted by the sweet scent of chamomile and mint. Finn was in his garden, tending to the plants with the care of a doting father. He looked up with a twinkle in his eye and welcomed Clara with open arms. "Ah, Clara, what brings you to my humble abode on this fine day?" Finn asked, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. Clara explained her discovery, showing Finn the magical key. As he held it, his eyes widened in awe. "This, my dear, is no ordinary key. It is said that such keys are born from the dreams of the world, holding the power to unlock the doors to hidden realms." Intrigued, Clara asked, "But how do I find the door it unlocks?" Finn smiled gently. "The door may not be a physical one. Sometimes the key is meant to open a path within us, to guide us on a journey of the heart." That night, as Clara lay in bed, she pondered Finn's words. The key rested on her bedside table, casting a soft glow in the darkness. She drifted into a peaceful sleep, lulled by the gentle rustling of leaves outside her window. In her dreams, Clara found herself in a lush, enchanted forest, where the trees whispered secrets and the air was alive with magic. She wandered through the woodland, the key in her hand guiding her through the winding paths. Along her journey, Clara met a merry band of woodland creatures, Lila the wise owl, Oliver the playful fox, and Benny the gentle deer. Each shared their wisdom and kindness, helping Clara see the beauty and wonder in the world around her. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, Clara and her new friends gathered by a sparkling brook. The water sang a melody of serenity, and Clara's heart felt light and free. Lila, perched on a low-hanging branch, spoke softly. "Clara, sometimes the greatest journey is the one that leads us to understand our own heart." Oliver, with his mischievous grin, added, "Magic is not always about what you can see, but what you feel." Benny nodded, his gentle eyes full of warmth. "And you, dear Clara, have a heart full of magic." As the stars began to twinkle above, Clara realized that the key had unlocked something precious within her, a deep appreciation for the simple joys of life and the understanding that true magic lies in kindness and friendship. When Clara awoke the next morning, the forest dream lingered in her mind, like the sweet scent of morning dew. She felt a newfound peace within her, a gentle strength that she knew would guide her through the days to come. Clara decided to share her journey with the villagers, inviting them to her home for an evening of stories and laughter by the fireside. As the villagers gathered, the warmth of friendship filled the little house, and Clara's heart swelled with gratitude. The magical key, now resting in a place of honor on her mantle, served as a reminder of her journey, a journey that had opened her heart to the wonders of the world and the beauty of connection. And so, in the cozy village of Willowbrook, under the watchful branches of the ancient oak, Clara's story became a cherished tale, passed down through generations, a gentle reminder that the most extraordinary magic can often be found within ourselves. With each telling, the story of the shimmering key and the journey of the heart continued to inspire kindness, wisdom, and a little bit of wonder in all who heard it. And in the glow of the crackling fireplace, where dreams and reality intertwined, the village of Willowbrook flourished, a place where magic lived in every heart. Story 16. In the heart of the verdant valley, where the meadows were as lush and green as emeralds, and the skies sparkled with the laughter of dancing stars, there lay a quaint little village known as Whimsy Wood. This village was unlike any other, as it was inhabited by the most peculiar and delightful creatures you could ever imagine. At the heart of Whimsy Wood stood the Giggleberry Inn, a cozy establishment made entirely of gingerbread and candy canes, where the windows glowed with a soft, inviting light. The inn was run by a jolly gnome named Mr. Twinkletop, whose beard was as fluffy as freshly spun cotton candy and whose eyes twinkled like the morning dew. Mr. Twinkletop had a special knack for making everyone feel at home. whether they were a weary traveler or a local resident just popping by for a cup of his famous hot chocolate topped with a mountain of marshmallows. His secret ingredient, a pinch of giggle dust, ensured that anyone who sipped his cocoa would be filled with warmth and joy. In this magical village, there lived a group of friends, each with their own delightful quirks. There was Pippin, a sprightly pixie with hair the color of autumn leaves, who loved to paint the petals of flowers with hues no one had ever seen before. Then there was Fergus, a plump little brownie with a penchant for baking the fluffiest scones, his apron forever dusted with flour and his pockets always full of sugar cubes. Their merry band also included Luna, a graceful moonbeam fairy who could weave dreams into her silken wings, creating blankets of stardust to comfort those who needed a peaceful slumber. Completing the group was Tilly, a wise old tortoise with a shell adorned in tiny glistening jewels, who always had a story to tell, each more enchanting than the last. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced to the tune of the wind, a peculiar problem arose in Whimsy Wood that set the entire village abuzz. The Giggleberry Inn's giggle dust had mysteriously disappeared, leaving Mr. Twinkletop's hot chocolate tasting rather ordinary and his usual cheerful patrons feeling a tad less jolly. This was indeed a conundrum, for giggle dust was not something one could simply find lying about. It was known to be sprinkled from the sparkly tails of the elusive laughing larks, mischievous birds that flitted about the forest, known for their melodious chirps and their love of a good jest. Pippin, Fergus, Luna, and Tilly gathered at the Giggleberry Inn, determined to solve this delightful mystery. As they sat around a table covered in a checkered cloth, sipping their now giggle-free cocoa, they put their heads together to concoct a plan. "We must find the laughing larks," declared Pippin, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "But they are tricksters and will not give up their giggle dust easily." "Perhaps we can bake them a treat," suggested Fergus, wiping a smudge of chocolate from his nose. "Everyone loves my scones, and maybe they will too." "Or we could offer them a moonlit dance," Luna added thoughtfully, her wings shimmering as if kissed by the stars. Tilly, who had been listening quietly, nodded sagely. "All wonderful ideas, my dear friends, but let us not forget the power of friendship and kindness. Perhaps we can simply ask them for their help." With their plan in place, the friends set off into the heart of the enchanted forest, where the laughing larks were known to dwell. The forest was a place of wonder, with trees that whispered secrets and streams that sang sweet lullabies. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they came across a peculiar sight, a circle of mushrooms where a group of laughing larks were having a merry time, playing a game of hide-and-seek among the branches. Pippin, being the bravest, stepped forward and called out to the birds. "Hello there, laughing larks. We come in peace and with a request." The larks paused in their game, their eyes twinkling with mischief. "And what might you ask of us, little pixie?" chirped one, tilting its head curiously. "Our village is in need of your giggle dust," Pippin explained. "Without it, the joy that fills our days feels a bit hollow." The larks conferred among themselves in a flurry of chirps and tweets, clearly amused by the request. After a moment, the leader of the larks, a particularly vibrant bird with feathers of every color imaginable, spoke up. "We shall help you," it said with a playful glint in its eye. "But first, you must make us laugh." Fergus, ever the showman, stepped forward with a grin. He pulled a doughy ball from his pocket and began to knead it with nimble fingers. As he worked, the dough transformed into a series of comedic shapes, a wobbly jelly bean, a dancing donut, a giggling gingerbread man, all of which elicited trills of laughter from the larks. Luna followed suit, performing a graceful dance in the air, her wings casting a kaleidoscope of colors that dazzled and delighted the birds. Even Tilly joined in, telling a humorous tale of a turtle who tried to fly, causing the larks to flutter about in fits of laughter. Amidst the merriment, Pippin produced her paintbrush, dipping it into the hues of the autumn leaves, and painted a mural on a nearby tree, a whimsical scene of the laughing larks themselves, captured mid-laughter. The larks were so charmed and entertained by the performance that they showered the friends with a generous flurry of giggle dust, their laughter echoing through the forest like a melody of joy. With the giggle dust safely collected, The friends thanked the laughing larks and made their way back to Whimsy Wood, their hearts light and their spirits high. Upon their return, Mr. Twinkletop was overjoyed, and with a swift sprinkle of the magical dust, the Giggleberry Inn was once again filled with laughter and warmth. The villagers gathered to celebrate, sipping their giggle-infused cocoa and sharing stories of the day's adventures. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of gold and purple, Pippin, Fergus, Luna, and Tilly sat by the fireplace, basking in the glow of their newfound friendship with the laughing larks. In the heart of Whimsy Wood, where magic was as abundant as kindness, the friends knew that no matter the challenge, creativity and camaraderie would always light their way. And as they drifted into happy dreams, the gentle rustle of the trees and the soft chirping of the laughing larks lulled them into a peaceful slumber, promising more whimsical adventures to come. Story 17. Title: The Whispers of the Willow. In the tranquil village of Alderwood, where the morning sun kissed the dew-laden meadows, there lay a secret known only to a few. Nestled at the edge of the village was an ancient willow tree, its branches cascading like a verdant waterfall, brushing against the earth with a gentle rustle. This willow was no ordinary tree. It was whispered among the villagers that it held the power to reveal hidden paths and worlds unseen. The tale begins on a crisp autumn day, when the air was laced with the scent of ripe apples, and the sky was a brilliant tapestry of blues and golds. In this picturesque setting lived a young girl named Leora, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky itself. Leora had always felt a peculiar pull towards the willow, often finding herself wandering to its base, her fingers tracing the grooves of its time-worn bark. One particular morning, as the village lay cocooned in a veil of mist, Leora slipped away from her chores, her heart racing with a mix of excitement and trepidation. She carried with her a small lantern, its warm glow casting a halo around her as she approached the willow. Today, she felt, was the day she would uncover its secrets. As she neared the tree, a soft whisper floated through the air, gentle as a lullaby. The willow's branches swayed, though there was no wind, as if beckoning her closer. Leora reached out, her hand trembling slightly, and touched one of the hanging tendrils. Instantly, she felt a tingling sensation spread through her fingers, as if the tree was communicating its ancient wisdom. "Fear not, young seeker," a voice seemed to murmur, though no one else was in sight. Leora's heart skipped a beat, but the voice was soothing, like the comforting embrace of a loved one. "You have been chosen to embark on a journey beyond the veil of the known." With those words, the ground beneath the willow shimmered, revealing a hidden path that spiraled downwards into the earth. Leora hesitated for a moment, but her curiosity urged her forward. Taking a deep breath, she stepped onto the path, the world above fading into a hazy memory as she descended into the unknown. The air grew cooler as she ventured deeper, and soon she found herself in a cavern bathed in a soft, ethereal light. The walls were adorned with luminescent moss, casting a gentle glow that illuminated her way. As Leora walked, she marveled at the beauty surrounding her, each step resonating with a quiet echo. Her journey led her to a hidden world, a place where the line between reality and magic blurred into a seamless tapestry. Here, the air was alive with the melody of unseen creatures, and the ground was carpeted with flowers that shimmered like stardust. In this enchanted realm, Leora felt a sense of wonder that she had never known before. As she wandered, she encountered a peculiar sight, a small creature with fur as soft as clouds and eyes that sparkled like the night sky. It was a creature of pure whimsy, its presence both comforting and intriguing. The creature approached her with a playful hop, its tiny tail twitching with excitement. "Hello there," Leora greeted, her voice filled with warmth. "Are you from this magical place?" The creature nodded, its eyes twinkling with mischief. "I am a guardian of this realm," it replied in a voice that was as light as a breeze. "And you, dear traveler, have been granted the gift of sight beyond sight." Leora's heart swelled with gratitude and awe. "What is this place?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "This is the land of whispers," the creature explained, "a world hidden within your own, where dreams and reality intertwine. Here, you will find the answers you seek and discover the true strength of your spirit." With the creature as her guide, Leora explored the land of whispers, each step revealing wonders beyond her wildest imagination. She learned of the delicate balance that sustained this hidden world, the harmony between nature and the unseen forces that shaped it. Along the way, she encountered other guardians, each with their own unique gifts and wisdom to share. As days turned into nights, Leora found herself growing stronger, her heart embracing the lessons of the land. She discovered the power of friendship in the most unexpected places, forging bonds with the guardians and learning to see the world through their eyes. With each new experience, her understanding of herself deepened, and she began to realize her own potential. But as with all journeys, Leora's time in the Land of Whispers was not without its challenges. One evening, as the sky turned to a tapestry of stars, the creature approached her, its demeanor more somber than before. "Dear Leora," it began, "a shadow has fallen over our realm, a darkness that seeks to disrupt the harmony we cherish. It is a test of courage and wisdom, one that only you can face." Leora felt a shiver run down her spine, but the creature's words ignited a fire within her. "What must I do?" she asked, determination shining in her eyes. "The darkness lies in the heart of the enchanted forest," the creature explained. "There you will find the source of its power. But remember, it is not through force that you will succeed, but through understanding and compassion." With a nod of resolve, Leora set out towards the forest, her lantern casting a warm glow that pierced the shadows. The journey was fraught with obstacles, gnarled roots that seemed to reach out, and whispers that sought to sow doubt in her mind. But Leora pressed on, her heart guided by the lessons she had learned. At the heart of the forest she found the source of the darkness, a swirling vortex of shadow, pulsating with a malevolent energy. But rather than fear, Leora felt a deep sense of empathy for the darkness, understanding that it was born of loneliness and misunderstanding. With gentle steps, she approached the vortex, her voice calm and soothing. "You are not alone," she whispered, her words carrying the warmth of friendship. "Let us find a way to bring light into your world." As her words echoed through the forest, the darkness began to waver, the shadows receding like mist before the sun. In that moment, Leora understood the true power of the Land of Whispers, the ability to see beyond the surface and embrace the light within. With the darkness dispelled, the forest was transformed, its beauty restored to its former glory. The guardians rejoiced, their gratitude evident in their joyful cries. Leora knew that she had not only saved the hidden world, but had also discovered the strength within herself. Her journey complete, Leora returned to the willow, her heart full of the wisdom and love she had gained. As she emerged from the hidden path, the village of Alderwood came into view, its familiar sights welcoming her home. Though her adventure had come to an end, the lessons of the Land of Whispers remained with her, a reminder that true strength lay not in force, but in understanding and compassion. And so, as the sun set over Alderwood, Leora sat beneath the ancient willow, her heart at peace. She knew that the world was filled with magic, both seen and unseen, and that she was forever a part of its wondrous tapestry. The whispers of the willow sang softly in the breeze, a lullaby of dreams and possibilities, as Leora drifted into a gentle slumber, cradled by the warmth of friendship and the light of newfound wisdom. Story 18. Title: The Whispering Woods and the Locket of Echoes. In the quaint village of Elderglen, nestled at the edge of the vast Whispering Woods, a young boy named Aiden lived in a snug, ivy-clad cottage with his grandmother. The cottage, with its thatched roof and window boxes bursting with brightly colored geraniums, was the heart of warmth and comfort. Inside, the scent of fresh bread mingled with the earthy aroma of burning logs in the stone fireplace, creating a haven from the chill of the outside world. Aiden's grandmother, with her silver hair tied neatly in a bun and eyes that twinkled like stars, told him stories of the mysterious woods where ancient secrets slumbered beneath the canopy of leaves. Aiden was a curious child, his heart brimming with wonder about the world beyond what he could see. He spent his days exploring the meadows and streams, his imagination soaring with the tales his grandmother spun. But it was the Whispering Woods that intrigued him the most, a place where the trees seemed to murmur to one another in a language only they understood. One crisp autumn morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of gold and rose, Aiden's grandmother presented him with a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its lid was adorned with delicate patterns of entwined vines and blossoms. Inside the box lay a locket, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. "This," she said softly, "is the Locket of Echoes. It holds the power to hear the voices of the forest. It once belonged to your grandfather, a guardian of these woods." Aiden's eyes widened with awe as he gently lifted the locket from its velvet bed. The metal was cool against his skin, and as he clasped it around his neck, he felt a strange sensation, as if a gentle breeze had whispered secrets into his ear. "With this locket," his grandmother continued, "you can communicate with the forest. But remember, with great power comes great responsibility. Use it wisely, my dear." The boy nodded, his heart swelling with a sense of purpose. He felt different, as if he had become part of something much greater than himself. That day, he set out for the Whispering Woods, eager to discover the hidden world within. The woods were a tapestry of vibrant colors as autumn painted the leaves in shades of gold, amber, and crimson. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was filled with the crisp scent of fallen leaves and the faint, sweet fragrance of wildflowers. As Aiden ventured deeper, the familiar world seemed to fade away, replaced by an enchanting realm where time moved differently. With each step, the whispers grew clearer. The trees spoke in hushed tones, their voices a symphony of rustling leaves and creaking branches. Aiden listened intently, his heart pounding with excitement and a tinge of apprehension. "Welcome, young guardian," a voice like the rustle of silk drifted from an ancient oak. "We are the spirits of the forest. We have awaited your arrival." Aiden's eyes widened. "You knew I was coming?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Indeed," replied the oak. "For many years, the forest has been in need of a guardian. Your grandfather once walked these paths, and now it is your turn to protect and learn from us." The boy felt a soft nudge against his leg and looked down to see a fox with a coat like burnished copper, eyes bright with intelligence. "Hello," the fox said, its voice gentle and melodic. "I am Ember, the keeper of secrets. Together we shall explore the mysteries of this place." Ember became Aiden's constant companion, guiding him through the labyrinth of trees and teaching him the language of the forest. Days turned into weeks, and Aiden grew to understand the delicate balance that sustained the woods. He learned to listen to the river's song, to read the stories etched in the bark of ancient trees, and to care for the creatures that called the forest home. Yet, as the seasons turned and winter's chill began to creep through the branches, a shadow loomed over the Whispering Woods. The animals spoke of a blight, a dark force that threatened to unravel the delicate threads of life within the forest. It was a sickness that spread through the trees, leaving them brittle and lifeless. One evening, as snowflakes danced in the twilight, Aiden and Ember gathered with the forest spirits to discuss the growing peril. The air was heavy with worry, and the light of the moon cast long shadows upon the gathering. "We must find the source of this darkness," said an ancient elm, its bark gnarled with age. "If left unchecked, it will consume us all." Aiden felt a resolve harden within him. "I will find it," he declared, determination shining in his eyes. "With the Locket of Echoes and Ember by my side, we will uncover the truth and save the forest." The spirits murmured in agreement, their faith in the young guardian lifting their hearts. The next morning, Aiden set out with Ember, his breath a misty cloud in the frosty air. The forest was silent, the usual chatter of birds and rustle of leaves muted as if in mourning. Aiden followed the whispers of the trees, their voices guiding him to the heart of the forest where the blight had taken hold. The journey was arduous. The path was twisted and overgrown, and the air grew colder with each step. But Aiden pressed on, his resolve unwavering. The Locket of Echoes pulsed with warmth against his chest, filling him with strength and courage. Finally, they arrived at a clearing where the trees stood bare, their bark stripped away to reveal twisted, blackened wood. The ground was cold and hard, and a sense of dread hung in the air. In the center of the clearing lay a stone altar, upon which rested a dark, pulsing orb. "This is it," Ember said, her voice tinged with fear. "The Heart of Shadows. It feeds on the life force of the forest, growing stronger with each passing day." Aiden approached the altar, his heart pounding in his chest. The orb thrummed with dark energy, its surface swirling with malevolent shadows. He reached out, his fingers trembling, and placed the locket of echoes upon the orb. The forest held its breath. As the locket touched the orb, a brilliant light burst forth, illuminating the clearing with a radiant glow. The shadows writhed and twisted, shrieking as they were banished by the light. Aiden felt the power of the locket flowing through him, filling him with warmth and hope. The orb shattered, its fragments dissolving into the earth. A ripple of energy surged through the forest, and the trees began to awaken, their leaves unfurling with renewed life. The blight was vanquished, and the forest was saved. Aiden stood in the clearing, the light of the locket fading to a gentle glow. He turned to Ember, who gazed at him with pride. "You have done it," she said softly. "You have restored balance to the whispering woods." The forest spirits gathered around, their voices a chorus of gratitude and joy. Aiden felt a sense of belonging, a deep connection to the world around him. He knew that the journey had changed him, that he had become part of something much greater than himself. As the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the forest, Aiden and Ember made their way back to the village. The journey had been long and arduous, but the rewards were beyond measure. The forest was alive with the sounds of life, and Aiden knew that he would always be its guardian. Back at the cottage, Aiden's grandmother awaited him with open arms, her eyes shimmering with pride. "You have done well, my dear," she said, embracing him tightly. "Your grandfather would be proud." Aiden smiled, his heart full of warmth and contentment. He knew that the journey was only the beginning, that there were many more adventures to be had and mysteries to uncover. But for now, he was content to be home, surrounded by the love of his family and the whispers of the forest. As night fell and the stars twinkled in the sky, Aiden lay in his bed, the locket of echoes resting against his chest. The gentle lullaby of the forest lulled him to sleep, and he dreamed of the wonders that awaited him in the whispering woods. And so, with the forest at peace and his heart full of hope, Aiden drifted into a restful slumber, knowing that he was part of a world filled with magic and possibility. Story 19. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a little shop known as the Curious Cupboard. This shop was unlike any other, for it was filled with an array of peculiar trinkets and treasures, each with a story of its own. Run by the ever-smiling Mrs. Poppy, a woman with twinkling eyes and a gentle demeanor, the shop was a haven for seekers of the extraordinary. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the breeze, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of baked apples, a young girl named Clara wandered into the Curious Cupboard. Clara, with her auburn curls and curious spirit, had always been drawn to places that promised adventure. Today was no different, as her heart fluttered with the hope of discovering something magical. As Clara meandered through the shop, her fingers traced the outlines of porcelain figurines and dusty tomes. It was then that she stumbled upon an old, ornate mirror tucked away in a corner. The mirror's frame was intricately carved with vines and blossoms, and its glass, though slightly tarnished, seemed to shimmer with a life of its own. Clara felt an inexplicable pull towards it. "Ah, you found the Mirror of Echoes," Mrs. Poppy remarked, appearing suddenly beside Clara. Her voice was as soft as a lullaby. It said to reveal truths and secrets, but only to those who seek them with an open heart. Intrigued, Clara asked, "What kind of truths?" Mrs. Poppy chuckled, a sound like a bubbling brook. "That, my dear, is for you to discover." With a nod of encouragement from Mrs. Poppy, Clara took the mirror home, her mind alight with possibilities. That evening, she sat in her cozy attic room, the mirror propped against a stack of old books. As the moon cast its silvery glow through the window, Clara gazed into the mirror's depths. To her astonishment, the reflection in the mirror began to shift and swirl, as if it were a pond, stirred by a gentle breeze. From within emerged a vision of a path through the forest, lined with lanterns that flickered like stars. Clara knew, deep in her heart, that this was the beginning of a journey she was meant to take. The very next day, with a satchel slung over her shoulder and a determined glint in her eyes, Clara set out for the forest. The path was just as the mirror had shown, winding through towering trees that whispered secrets of ages past. Along the way, she met a host of delightful creatures. A wise old owl named Oliver, who offered guidance with a hoot and a wink. A playful squirrel named Jasper, who scampered about, showing Clara hidden trails and shortcuts. And a gentle deer named Lila, whose calm presence was a balm to Clara's adventurous but occasionally anxious heart. Together, they ventured deeper into the forest, where the air was fragrant with pine and earth, and the sunlight filtered through the leaves in a mosaic of gold and green. As they walked, Clara shared stories and laughter with her newfound friends, their companionship warming her soul. Eventually, they reached a clearing where a grand oak tree stood, its branches sprawling majestically like the arms of an ancient guardian. At the base of the tree lay a stone with strange runes etched upon it. Clara knew this was the challenge the mirror had foretold, a puzzle that required wisdom to unravel. Clara sat before the stone, her mind quieting as she focused on the runes. Her friends gathered around her, each offering insights in their own way. Oliver, with his vast knowledge, suggested looking at the runes from different perspectives. Jasper, ever the curious one, pointed out patterns and connections. Lila, with her serene intuition, encouraged Clara to trust her instincts. Inspired by her companions, Clara saw the solution unfold before her eyes. With gentle fingers, she traced the runes in a sequence that resonated with her heart's understanding. As she did, the stone began to glow softly, and a door hidden within the oak's trunk slowly swung open. With a sense of awe and accomplishment, Clara stepped inside. Within the heart of the tree, she found a small, luminous orb, a token of gratitude from the forest itself, imbued with the magic of truth and clarity. Holding it close, Clara felt a profound sense of peace and connection, not just to the forest, but to herself and her friends. As she emerged from the oak, her friends gathered around, their eyes bright with joy. Together, they made their way back to the village, the path illuminated by the bond they had forged and the wisdom they had shared. Back at home, Clara placed the orb beside the Mirror of Echoes. The reflection in the mirror now showed not just the path she had traveled, but the strength and friendship she had discovered along the way. It was a reminder that the greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the growth and understanding they bring. And so, in the gentle glow of the setting sun, Clara sat by the window, the mirror and the orb casting a comforting light around the room. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, she drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of new adventures to come. In Willowbrook, beneath a sky of twinkling stars, the village slumbered in harmony, cradled by the magic of friendship and the timeless tales of the curious cupboard. Story 20. Title: The Whispering Willow. On the edge of a quaint village, nestled at the foot of the verdant misty mountains, there stood a lone willow tree. Its branches swayed gently even when there was no breeze, and the villagers often spoke of it in hushed whispers, as though it might overhear their secrets. They called it the Whispering Willow, for it was said that the tree harbored ancient wisdom and the ability to communicate with those who listened closely. In the village lived a curious young girl named Leela. Her heart was as warm as the summer sun, and her curiosity knew no bounds. She had honey-brown eyes that twinkled like stars, and a smile that could light up the gloomiest of days. Lila was beloved by everyone, but she harbored a secret longing that she shared with no one. She yearned to embark on an adventure, to discover the hidden wonders of the world beyond her village. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves painted the world in shades of gold and crimson, Lila ventured to the edge of the forest where the Whispering Willow stood. The air was fragrant with the scent of earth and fallen leaves, and the soft rustle of the willow's branches seemed to beckon her closer. Lila approached the tree, her heart fluttering with anticipation. "Hello, Whispering Willow," she greeted softly, her voice barely above a whisper. "I wish to understand the secrets you hold. Can you help me?" To her astonishment, the branches of the willow rustled more vigorously, and a gentle melodic voice filled her mind, like the soft notes of a harp. "Dear Lila," the voice said, "your heart is pure and your intentions kind. I shall share with you a gift, but you must promise to use it wisely." Lila nodded eagerly, her eyes wide with wonder. "I promise," she vowed. At that moment, a single leaf, golden as the autumn sun, drifted down from the tree and landed gracefully in Lila's hands. The leaf glowed with an ethereal light, and as Lila held it, she felt a warm sensation spread through her, as if she were enveloped in a comforting embrace. "This leaf," the whispering willow explained, "will allow you to understand the language of all living things. It is a gift of empathy and understanding. Use it to learn, to grow, and to help those in need." Lila's heart swelled with gratitude and excitement. She thanked the willow and tucked the leaf safely into her pocket, feeling its gentle warmth against her skin. With the magical leaf in her possession, Lila's world transformed in ways she had never imagined. She could understand the playful chatter of the squirrels as they gathered acorns, the joyful songs of the birds as they flitted from branch to branch, and even the gentle murmurs of the river as it wound its way through the forest. Each day, Lila set out to explore the world around her, guided by the voices of nature. She learned of the hidden world beneath the forest canopy, where tiny creatures lived their lives in harmony, each playing a vital role in the delicate balance of the ecosystem. She marveled at the intricate web of friendships and alliances that existed among the animals, plants, and even the elements themselves. One day, as she wandered deeper into the forest, Lila heard a plaintive cry. It was a sound of distress, a call for help. Her heart quickened, and she followed the sound until she came upon a small, wounded fox. Its fur was matted, and it limped painfully, unable to move further. Lila knelt beside the fox, her eyes filled with compassion. "What happened to you?" she asked gently, knowing the fox would understand her. The fox looked up, its eyes reflecting pain and fear. "I was caught in a hunter's trap," it explained weakly. "I managed to escape, but I am hurt and cannot find my way back home." Lila's heart ached for the fox, and she knew she had to help. "Fear not," she said softly. "I will care for you and help you heal." With great care, Lila fashioned a makeshift splint from nearby twigs and soft leaves, gently wrapping it around the fox's injured leg. She stayed by its side, whispering words of comfort and encouragement. Under her tender care, the fox gradually regained its strength. During this time, Lila and the fox formed a deep bond. They shared stories of their lives, their hopes, and their dreams. The fox, whose name was Finn, spoke of the hidden realms of the forest, places of magic and mystery that few ever glimpsed. Lila, in turn, spoke of her village and her longing for adventure. As Finn healed, he guided Lila to the hidden places of the forest. Together, they discovered a secret glen where the air shimmered with the glow of fireflies, a serene pond where the water lilies bloomed in a riot of colors, and a grove where ancient stones stood like sentinels, whispering tales of old. Through their journeys, Lila learned that true adventure lay not in distant lands, but in the connections she forged and the wonders she discovered in her own backyard. She realized that wisdom and friendship were the greatest treasures of all. One day, as they sat by the pond, Finn turned to Lila, his eyes filled with gratitude. "You have given me the gift of healing and friendship," he said. "I wish to give you a gift in return." He led her to a hidden cave, its entrance concealed by a curtain of ivy. Inside, the walls sparkled with crystals that glowed with an inner light, casting rainbows across the stone. In the center of the cave lay a pool of water, clear as glass. "This is the pool of reflection," Finn explained. "It shows not what is, but what might be. Gaze into its depths, and you will see the path your heart truly desires." Lila approached the pool, her heart filled with curiosity and hope. As she gazed into the water, the surface shimmered and shifted, revealing scenes of her future. She saw herself surrounded by friends, both human and animal, working together to protect the forest and its inhabitants. She saw herself teaching others to listen to the whispers of nature and to cherish the world around them. Tears of joy filled Lila's eyes as she realized that her true calling was to be a guardian of the forest, a bridge between her village and the natural world. She turned to Finn, her heart overflowing with gratitude. "Thank you, dear friend," she said, her voice choked with emotion. "You have shown me the path I was meant to walk." Finn nodded, his eyes twinkling with warmth. "You have always had the heart of a guardian, Lila. Now you have the vision to guide you." With newfound purpose, Lila returned to her village, her heart light with joy. She shared her knowledge and experiences with her family and friends, teaching them to listen to the whispers of nature and to respect the delicate balance of life. The village thrived under Lila's guidance, becoming a haven for creatures of all kinds. The whispering willow's branches swayed in approval, its ancient wisdom shared with all who sought to listen. And so Lila's journey transformed her world, not through distant travels, but through the simple act of opening her heart to the wonders around her. Her story became a legend in the village, a tale of kindness, friendship, and the magic that lies in understanding. As the years passed, Lila remained a beloved figure, her adventures inspiring generations to listen to the whispers of the world and to cherish the beauty of nature. Her life was a testament to the power of empathy and the enduring bonds of friendship. And whenever the wind rustled through the leaves of the whispering willow, it carried with it the gentle reminder that true adventure is found not in far-off lands, but in the hearts of those who dare to listen and to love. The end. Story 21. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled amidst rolling hills, there lived a young fox named Corey. Corey's fur was a vibrant shade of russet, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity about the world around her. However, she often found herself anxious and uncertain when faced with change. One crisp autumn morning, Corey ventured into the nearby forest, as she did every day, to forage for food. As she scampered along the familiar paths, she noticed something peculiar, a trail of glimmering dust sparkling in the sunlight. Intrigued, she followed the trail deeper into the forest. The trail led Corey to a clearing where an old, gnarled oak tree stood tall and proud. At the base of the tree sat a wise-looking owl named Galen, his feathers ruffled by the gentle breeze. "Welcome, young Corey," Galen hooted softly. "I've been expecting you." Corey's eyes widened in surprise. "You know my name? How is that possible?" Galen chuckled. "I know many things, my dear. This trail of stardust you followed, it is a path of transformation, and you have been called upon to embark on a journey of personal growth." Corey felt her heart flutter with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. "But I'm not sure if I'm ready for change," she admitted, her voice trembling slightly. Galen nodded understandingly. "Change can be daunting, but it is also inevitable. The world around us is in constant flux, and we must learn to adapt and grow with it." As if on cue, a gentle breeze swept through the clearing, and the stardust swirled around Corey, enveloping her in a warm, shimmering glow. Suddenly, she felt a tingling sensation throughout her body, and her russet fur began to shimmer with streaks of gold. "What's happening to me?" Corey gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. "The stardust is a reflection of your inner journey," Galen explained. "As you embrace change and personal growth, your outer appearance will transform as well." Corey marveled at her newfound shimmer, but she still felt a lingering sense of uncertainty. "I don't know if I can do this alone," she admitted. Galen smiled reassuringly. "You won't be alone, Corey. The forest is filled with friends who will guide and support you along the way." As if on cue, a friendly chipmunk named Chip scampered into the clearing, followed by a gentle doe named Willow. "We're here for you, Corey," Chip squeaked, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Willow nodded, her kind eyes filled with warmth. "We'll be with you every step of the journey." Over the following weeks and months, Corey embarked on a remarkable adventure of self-discovery. With the support of her new friends, she faced her fears and embraced the changes that came her way. Each time Corey overcame a challenge or learned a valuable lesson, the stardust swirled around her, and her shimmer grew brighter and more vibrant. She learned to appreciate the beauty in the changing seasons, the wisdom in letting go of what no longer served her, and the joy of welcoming new experiences. One autumn evening, as Corey gazed up at the starry sky, she realized that her transformation was complete. Her fur now shimmered with a radiant golden glow, a reflection of the inner strength and resilience she had cultivated. With a contented sigh, she turned to Galen, Chip, and Willow, who had been by her side throughout her journey. "Thank you, my friends," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. "Without your guidance and support, I may never have embraced the beauty of change and growth." Galen hooted softly, his wise eyes twinkling. "The journey was yours, Corey. We merely offered encouragement and companionship along the way." Chip scampered up to Corey and nuzzled her affectionately. "We're so proud of you, and we'll always be here for you, no matter what changes life brings." Willow nodded, her gentle eyes shining with warmth. You've blossomed into a beautiful, confident fox, Corey. Your light will inspire others to embrace their own transformations. From that day forward, Corey walked with a newfound grace and confidence, her golden shimmer serving as a reminder of the power of personal growth and the importance of surrounding oneself with supportive friends. And whenever she encountered others struggling with change, she shared her wisdom, encouraging them to embrace the journey with open hearts and minds. Story 22. In the small, quaint town of Willowbrook, nestled between lush, rolling hills and a serene, whispering forest, there existed a legend that had been passed down through generations. This legend spoke of a hidden realm within the heart of the forest, a mystical place untouched by time, where the air shimmered with magic and the trees sang the ancient songs of the earth. The townsfolk, with their simple lives woven into the rhythms of nature, often spoke of it in hushed tones by the fireside, their eyes alight with wonder and a touch of fear. At the edge of the forest, in a cozy, ivy-covered cottage, lived a young girl named Lena. With her curious eyes the color of autumn leaves and a heart brimming with dreams, Lena spent her days exploring the world around her, always on the lookout for something extraordinary. Her grandmother, a wise old woman with silver hair and a kind smile, often regaled her with tales of the hidden world, stories filled with enchantment and mystery. Lena, her grandmother would say, her voice soft and full of warmth, the forest holds secrets beyond our understanding. But remember, it is not a place of fear, but one of wonder. Approach it with respect, and it may reveal its truths to you. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was fragrant with the scent of fallen leaves and the sky a canvas of gold and azure, Lena set out on a new adventure. She donned her favorite knitted scarf, its colors a tapestry of the forest itself, and stepped into the world beyond her garden gate, feeling the soft crunch of leaves beneath her boots. The forest beckoned, its ancient trees standing like guardians at the entrance to a realm unknown to most. As Lena ventured deeper, the familiar sounds of the forest, the rustle of leaves, the chirping of birds, the gentle babble of a nearby brook, became more pronounced, as if welcoming her into their fold. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, while a cool breeze whispered secrets in her ear. It was then that Lena noticed something peculiar. A gentle glimmer, like a drop of dew catching the morning light, sparkled at the base of an old oak tree. Drawn to it by an inexplicable curiosity, she knelt down to take a closer look. There, nestled among the roots, lay a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with symbols that seemed to dance and shift before her eyes. Carefully she lifted the box, feeling a strange warmth emanate from it. As she opened it, a soft, ethereal glow enveloped her, and she felt a gentle tug at her heart, as if the box itself was calling to her. Inside lay a delicate, shimmering feather, unlike any she had ever seen. It was iridescent, its colors shifting with every movement, reminiscent of a rainbow captured in the morning mist. With the feather nestled in her palm, Lena felt a surge of emotions, wonder, curiosity, and a hint of trepidation. She knew deep down that this was no ordinary feather. It was a key to the hidden world her grandmother had spoken of, the realm where magic flowed like a river through the veins of the earth. Determined to uncover the mysteries of the feather, Lena set off deeper into the forest. The world around her seemed to change, the air growing thicker with enchantment, as if she had stepped through an invisible veil into a place where time danced to its own tune. As she journeyed further, the forest transformed. The trees grew taller, their leaves shimmering with a luminescent glow, and the path beneath her feet seemed to pulse with life. Lena's heart quickened with every step, each moment a new discovery as the forest came alive with the songs of unseen creatures. It wasn't long before Lena found herself at the edge of a tranquil, crystal-clear pond. The surface of the water mirrored the sky above, a tapestry of clouds and sunlight, and at its center stood a magnificent willow tree, its branches cascading down like a curtain of emerald silk. Drawn to the willow, Lena carefully stepped onto the stones that formed a natural bridge to the tree. As she reached the center, the air around her shimmered, and a gentle voice, like the rustle of leaves in a summer breeze, spoke to her. "Welcome, Lena," the voice said, warm and inviting. "You have found the feather of the Fae, a gift that opens the door to our world. Startled yet intrigued, Lena looked around, her eyes wide with awe. From the shadows beneath the willow's branches emerged a delicate figure, no taller than Lena's hand, with wings that sparkled like stardust. It was a fairy, its presence both ethereal and reassuring. "I am Elowin," the fairy introduced herself, her voice as melodious as a lullaby. "You have been chosen to witness the wonders of our realm, but first, you must learn the lessons we have to teach." Lena nodded, her heart open and eager to learn. She followed Elowin as the fairy led her into the hidden world, a place where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred, and magic thrived in every corner. The realm of the Fae was a sight to behold. Flowers bloomed in an array of colors unknown to the mortal world, their petals shimmering with a luminescent glow. Streams of liquid light flowed through the landscape, weaving between towering mushrooms that seemed to hum with life. Everywhere Lena looked, creatures of all shapes and sizes darted about, their laughter a symphony of joy. As Lena spent time in this enchanted world, she learned from the fairies the importance of harmony and balance, of cherishing the natural world and the magic it held. She witnessed acts of kindness that transcended the barriers of species and form, and her heart swelled with understanding and gratitude. One day, as she sat by the pond with Elowin, Lena asked, "Why was I chosen to see this world? What am I meant to do with this gift?" Elowin smiled, her eyes twinkling with wisdom. "You have a pure heart, Lena, one that is open to the wonders of the world. The Feather of the Fae chose you because it sensed your desire to learn and grow. Your task is to carry the lessons of our realm back to your world, to share them with those who have forgotten the magic that surrounds them." With a newfound sense of purpose, Lena knew it was time to return to Willowbrook. She bid farewell to her fairy friends, her heart heavy yet filled with hope. As she crossed the threshold back into the mortal realm, the feather in her hand glowed softly, a reminder of the magic she had witnessed. Back in Willowbrook, Lena's experiences in the hidden world began to transform her life. She shared her stories with her grandmother, whose eyes brimmed with pride and love. Together, they worked to spread the message of wonder and harmony, inspiring others to look beyond the ordinary and embrace the magic of the natural world. As the years passed, Lena grew into a wise and gentle soul, her heart ever open to the wonders around her. The forest remained her sanctuary, a place where she could always find solace and inspiration. And though the Feather of the Fae rested safely in its box, its magic lived on in Lena's heart, a constant reminder of the hidden world and the lessons it had taught her. In the end, Lena's journey was one of transformation and growth, a testament to the power of friendship and the magic that exists in the world for those who dare to see it. And as she sat by the fireside, sharing her stories with the children of Willowbrook, the flickering flames casting a warm glow on her face, she knew that the magic of the Fae would live on, in the hearts of those who believed in the wonders of the world. Story 23. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time curled around gnarled roots and the air was thick with the scent of moss and pine, there existed a realm where magic and reality wove together, like the strands of an old, cherished tapestry. This was a place where the trees stood like ancient sentinels, their branches arching gracefully toward the sky, and where the soft murmur of the brook harmonized with the gentle rustling of leaves, creating a symphony of tranquility. In this enchanted woodland, every creature, from the tiniest beetle to the stately stag, played a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of life. Among them was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers were the color of autumn leaves, a mosaic of rich browns and reds with flecks of gold that shimmered in the dappled sunlight. Orin had lived in the forest longer than any creature could remember, and his eyes, deep and knowing, had witnessed the ebb and flow of countless seasons. Orin made his home in a hollowed-out oak, its trunk as wide as a bear's embrace. From his vantage point, he could survey the forest and keep watch over its inhabitants, ensuring that the ancient harmony of their world was preserved. Though he was known for his wisdom, Orin was also beloved for his gentle heart, always willing to lend an ear or offer guidance when needed. The changing of seasons was a magical time in the forest, marked by a phenomenon known as the Veil of Seasons. As the year turned, a silvery mist would descend upon the woods, enveloping the land in a shimmering curtain that only the wise and the pure of heart could perceive. It was during this time that the forest creatures gathered to share stories and pass on the wisdom of their ancestors, for the Vale of Seasons was a time of reflection and renewal. As the first tendrils of the mist began to weave through the forest, the creatures prepared for their annual gathering. The squirrels busily collected acorns and berries, their bushy tails flicking with excitement. The rabbits smoothed their fur, eager to share tales of daring and adventure. Even the shy deer ventured forth from their hidden glades, their graceful movements barely disturbing the undergrowth. Among the gathering was a young fox named Fern, her fur a vibrant russet with a tail tipped in white, like the first snow of winter. Fern was curious and clever, always eager to learn from the older creatures. She darted through the forest with a lightness that belied her keen intellect, her eyes wide with wonder at the world around her. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, Orin called the creatures to gather around the great stone, a moss-covered boulder that served as the heart of their meeting place. The air was filled with anticipation, and a gentle breeze carried the scent of wildflowers and damp earth. "Welcome, dear friends," Orin began, his voice as smooth as the gentle flow of the brook. "As the Vale of Seasons descends upon us, we gather to honor the wisdom of our ancestors and to strengthen the bonds that hold our community together. Each of you plays a vital role in maintaining the harmony of our beloved forest." The creatures listened intently, their eyes reflecting the flickering light of the setting sun. Orin's words were a balm, soothing and comforting, reminding them of the interconnectedness of all life. "This year," Orin continued, "we are faced with a challenge that threatens the balance of our home. A great storm is brewing, one that could disrupt the delicate harmony we cherish. It is up to us to come together, to use our knowledge and skills to protect our forest." A murmur rippled through the crowd, and Fern's heart quickened with both fear and determination. She had never faced such a challenge before, but she was resolved to help in any way she could. The night deepened, and the creatures began to share their stories, each one a thread in the tapestry of their shared history. The rabbits spoke of past storms and how they had sheltered beneath the sturdy roots of the ancient trees. The deer recounted tales of their ancestors who had guided lost travelers through the forest with their gentle presence. When it was Fern's turn to speak, she hesitated, unsure of what she could offer. But as she gazed into Orin's wise eyes, she felt a surge of courage. "I may be young," Fern began, her voice steady despite her nerves, "but I have learned much from all of you. I believe that if we work together, we can find a way to protect our forest from the storm. The trees and the earth have always provided for us, and now it is our turn to give back." Her words, though simple, resonated with the gathered creatures, igniting a sense of unity and purpose. Orin nodded approvingly, his eyes twinkling with pride. "Well spoken, young Fern," he said. "It is indeed through unity and understanding that we will find a solution." As the night wore on, the creatures discussed their plans, drawing on the wisdom of generations past. The squirrels would gather nuts and seeds to fortify their food stores, ensuring they would have enough to share. The birds would scout the skies, warning of the storm's approach. The foxes, with their keen senses, would patrol the forest, guiding those in need to safety. Under the gentle light of the moon, the forest creatures worked tirelessly, each task a testament to their commitment to one another and to the land they called home. As dawn approached, the Vale of Seasons lifted, leaving behind a renewed sense of hope and determination. And so it was that when the storm finally arrived, it found a community prepared and united. The winds howled and the rain lashed, but the creatures were ready, their hearts bolstered by the strength of their bonds. They sheltered together, sharing warmth and comfort, their spirits unyielding in the face of the tempest. When the storm passed, the forest emerged, battered but unbroken. The trees stood tall, their leaves glistening with raindrops like 1,000 jewels catching the morning light. The creatures ventured out, their hearts swelling with gratitude for the land that had weathered the storm alongside them. In the days that followed, the forest blossomed with renewed vigor. The air was filled with the songs of birds, and the earth, softened by the rain, yielded an abundance of new life. The creatures gathered once more at the great stone, their spirits uplifted by the knowledge that they had faced the storm together and emerged stronger for it. Orin, perched atop his oak, looked out over the forest with a heart full of pride and gratitude. He knew that the wisdom passed down through the generations had guided them through the storm, and that the bonds they had forged would continue to sustain them in the days to come. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm golden glow over the land, Fern sat beside Orin, her eyes alight with the promise of new adventures. She knew that the forest would always face challenges, but she also knew that together they could overcome anything. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars above, the creatures of the forest settled in for a peaceful night, their hearts full of the gentle magic that bound them to one another and to the land they cherished. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the hidden lives of natural creatures continued, each one a vibrant thread in the rich tapestry of life. The forest, a living, breathing testament to harmony and balance, thrived, nourished by the gentle wisdom of those who called it home. And as the seasons turned, the veil of seasons would descend once more, a reminder that in this enchanted realm, the magic of friendship and unity was the true heart of the forest's enduring strength. Story 24. Title: The Whispering Grove. Once upon a time, nestled in the serene folds of the Mistvale Mountains, there was a quaint village known as Hearthwood. The village was wrapped in the embrace of tall, whispering pines and cradled by the gentle murmur of a winding brook that sang melodies of old. The air was perpetually scented with the fragrance of pine needles and the sweet, earthy aroma of rich, loamy soil. Hearthwood was a place where time seemed to slow, where each day blended seamlessly into the next. In Hearthwood lived a young boy named Finn. Finn was an earnest lad, with hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes like the summer sky. His heart was as vast as the open meadows, and his curiosity knew no bounds. He loved to explore the woods that bordered the village, where the trees grew tall and the sunlight danced in golden patterns on the forest floor. One crisp autumn morning, as the village awoke beneath a blanket of mist, Finn set out on one of his adventures. He wore his favorite woolen cloak, its deep green fabric a perfect match for the forest that he adored. In his pocket, he carried a small, leather-bound journal where he scribbled his thoughts and sketches of the wonders he encountered. As Finn wandered deeper into the woods, he soon found himself in a part of the forest he had never explored before. The trees here were ancient, their trunks gnarled and twisted, their branches stretching toward the sky like the arms of giants. The air was cooler, and the light took on a peculiar silvery hue. It was a world both familiar and strange, where every rustle of leaves and every whisper of the wind seemed to speak in a language just beyond comprehension. It was then that Finn's attention was drawn to a curious sound, a soft, melodic tinkling like chimes in the breeze. Following the sound, he stumbled upon a small clearing where a single tree stood, set apart from the others. This tree was unlike any Finn had ever seen. Its bark shimmered with a silvery sheen, and its leaves were the deepest shade of emerald. From its branches hung delicate, crystalline fruit that glowed with an ethereal light. Entranced, Finn reached out to touch one of the glowing fruits. As his fingers brushed against it, a warm sensation spread through him, and he felt a gentle tug at the edges of his mind, as if the tree itself was speaking to him. Suddenly, a soft voice as soothing as a mother's lullaby filled the clearing. "Welcome, kind heart," it said. "You have found the Whispering Grove, where the trees hold the secrets of ages." Finn's eyes widened in wonder. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "I am the Heartwood Tree," the voice replied, "keeper of the grove and guardian of the forest's wisdom. You, dear Finn, have a noble spirit, and for this you may partake of my fruit." With trembling hands, Finn plucked the fruit from the branch. As he took a bite, a burst of sweet, cool juice flooded his senses, and the world around him seemed to shimmer and shift. His mind expanded, filled with visions of the forest's past and the lives of the creatures that called it home. He saw the dance of the seasons, the cycle of growth and decay, and the interconnectedness of all things. Overwhelmed by the experience, Finn sank to the ground, his heart full of a newfound understanding. When he finally rose, the grove seemed to hum with approval, and the heartwood tree spoke once more. "With this knowledge, you hold a gift of great responsibility," it said. "You must use it to protect the forest and all who dwell within it." Finn nodded solemnly, feeling the weight of the task yet buoyed by the tree's faith in him. He thanked the heartwood tree and promised to return. As he made his way back to Hearthwood, the village seemed different, somehow brighter and more alive. Finn's heart swelled with a sense of purpose, and he resolved to share his experience with those he trusted most. The first person Finn told was his best friend, Lila. Lila was a girl of boundless energy and imagination, with hair the color of midnight and eyes that sparkled like stars. She listened intently as Finn recounted his tale, her eyes growing wide with amazement. "That's incredible, Finn," she exclaimed. "We have to do something to help the forest. Maybe we can start by planting more trees around the village." Finn agreed, and together they set about their plan. They spoke to the villagers, sharing the story of the Whispering Grove and the wisdom of the Heartwood Tree. At first, some were skeptical, but Finn's earnestness and Lila's enthusiasm soon won them over. The villagers came together, planting saplings and tending to the land with newfound reverence. They learned to live in harmony with the forest, taking only what they needed and giving back in return. As they worked, they discovered that the forest was teeming with hidden wonders. A hidden brook that sparkled like jewels, a meadow where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, and a grove where fireflies danced like stars in the twilight. In time, Hearthwood became known as a village of harmony and prosperity, where the bond between the people and the forest was as strong as the roots of the ancient trees. Finn and Lila's friendship grew deeper, bound by their shared mission and the adventures they embarked upon together. Years passed, and Finn grew into a wise young man, respected by all for his gentle nature and deep understanding of the natural world. Lila, too, blossomed into a leader, her spirit as bright and unyielding as ever. Together, they continued to explore the forest, uncovering its mysteries and learning from its wisdom. One day, as they walked through the woods, Finn and Lila came upon a sight that filled their hearts with joy. The heartwood tree had grown taller and grander, its branches heavy with shimmering fruit. The grove was alive with the songs of birds and the rustle of leaves, a testament to the bond that had been forged between the people and the forest. The heartwood tree spoke to them once more, its voice warm and full of pride. "You have done well, dear children," it said. "Your actions have ensured the prosperity of the forest and all who dwell within it. The world is a better place for your kindness and wisdom." Finn and Lila smiled, their hearts full of gratitude and love for the magical world they had helped to nurture and protect. They knew that their journey was far from over, but with each step they carried the lessons of the Whispering Grove and the promise of a brighter future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of gold and lavender, Finn and Lila sat together beneath the heartwood tree. They watched as the first stars appeared, twinkling like diamonds in the velvet sky. In that moment, they knew that their friendship, like the forest, would endure for all time, a testament to the power of love, wisdom, and the magic of the natural world. And so, as the village of Hearthwood slumbered beneath the watchful gaze of the towering pines, Finn and Lila dreamed of new adventures and the wonders yet to be discovered. Their story, like the whispering leaves, would echo through the ages, a gentle reminder of the beauty and magic that lay hidden in the heart of the forest, waiting to be found by those with the courage to seek it. The end. Story 25. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, where stars glimmered like a scattering of diamonds against the velvet night, there existed an unassuming little planet called Zorava, known for its tranquil blue forests and serene lavender skies. It was here, amid the gentle whispers of the wind and the soft rustle of leaves, that two unlikely companions met. A young Zoravian named Lyra, with skin that shimmered like the surface of a tranquil pond, and a curious wanderer from the distant planet of Pyros, a flame-skinned traveler named Kale. Lyra had always been fascinated by the stories of travelers who came from beyond the stars, their tales carried by the breeze to her ears as she sat by the calming brook that wound its way through her village. Her people, the Zoravians, were known for their peaceful ways, living harmoniously with the natural world. Lyra herself was gentle and curious, with eyes like twinkling stars and a heart open wide as the sky. Kale, on the other hand, was a being of fire and energy, his skin a tapestry of glowing embers that flickered and danced with his emotions. He hailed from Pyros, a world of rolling magma rivers and towering volcanoes, where life was as vibrant and fierce as the flames that warmed its surface. The Pyrans, with their fiery nature, were often misunderstood by others who saw only their intensity and overlooked the warmth of their hearts. Their meeting was as unexpected as a comet streaking across the night sky. Lyra had been gathering luminescent petals from the speckled blooms that grew by her favorite brook, their glow casting a gentle light in the twilight. As she hummed a soft melody to herself, a sudden crackle of energy startled her, and she turned to see Kale emerging from the underbrush, his fiery presence a stark contrast to the cool blues and purples of the Zoravian landscape. Kale, who had been exploring the planet with his usual curiosity, was equally surprised to find the gentle Zoravian standing before him, her serene aura unlike anything he had ever encountered. For a moment they simply stared at one another, two souls from different worlds, brought together by the whims of the universe. At first, their differences seemed insurmountable. Lyra found his fiery nature overwhelming, the heat of his skin a startling contrast to the coolness she was accustomed to. Kale, in turn, was perplexed by her tranquility, mistaking her calm demeanor for indifference. Yet beneath these misunderstandings lay a shared curiosity, a desire to understand and connect. Despite their initial discomfort, fate had other plans for them. As they attempted to part ways, a sudden storm swept across the sky, dark clouds swirling in a dance of electric energy. The winds howled through the trees, and rain began to fall, each droplet sizzling as it touched Kale's skin. It was a rare occurrence on Zorava, where storms were gentle and brief, but this tempest was fierce and unrelenting. With no choice but to seek shelter together, Lyra led Kale to a nearby cave, its entrance hidden by a curtain of vines. Inside, the cave was a haven of warmth and safety, its walls adorned with ancient paintings that told stories of Zoravian legends. As the storm raged outside, they sat together in the dim light, the flicker of Kale's skin casting dancing shadows on the stone walls. In the quiet that followed, they began to talk, their words bridging the gap between their worlds. Lyra spoke of the Zoravian way of life, of harmony and the gentle rhythms of nature. Kale shared tales of Pyros, of the beauty of its fiery landscapes and the strength of its people. With each story, they found themselves drawn closer, their initial misunderstandings fading like mist in the morning sun. As the storm continued, they faced another challenge. The cave's entrance began to flood with rainwater, threatening to trap them inside. Together, they worked to clear the debris, their efforts a testament to their growing bond. Lyra's knowledge of the land guided them, while Kale's strength moved the heavy stones and branches. In their cooperation, they discovered not only the power of teamwork, but the warmth of companionship. Through shared laughter and gentle teasing, they learned to appreciate each other's quirks. Lyra found comfort in the heat of Kale's presence, a warmth that shielded her from the chill of the storm. Kale, in turn, found peace in Lyra's calm, her gentle nature soothing the flames of his restless spirit. As the storm finally subsided, leaving the world washed clean and glistening under the returning sunlight, Lyra and Kale emerged from the cave side by side. The forest, now bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, seemed to shimmer with a newfound vibrancy, as if celebrating their newfound friendship. They spent the next few days exploring Zorava together, their journey filled with laughter and discovery. Kale marveled at the beauty of the blue forests, while Lyra delighted in the stories of Pyros's fiery landscapes. They shared moments of quiet reflection by the brook, where Lyra would weave crowns of luminescent petals for them both, their glow a testament to the light they had found in each other's company. In their time together, they learned the true meaning of friendship, not the absence of differences, but the celebration of them. They discovered that understanding and compassion could bridge any gap, that kindness and patience could heal the deepest misunderstandings. Their bond was a tapestry woven from threads of fire and water, strength and tranquility, a testament to the power of connection. When the day finally came for Kale to return to Pyros, there was a bittersweetness in their parting. Yet, as they stood beneath the lavender sky, they knew that their friendship would endure, a flame that would continue to burn brightly across the stars. As Kale's ship ascended into the sky, Lyra watched until it was a mere speck against the endless expanse. Her heart was full, warmed by the knowledge that she had found a true friend in the most unexpected of places. And as she turned back to the blue forest, she knew that the universe, vast and mysterious, held endless possibilities, and that every encounter was a chance to discover the beauty of connection. In the end, beneath the sparkling stars of Zorava, the story of Lyra and Kale became a cherished tale, whispered by the breeze and carried across the cosmos, a reminder of the power of friendship to light the darkest of nights. Story 26. The Whispering Grove and the Luminous Stone. In a quiet corner of the world, nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a sprawling forest, lay the little village of Verdant Hollow. This village was known for its lush greenery, where tendrils of ivy curled about quaint stone cottages, and the air was perpetually infused with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers. However, what truly set Verdant Hollow apart was the mysterious Whispering Grove, an ancient part of the forest that bordered the village, where tales of magic and mystery were as common as the rustling leaves. The villagers spoke of the Whispering Grove in hushed tones, for it was said to be a place where the natural and magical worlds intertwined. From time to time, children would whisper about the Luminous Stone, a legendary gem believed to be hidden deep within the grove, possessing the power to illuminate the truth and reveal what was hidden both in the world and within oneself. Among these children was a curious young girl named Mira. With chestnut hair that tumbled down her back and eyes that shone like the clear sky after rain, Mira was known for her inquisitive nature and her gentle heart. She often wandered the edge of the Whispering Grove, listening to the wind as it wove through the branches and imagining what lay beyond the shadows and whispers. One sunny morning, as the dew sparkled on the grass like 1,000 tiny diamonds, Mira set out on an adventure. Her heart was light, her mind filled with tales of the Luminous Stone. She was not alone, for accompanying her was her closest friend, a small, clever fox with fur the color of autumn leaves, named Finn. Finn was not an ordinary fox. He possessed a spark of wisdom that belied his years. Together, they shared a bond forged through countless escapades and shared secrets, an unspoken understanding that needed no words. As they approached the edge of the grove, Mira felt a gentle tug at her heart, as if the forest itself was inviting her in. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth, and the canopy above whispered softly in a language only the trees could speak. "Do you think the Luminous Stone truly exists?" Mira asked, glancing down at Finn, who trotted beside her with his tail held high. Finn paused, tilting his head thoughtfully. "Many things are possible if you believe, Mira. The forest holds more secrets than we can ever know." With a nod of agreement, they ventured into the grove. The light filtered through the leaves in dappled patterns, creating a patchwork of sunlit paths that beckoned them deeper into the woods. As they walked, Mira and Finn listened to the symphony of birdsong and the gentle hum of life that surrounded them. The path twisted and turned, leading them past towering oaks and delicate ferns. Each step seemed to draw them closer to a world that was both familiar and new. Mira felt a sense of wonder, as if she were part of a grand story unfolding in the heart of the forest. As the day wore on, they came across a small clearing where a brook babbled cheerfully over smooth stones. Mira knelt by the water's edge, cupping her hands to drink, and as she did, she noticed something glimmering beneath the surface. Her heart skipped a beat. "Finn, look!" she exclaimed, pointing to the shimmering object. The fox bounded over, peering into the brook with keen eyes. Beneath the water lay a small, smooth stone, unlike any they had seen before. It was a deep azure blue, with veins of silver that seemed to pulse softly with their own light. Mira reached into the cool water and lifted the stone, cradling it in her hands. Instantly, she felt a warmth spread through her fingers, as if the stone recognized her touch. "This must be the luminous stone," Mira whispered, her voice filled with awe. Finn gazed at the stone, then at Mira. "It seems the forest has chosen you, Mira." With the stone cradled in her hands, Mira felt a profound sense of connection to the forest. She closed her eyes, and in that moment, she heard the whispers of the grove more clearly than ever. The voices of the trees and the songs of the birds seemed to merge into a single, harmonious melody, telling tales of the past and revealing secrets of the forest. As they sat by the brook, Mira and Finn pondered the significance of the luminous stone. They understood that this journey was not just about finding a magical object, but about discovering truths that lay hidden within and around them. The stone was a guide, a beacon of clarity in a world filled with shadows. With renewed purpose, they continued their journey through the grove. The forest seemed to respond to the presence of the luminous stone, the path ahead growing clearer, as if the trees themselves were guiding them. They encountered creatures of the forest, each offering a nod of respect and recognition, acknowledging the bond the stone had forged between Mira and the natural world. As twilight descended, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, they reached a grand oak tree, its branches stretching wide like a protective canopy. Beneath its boughs lay a circle of ancient stones, their surfaces etched with symbols that glowed faintly in the fading light. It was a sacred place, a meeting point for the magic of the grove. Mira and Finn stepped into the circle, feeling the energy of the place hum around them. It was here, beneath the ancient oak, that the luminous stone revealed its true purpose. The stone glowed brighter, casting a gentle light that illuminated the symbols around them. In that moment, Mira understood. The luminous stone was not just a tool for uncovering hidden truths. It was a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. The grove, the village, the creatures, and the people were all part of a greater tapestry, woven together by threads of kindness, understanding, and friendship. As the realization washed over her, Mira felt a deep sense of peace. She knew that her journey was not just about finding the stone, but about embracing the wisdom it imparted. It was about seeing with new eyes and understanding the importance of compassion and unity. The whispers of the grove grew softer, as if acknowledging Mira's newfound understanding. She looked at Finn, who nodded in silent agreement. They had come seeking a legend, but what they found was far more profound, a truth that resonated within their hearts. As darkness settled gently over the forest, Mira and Finn began their walk back to Verdant Hollow. The path seemed easier now, the way lit by the gentle glow of the luminous stone. The village awaited them, with its warm hearths and friendly faces, but they knew that the true magic lay in the bonds they had forged and the wisdom they had gained. The luminous stone had shown them that the greatest treasures were not always tangible, but rather found in the connections we make and the love we share. It was a lesson that Mira would carry with her always, a light to guide her through life's journey. And so, with hearts full of gratitude and a deeper understanding of the world around them, Mira and Finn returned home. The whispers of the grove followed them, a gentle reminder that magic was not just in the stone, but in every breath of wind, every rustle of leaves, and every act of kindness that bound the world together. The end. Story 27. Once upon a time, in a land where the stars twinkled like tiny lanterns and the moon shone as a gentle beacon, there lay a quaint village called Star Hollow. Star Hollow was nestled in the embrace of lush, whispering woods and rolling hills covered in a patchwork of wildflowers. The villagers were a merry bunch, known for their kindness and the soft glow that seemed to emanate from their hearts. In this village lived a young girl named Anwen, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity and whose laughter was as bright as sunshine. Anwen had a special talent for noticing the little things that others often overlooked. Her days were filled with explorations through the woods and by the babbling brooks, accompanied by her loyal companion, a small wise owl named Bramble. One morning, as the first blush of dawn painted the sky, Anwen awoke to discover something peculiar. Tiny, shimmering footprints led from her doorstep into the heart of the woods. They were unlike any footprints she had seen before, each step leaving a faint glow like the light of 1,000 fireflies. "Bramble," Anwen whispered, her voice filled with wonder. "Look at these footprints. We must find out where they lead." With Bramble perched on her shoulder, Anwen followed the glowing trail, her feet crunching softly on the dew-kissed leaves. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming jasmine, and the gentle rustle of the trees seemed to whisper secrets only the forest knew. As they ventured deeper, the footprints led them to a hidden glade bathed in soft, golden light. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching out like welcoming arms. At its base was a small, crystal-clear pond, and around it danced tiny creatures of light, their wings buzzing like hummingbirds. "Pixies," Bramble hooted softly. "They are the keepers of the forest's magic." Anwen watched in awe as the pixies flitted about, their laughter tinkling like wind chimes. But something seemed amiss. The pixies' usual vibrant glow was dimmed, and their movements were slow and weary. "Hello, little friends," Anwen called gently. "Is something troubling you?" One pixie, its light flickering like a candle in the breeze, fluttered closer. "Our glow is fading," it whispered, its voice as soft as a sigh. "The magic of the forest is waning, and we do not know why." Anwen's heart ached for the pixies. She knew she must help them restore the magic of the woods. "Bramble, we must solve this mystery," she said determinedly. "Indeed," Bramble hooted, his eyes wise behind his feathery mask. "Let us seek the counsel of the elder elms. They are the oldest trees, and might know the cause." With the pixies' blessing, Anwen and Bramble set off to find the elder elms. The path wound through the forest, where the shadows played hide-and-seek with the sunlight. The aroma of pine and earth filled the air as they finally reached a grove where the elder elms stood, their trunks gnarled with age and wisdom. "Great elders," Anwen began, bowing with respect, "the forest's magic is fading, and the pixies suffer. Can you tell us why?" The elders' leaves rustled in a voice like a distant storm. "The flow of magic has been disrupted," they said. "It is the moonstone, hidden deep within the whispering cavern, that needs to be awakened. Only then will the magic flow freely again." Anwen nodded, understanding the weight of the task. "We must find this moonstone," she said, her resolve as firm as the oldest roots. With Bramble guiding her, Anwen made her way to the whispering cavern, a place where the earth sang in echoes and the walls shimmered with the traces of forgotten spells. The entrance was guarded by an old, gentle dragon named Aurelion, whose scales gleamed like polished bronze. "Fear not, young one," Aurelion rumbled kindly, "for I shall guide you to the heart of the cavern." Together, they ventured into the depths, where time seemed to stand still, and the air was cool and tinged with the scent of ancient secrets. At last, they reached a chamber where a large moonstone lay, its surface dull and lifeless. "How can we awaken it?" Anwen wondered aloud. "By the touch of pure kindness and the song of truth," Aurelion replied, his eyes twinkling. Anwen placed her hand gently on the stone and began to sing a simple melody, a song of hope and friendship that she had known since childhood. Her voice, though soft, was filled with sincerity and warmth. As the last note faded, the moonstone began to glow, its light spreading like ripples across a pond. The cavern was bathed in a soft luminescence, and the air hummed with renewed magic. With the moonstone awakened, Anwen and Bramble returned to the glade, where the pixie's glow was already beginning to brighten. The forest seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and the trees whispered their gratitude. "Thank you, dear Anwen," the pixies chimed, their light now as bright as the morning sun. "You have restored the magic and brought joy back to our home." Anwen smiled, her heart full of warmth. "It was with the help of my friends," she said, looking fondly at Bramble and Aurelion. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Anwen knew that Star Hollow would once again thrive with magic and wonder. The villagers would hear of her adventure, but it was the quiet joy of the forest and the gratitude of its creatures that she treasured the most. And so, with a heart full of peace, Anwen returned to her cozy little home, where dreams awaited like soft, fluffy clouds, and the stars twinkled their silent lullaby. Story 28. Once upon a time, in the idyllic village of Wobblewood, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a most unusual collection of inhabitants. This was a place where the ordinary and the extraordinary mingled like old friends, and where magic was as common as the morning mist that danced between the trees. In this charming village, there was a little cottage with a bright blue door belonging to a jolly old wizard named Whimsy. Whimsy was not your typical wizard. He wore a hat that looked like a teacup, and his robes were a patchwork of every color imaginable. His beard, long and flowing, seemed to have a life of its own, frequently twirling into curious shapes as he spoke. Whimsy's heart was as warm as his perpetual smile, and he had an infectious laugh that echoed through Wobblewood like a delightful melody. Next door to Whimsy lived a curious creature named Pip, a pint-sized dragon with scales that shimmered like a rainbow in the sunlight. Pip was a guardian of laughter, and his favorite pastime was to sit atop the village's clock tower, blowing puffs of iridescent smoke rings that transformed into giggling butterflies. His wings, though small, fluttered with an enthusiasm that often carried him on unexpected adventures. One sunny morning, as the village prepared for its annual Spring Fling festival, a peculiar problem arose. The village's grand old oak tree, the centerpiece of the festival, had suddenly begun to float. The tree, ancient and wise, had been rooted in that spot for centuries, and now it hovered a few feet off the ground, its roots swaying gently like a dancer's feet in slow motion. The villagers gathered in astonishment, their wide eyes reflecting the sunlight filtering through the oak's lush canopy. "Whatever shall we do?" pondered Mrs. Potts, the baker, her cheeks dusted with flour and worry. "The festival cannot begin with our beloved tree up in the air." Whimsy, ever the optimist, chuckled softly. "Never fear, dear friends, for magic often has a reason we cannot see at first glance. Let us ponder this mystery with open hearts and curious minds." Pip, perched on Whimsy's shoulder, piped up with a puff of smoke that turned into a wiggling worm. "Perhaps the tree wants to dance, or maybe it's trying to tell us something important." Together, Whimsy and Pip decided to have a chat with the old oak. Whimsy approached the tree with gentle reverence, placing his hand on its trunk. "Dear tree," he began, "we see you've taken to the skies today. Might you share with us the reason for your flight?" To everyone's delight, a deep, rumbling voice emerged from the tree, like the gentle roll of thunder. "Ah, my friends," the tree intoned, "I've felt the tickle of magic beneath my roots, a restless, playful magic that yearns to be free." Whimsy nodded thoughtfully. "A playful magic, you say? Perhaps it's a sign that we must embrace the unexpected and find joy in the unknown." Pip flitted around the tree, his curiosity piqued. What if the magic needs a little guidance, a nudge in the right direction? With a twinkle in his eye, Whimsy conjured a shimmering wand from his hat and handed it to Pip. "Go on, my little friend. Let's see what your laughter and cheer can do." Pip took the wand in his tiny claws, giggling as he did so. With a flick and a flourish, he sent a cascade of golden sparks into the air. The sparks danced like fireflies, swirling around the oak tree in a vibrant ballet of light and color. The villagers watched in awe as the tree began to spin slowly, its branches swaying to a tune only it could hear. And then, with a soft sigh, the tree gently settled back onto the earth, its roots nestling into the soil like an old friend returning home. The villagers cheered, their worries forgotten, and Mrs. Potts handed out warm, buttery pastries to all. The festival began with renewed joy, the air filled with laughter and music. Whimsy and Pip led a jubilant parade, with Pip's smoke rings forming a rainbow arch overhead. As the sun set, painting the skies with hues of pink and gold, Whimsy and Pip sat beneath the oak tree, watching the stars peek out one by one. "You see, Pip," Whimsy mused, "sometimes a bit of whimsy is all we need to turn a problem into a celebration." Pip nodded, his eyes twinkling like the stars above, and with a little bit of magic and a whole lot of heart, anything is possible. And so, as the moon bathed Wobblewood in its gentle glow, the village drifted into a peaceful slumber, wrapped in the warmth of friendship and the joy of a day well spent. And if you listened closely, you might still hear the soft laughter of a tiny dragon echoing through the night. Story 29. Once upon a time, in the heart of an ancient forest, where the roots of towering trees intertwined with the whispers of eternal wisdom, a wondrous world unfolded. Here the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, revealing the hidden lives of nature's most enchanting creatures. As the first rays of dawn kissed the dewy leaves, a symphony of birdsong filled the air, beckoning the forest dwellers to awaken. Amidst the emerald canopy, A family of squirrels scampered along the branches, their bushy tails flicking in a lively dance. Nibbling on acorns, they chattered excitedly, sharing the latest news and gossip that rippled through the woodland realm. Beneath the watchful gaze of a wise old oak, a colony of ants toiled tirelessly, their intricate tunnel system a marvel of engineering and cooperation. Each ant played its part, working in harmony with its brethren, ensuring the survival and prosperity of their community. Their unwavering diligence served as a reminder of the importance of unity and perseverance. As the sun climbed higher, a shimmering stream trickled through the forest, its crystal-clear waters reflecting the dappled light that filtered through the canopy. Here a family of otters frolicked, their playful antics and infectious laughter filling the air with joy. They dove and twirled, their sleek bodies cutting through the water with effortless grace, reminding all who witnessed their antics of the pure, unbridled delight that nature could bestow. Deep within the heart of the forest, where the ancient trees stood as sentinels, a peculiar phenomenon occurred. As the seasons changed, the very essence of the forest seemed to shift, infused with an ethereal magic that defied explanation. In the spring, vibrant bursts of color erupted from every bough, the air thick with the fragrance of blooming flowers and the promise of new beginnings. Summer brought a lush, verdant tapestry, the leaves whispering secrets to the gentle breeze that caressed their surfaces. As autumn arrived, the forest transformed into a kaleidoscope of fiery hues, the leaves dancing in a mesmerizing ballet before surrendering to the earth below. And in the depths of winter, a hushed tranquility blanketed the woodland, the snow-laden branches glistening like crystalline sculptures, inviting reverence and quiet reflection. It was during these seasonal transitions that the ancient wisdom of the forest became most apparent. For it was said that the very spirit of nature resided within these woods, a benevolent force that guided and nurtured all who called this realm home. This knowledge was passed down through generations, whispered from parent to child, elder to young, ensuring that the delicate balance and harmony of the forest remained intact. As night fell, the forest took on a different, yet equally enchanting aspect. The moonlight filtered through the canopy, casting an ethereal glow upon the woodland floor. Fireflies danced in mesmerizing patterns, their flickering lights like tiny beacons guiding the way. Owls hooted their haunting melodies, their wise eyes witnessing the secrets of the night. In a secluded glade, where the trees parted to reveal a velvet expanse of starry sky, a gathering of forest creatures assembled. Here, the elders imparted their wisdom, sharing tales of harmony, balance, and the interconnectedness of all living things. Their words carried the weight of countless generations, reminding all who listened of the sacred duty to protect and cherish this wondrous realm. As the night wore on, the creatures returned to their respective homes, their hearts filled with a renewed sense of purpose, and reverence for the magic that permeated every fiber of the ancient forest. And so the cycle continued, generation after generation, each playing their part in maintaining the delicate equilibrium that sustained this enchanted world. For in this realm, where the boundaries between reality and magic melted away, the hidden lives of nature's creatures flourished, bound by an unbreakable thread of environmental harmony and balance. Their stories, woven through the seasons and passed down with reverence, served as a timeless reminder of the profound beauty and wisdom to be found in the heart of the ancient forest. Story 30. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whimsy woods, where the trees wore coats of candy-colored leaves and the rivers giggled as they ran over pebbles, there lived a peculiar gathering of creatures known as the Quibblers. The Quibblers were an endearing lot, each with their own delightful oddities that made them as unique as the stars in the night sky. First, there was Pippin the Ponderous, a small yet stout hedgehog with a penchant for collecting socks of all sizes and colors. His burrow was a rainbow of woolen warmth, and he always had a spare pair for any friend in need. Pippin's thoughtful nature often brought comfort to his companions, especially during the chilly nights when the moon glowed like a silver lantern. Then there was Twistle, a squirrel with a tail so fluffy that it resembled a cloud of spun sugar. Twistle had a knack for acrobatics, often seen somersaulting between branches with the grace of a leaf caught in a breeze. Her laughter was as infectious as a ticklish breeze, and she was known for her talent in turning the simplest of moments into joyous celebrations. Alongside them was Mirth, a jovial frog with a voice like a bubbling brook. Mirth had the remarkable ability to mimic any sound he heard, from the rustling leaves to the whispering wind. His talents made him the perfect storyteller, weaving tales that danced through the air like dandelion seeds on a summer's day. And finally, there was Wimble, a tiny owl with feathers that shimmered like moonlight on a peaceful pond. Wimble, despite his size, possessed an enormous heart and a wisdom that belied his youthful eyes. He was the keeper of Whimsywood's secrets, and his gentle advice was sought by all who wandered the wood. One sunny morning, as the dew sparkled on the grass like scattered diamonds, the Quibblers gathered for their weekly meeting beneath the great gumdrop tree. Its branches were laden with sweet treats that glistened in the sunlight, and the air was filled with the scent of honeyed blossoms. "Friends, we have a peculiar problem," announced Wimble, his voice soft and thoughtful. "The enchanted fountain in the meadow has stopped flowing, and without its magical waters, the forget-me-not flowers are wilting." The Quibblers exchanged worried glances. The forget-me-not flowers were not only lovely to behold, with their star-shaped petals and delicate fragrance, but they were also essential for keeping the Whimsy woods vibrant and colorful. Without them, the woods would lose their enchanting glow. "I propose we investigate," suggested Pippin, adjusting the mismatched socks he wore. "Perhaps the solution is simpler than it seems." "And we can turn it into an adventure," Twistle added, her eyes twinkling with excitement. "We'll leap and twirl our way to the fountain, just like a parade." With their spirits lifted by Twizzle's infectious enthusiasm, the Quibblers set off towards the meadow. The path was lined with flowers that nodded cheerfully as they passed, and the birds chirped a merry tune that matched their pace. As they neared the enchanted fountain, they noticed something unusual. The fountain's stone basin, usually brimming with crystal-clear water, was eerily dry. But more curiously, the fountain's guardian, a whimsical creature known as the water wisp, was nowhere to be seen. "Where could the wisp have gone?" wondered Mirth aloud, his voice echoing like a question carried on the wind. Wimble fluttered up to the fountain's edge and peered inside. "Look here," he called, his voice gentle yet firm. "There are tiny footprints leading away from the fountain." The Quibblers gathered around, their eyes wide with wonder. The footprints were indeed peculiar, small and delicate, like those of a creature who danced rather than walked. "Perhaps the wisp has gone in search of something," Pippin pondered, tapping his chin thoughtfully. "Or perhaps someone has taken it on a delightful adventure of its own," Twizzle suggested, her imagination whirling like a kite on a breezy day. Inspired by Twizzle's idea, the Quibblers decided to follow the footprints, which led them on a whimsical journey through the woods. They traipsed through fields of wildflowers, where butterflies flitted in kaleidoscopic patterns, and skipped across babbling brooks that sang beneath the dappled sunlight. Eventually, the trail of footprints brought them to the base of the Whispering Waterfall, a secret spot known only to the most adventurous of Whimsywood's inhabitants. There, beneath the cascade of shimmering water, they found the water wisp, engaged in a playful dance with a troop of glow moths. The glow moths, with their iridescent wings, had been drawn to the waterfall by the moonlight, and in their exuberance they had carried the wisp away for a night of merriment. So entranced were they by their moonlit revelry that they had forgotten to return the wisp to its home by the fountain. "Oh!" exclaimed Mirth, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "It seems our wisp has found itself in a dance-off." Realizing the innocent nature of the mix-up, the Quibblers chuckled heartily. "Let's join them," suggested Twizzle, her tail fluffed with excitement. "We'll make it a celebration to remember." And so the Quibblers, along with the water wisp and the glow moths, danced beneath the waterfall. Their laughter mingled with the sound of the cascading water, creating a symphony of joy that echoed through the woods. After their lively frolic, the water wisp, now thoroughly delighted, led the way back to the enchanted fountain. With a gentle wave of its luminous hand, the waters began to flow once more, sparkling like liquid starlight. The forget-me-not flowers, rejuvenated by the fountain's magic, bloomed brighter than ever, their petals shimmering with hues of blue and violet. The Whimsy Woods, once again, basked in their enchanting glow, a testament to the power of friendship and a little bit of whimsy. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, the Quibblers returned to their cozy nooks, their hearts full and their spirits high. They knew that their friendship was the true magic that kept the Whimsy Woods alive. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the brook as their lullaby, the Quibblers drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of new adventures and the delightful surprises that awaited them in the days to come. And so, in the Whimsy Woods, where magic danced through the air like fireflies on a summer's eve, life continued with a joyful heart, ever ready for the next whimsical tale to unfold. Story 31. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest where the air smelled of pine and wildflowers, there was a quaint village known as Willowbrook. This village was a place where the golden sunlight danced through the leaves, and the gentle murmur of the river sang a lullaby to the creatures of the woods. In this village lived a young woman named Maya, who had hair as dark as midnight and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew. Maya had always been a creature of comfort, content with the familiar rhythms of her life in Willowbrook. She loved the soft rustle of the leaves in the breeze, the warm glow of her cottage's hearth, and the steady routine of her days. Yet beneath her calm demeanor, she harbored a quiet yearning for something more, a whisper of adventure that tugged at her heart but was often silenced by the fear of change. One chilly autumn morning, as the first frost dusted the fields and the air was crisp with the scent of wood smoke, Maya ventured into the forest to gather herbs. The forest was a tapestry of reds, oranges, and golds, each leaf a tiny flame in the cool morning light. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she stumbled upon an ancient oak tree, its gnarled roots embedded firmly in the earth. There, nestled within the roots, Maya discovered a small, shimmering stone. It pulsed with a soft, iridescent glow, like a captured piece of the moon. Intrigued, she picked it up, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers. Unbeknownst to Maya, this stone was a gift from the forest itself, a magical talisman that would guide her on a journey of transformation. That evening, as Maya sat by the fire in her cozy cottage, the stone began to glow brighter, casting a soft light that filled the room with a serene, otherworldly ambiance. As she gazed into its depths, she felt a stirring within her, a longing to step beyond the boundaries of her safe, predictable world. The next morning, Maya awoke to find her cottage surrounded by a mist so dense it seemed to muffle the entire world. But within that mist, she heard the faintest whisper of a melody, a tune both unfamiliar and strangely comforting. Drawn by curiosity, Maya followed the sound, the stone in her pocket growing warmer with each step. The mist led her to a hidden glen where the air shimmered with enchantment. Here she met a group of gentle forest creatures, a wise old owl with eyes like polished amber, a playful fox with a coat of fiery red, and a graceful deer whose every movement was a dance. These creatures, bound by the magic of the stone, became her guides and companions. The owl, with a voice as soft as the wind through the trees, spoke first. "Dear Maya," it said, "you have been chosen by the forest to embark on a journey of growth. The path may be uncertain and the challenges many, but you will discover the strength that lies within." The fox, with a mischievous twinkle in its eyes, added, "Remember, every step forward is a step into the unknown, but it is also a step towards discovering who you truly are." And so, with her newfound friends at her side, Maya began her journey. Each day brought new wonders and trials, a river to cross, a mountain to climb, a riddle to solve. With each challenge, she learned to trust in her own abilities, drawing strength from the support of her companions and the magic of the stone. As the weeks passed, Maya found herself changing. Her steps grew surer, her heart more open, and her spirit braver. She discovered the joy of embracing the unknown, of seeing the world not as a series of obstacles, but as a canvas of endless possibilities. One day, as Maya and her friends rested by a sparkling brook, she realized that the stone in her pocket had grown cool and dim. She held it in her hands, feeling its smooth surface, and understood that the magic had accomplished its purpose. She no longer needed the stone, for the magic now lived within her, in her courage, in her newfound confidence, and in her ability to embrace change. With a heart full of gratitude, Maya returned to Willowbrook. The village welcomed her with open arms, and though the world around her was the same, she saw it with new eyes. The beauty of the forest, the warmth of her cottage, and the love of her friends were now infused with a deeper meaning. Maya's journey had taught her that change, though daunting, was a path to self-discovery. She had learned to listen to the quiet call of her heart, to trust in the wisdom of the world around her, and to cherish the bonds of friendship that had guided her along the way. And so, with the gentle rhythm of the seasons, Maya's life continued, enriched by the magic of transformation and the beauty of personal growth. As she sat by the hearth on crisp evenings, her heart was at peace, knowing that she was forever a part of the wondrous tapestry of life in Willowbrook, a place where dreams were nurtured and change was embraced with open arms. And in the quiet moments, when the world was still and the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Maya would sometimes hear the faint melody of the forest, a reminder of the journey that had led her to the truest version of herself. And she would smile, surrounded by the warmth of love and the gentle glow of the life she had chosen to embrace. Story 32. In a quaint village nestled amidst rolling hills and verdant forests, there existed a legend as old as time itself. The villagers spoke in hushed tones of a hidden world, a secret haven concealed within the very heart of the forest. It was said that on the eve of the summer solstice, the veil between the worlds thinned, revealing a mystical realm where magic danced with the wind and the impossible became possible. In this village lived a young girl named Lyra. She was of a gentle disposition, her heart as open as the sky, and her curiosity as boundless as the sea. Lyra had a peculiar gift. She could speak to the trees and the creatures of the forest. It was a talent she cherished, though she kept it hidden from most, for fear of being misunderstood. Lyra's dearest friend was a wise old owl named Orion. His feathers were a tapestry of browns and golds, and his eyes, deep and knowing, held the secrets of the ages. Orion had been Lyra's companion since she was a child, guiding her with his sage advice and sharing in her adventures. One afternoon, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Lyra sat beneath the ancient oak at the edge of the forest. The air was thick with the scent of blooming jasmine and the soft rustle of leaves. Orion perched on a low branch, watching her with a twinkle in his eye. "Orion," Lyra began, her voice barely above a whisper, "do you think the stories about the hidden world are true?" Orion ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "The world is full of wonders, dear Lyra, some seen, some unseen. The forest holds many secrets, and perhaps if you listen closely, it will share them with you." Inspired by his words, Lyra decided that this summer solstice she would seek out the hidden world. As the night deepened and stars scattered like diamonds across the velvet sky, she felt a stirring in her heart, a call to adventure. The next day, the village buzzed with anticipation. The solstice was a time of celebration, marked by feasts and dances, where laughter echoed through the cobblestone streets and joy filled the air. But for Lyra, it was a day of preparation. She gathered her courage and packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a small lantern to light her way. When the sun dipped below the horizon once more, casting long shadows across the land, Lyra slipped away from the festivities and into the embrace of the forest. Orion flapped beside her, a silent guardian in the gathering gloom. The forest was alive with the symphony of night, crickets chirping, owls hooting, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets. Lyra walked with purpose, her feet guided by an unseen path, her heart attuned to the rhythm of the woods. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their bark glowing with an ethereal light, as if the forest itself was waking from a long slumber. The air shimmered with a soft, golden glow, and Lyra felt a tingling in her fingertips, a sure sign that magic was afoot. "Do you feel it, Orion?" she asked, her voice barely above a breath. "I do," he replied, his eyes reflecting the luminescent glow. "The world is changing, revealing its hidden face." With each step, the air grew warmer, the light brighter, until Lyra found herself standing before a sight so wondrous it took her breath away. In the heart of the forest lay a glade, its floor carpeted in wildflowers of every hue, their petals glowing like stars fallen to earth. In the center, a small pond mirrored the sky, its surface rippling with a light that seemed to come from within. Lyra approached the pond, her heart pounding with a mix of awe and anticipation. She knelt by the water's edge, her reflection shimmering in the light, and there in the depths she saw it, a doorway wrought of silver and moonlight, a portal to the hidden world. "Is this it?" she asked, her voice tinged with wonder. "It is," Orion replied, his tone reverent. "The gateway to the realm of the unseen." Taking a deep breath, Lyra reached out, her fingers brushing the surface of the water. A ripple spread and the doorway opened, revealing a world bathed in moonlight, a land where dreams and reality intertwined. With a final glance at Orion, who nodded encouragingly, Lyra stepped through the portal, into the realm beyond. The world she entered was unlike anything she had ever imagined. The sky was a tapestry of vibrant colors, swirling and shifting like a living painting. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms, and music, soft and ethereal, drifted on the breeze. Creatures of all shapes and sizes frolicked in the meadow, their eyes alight with joy and curiosity. A fox with fur like spun gold trotted up, its eyes gleaming with intelligence. "Welcome, traveler," it said, its voice a melody of warmth and welcome. "We have been expecting you." Lyra smiled, her heart swelling with a sense of belonging. "Thank you," she replied. "I am honored to be here." For what felt like hours, she explored the hidden world, guided by the fox and accompanied by Orion, who had followed her through the portal. They wandered through fields of flowers that sang when touched, woods where the trees whispered ancient tales, and streams that sparkled with liquid light. As the night wore on, Lyra felt a change within her, a deepening of understanding, a connection to the world around her that defied explanation. She realized that the hidden world was not separate from her own, but a part of it, intertwined and interdependent. With this realization came a sense of peace and purpose. Lyra knew that her journey was not just about discovering a hidden world, but about understanding her place within it. She was a part of the magic, a guardian of the secrets that lay hidden in the heart of the forest. As the first light of dawn crept across the sky, Lyra knew it was time to return. With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit renewed, she bade farewell to her newfound friends and stepped back through the portal. Back in the familiar embrace of her world, Lyra found the forest unchanged, yet she saw it with new eyes. The trees seemed taller, their leaves brighter, and the song of the birds more melodious than ever before. Orion settled on her shoulder, his presence a comforting weight. "What did you learn, dear Lyra?" he asked, his voice soft and gentle. Lyra smiled, her heart full of warmth. "I learned that the world is full of wonders, both seen and unseen, and that the magic is not just in the hidden world, but in the heart of every living thing." Orion nodded, his eyes twinkling with approval. "And what will you do with this knowledge?" he inquired. "I will cherish it," Lyra replied, "and share it. I will be a guardian of the magic, ensuring that it thrives in our world for all to see and feel." With a heart full of dreams and a spirit strengthened by her journey, Lyra returned to the village. She carried with her the glow of the hidden world, a light that shone from within, illuminating her path and guiding her every step. And so, Lyra lived, her days filled with wonder and her nights with dreams of the hidden world. She became a storyteller, sharing tales of her adventures and the magic of the forest. Her stories inspired others to seek out the wonders around them, to listen to the whispers of the trees, and to believe in the magic that dwells in the heart of the world. In time, the legend of the hidden world became more than just a story. It became a truth, a testament to the power of belief and the beauty of the unseen. And in the heart of the forest, the glade remained, a timeless sanctuary where magic and reality danced in harmony, waiting for those with open hearts and curious spirits to discover its secrets. And Lyra, with her gentle heart and boundless curiosity, continued to explore, to dream, and to share the magic of the world around her. Her journey was one of wonder and discovery, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring magic of the heart. And so the hidden world flourished, a testament to the power of love, belief, and the enduring magic of the unseen. And Lyra, with her heart full of dreams and her spirit renewed, lived a life of wonder, forever a guardian of the magic that lay hidden in the heart of the world. Story 33. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the towering trees whispered secrets to the wind, and the earth pulsed with the gentle rhythm of life, there existed a hidden world, known only to those who dared to listen closely to the rustle of leaves and the murmur of the brook. This was a place where the boundaries between reality and magic gently blurred, weaving a tapestry of wonder and harmony. In this enchanted realm, beneath the emerald canopy and amidst the soft carpet of moss, lived a community of creatures who embodied the delicate balance of nature. These creatures, small and unassuming to the casual eye, were the guardians of the forest's secrets, each possessing a unique gift tied to the rhythms of the earth and sky. At the edge of a shimmering pond, its surface a mirror of the sky's every mood, there dwelled a wise old turtle named Calypso. His shell was etched with intricate patterns that glowed softly under the moonlight, a testament to the wisdom he had gathered over centuries. Calypso was the keeper of time, his thoughts flowing as steadily as the brook that sang nearby. One cool autumn afternoon, when the leaves danced in hues of gold and copper, Calypso felt a stirring in the air, a whisper from the wind urging him to gather the creatures of the forest. The seasons were shifting, and with them, the balance of nature required gentle tending. The animals gathered at the pond's edge, settling into the soft, damp earth, their eyes filled with trust and curiosity. There was Lumi the firefly, her light a soft glow even in daylight, who flitted about with a playful energy that belied her keen understanding of the stars. Beside her perched Finley, a small sparrow with feathers that shimmered in a rainbow of colors, reflecting the light in a dance of brilliance. And then there was Sylvan, the quiet deer, whose antlers were adorned with delicate vines and blossoms, a living testament to the forest's bounty. Calypso began to speak, his voice as deep and soothing as the rumble of distant thunder. "Dear friends," he intoned, "the time has come for us to embrace the change that the seasons bring. Each of you has a role to play in nurturing the harmony that sustains our world." Lumi flickered her light in agreement. "Tell us, Calypso, what must we do?" she asked, her voice as light as the breeze that rustled the leaves. "The winds have spoken of a great transformation," Calypso replied, "but it is not one to fear. Instead, it is an opportunity to share our gifts and ensure that the forest thrives." With a gentle nod, Finley spread his wings, ready to take flight. "I will carry word to the farthest corners of the forest," he chirped, "so that all may prepare for the coming changes." Sylvan, with his graceful poise, stepped forward. "And I will tend to the plants and trees, ensuring that they are ready to embrace the gifts of autumn." The creatures departed with purpose, each carrying the wisdom of Calypso's words within them. They moved through the forest with a grace that seemed to coax the very essence of life from the earth. As the days passed, the forest began to hum with a vibrant energy, each creature contributing to the symphony of nature. Lumi, with her gentle glow, guided the nocturnal creatures, helping them find their way as the nights grew longer. Her light danced among the shadows, a beacon of hope and continuity. Finley, true to his word, flew tirelessly, his colorful plumage a blur of motion against the autumn sky, carrying messages to every corner of the forest. Meanwhile, Sylvan tended to the trees, his antlers brushing against branches and leaves, whispering ancient songs that encouraged growth and resilience. He showed the young saplings how to bend with the wind and gather strength from the soil, lessons passed down through generations. As autumn deepened and the air grew crisp, a magical phenomenon unfolded. The sky, once a clear canvas of blue, became adorned with ribbons of color as the aurora danced across the heavens. It was a gift from the cosmos, a reminder of the beauty that emerged when harmony was embraced. The creatures gathered once more by the pond, their faces illuminated by the celestial display. Calypso watched with a satisfied smile, his heart filled with the warmth of a job well done. "You have done well, my friends," he said, his voice a soft rumble. "The forest thrives because of your wisdom and friendship. Remember, each season brings its own magic, and it is our duty to nurture it." The forest settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle embrace of autumn. The creatures rested, knowing their efforts had ensured the balance of their home. And as the stars twinkled above, Calypso closed his eyes, content in the knowledge that the wisdom of the ages would continue to guide them. In the heart of the ancient forest, where reality and magic intertwined, a story of harmony and friendship was written in the rustle of leaves and the whisper of the wind, a story that would be passed down through generations, a testament to the enduring beauty of nature's embrace. Story 34. In a quaint village nestled between rolling green hills and shimmering streams, there lived a young potter named Leora. Her days were spent shaping clay into delicate forms, her hands dusty and skilled, but her heart felt heavy with an unfamiliar longing. Leora loved her craft, yet something within her yearned for transformation, though she could not quite name what it was she desired. As autumn's golden hues painted the village, Leora found herself wandering more frequently into the nearby enchanted woods. The woods were a realm of whispers and soft rustling, where the air was fragrant with pine and damp earth. It was here that the villagers often spoke of magic, though few had witnessed it firsthand. Yet, for Leora, the woods offered solace, a place where her thoughts could drift like leaves on a gentle breeze. One brisk afternoon, as the sun dipped low, casting long shadows that danced with the wind, Leora encountered a peculiar sight. A small, spiraling tower of twinkling lights hovered above the forest floor. Curiosity piqued, she approached cautiously, her breath forming clouds in the crisp air. As she neared, the lights coalesced into a shimmering figure, a forest sprite with wings that glimmered like dew-kissed cobwebs. "Greetings, kind potter," chirped the sprite, her voice as melodious as a bubbling brook. "I am Aveline, guardian of these woods. I've observed your visits and sensed the change you seek." Leora felt warmth spread across her cheeks, a mixture of surprise and intrigue. "I wish to understand this yearning inside me," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. Aveline smiled, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages. "Change is a dance between what is and what could be. But fear not, for within you lies the magic to shape your own journey." With a graceful gesture, Aveline conjured a small, ornate mirror from the forest floor. Its frame was entwined with vines and tiny blossoms that seemed to pulse with a gentle glow. "This mirror," she explained, "reflects not just your outward appearance, but the growth of your spirit. As you learn, as you transform, so too will your reflection." Leora accepted the mirror, its surface cool and smooth against her palm. She thanked Aveline, her heart a mix of hope and uncertainty, and promised to return with tales of her discoveries. In the days that followed, Leora carried the mirror with her, its presence a constant reminder of her journey. She noticed that as she worked the clay, shapes she had never before envisioned began to emerge, vessels that seemed to capture the essence of fleeting moments. Her hands moved with newfound intuition, guided by a quiet confidence. One evening, as Leora sat by the fireplace in her cozy workshop, her fingers tracing the intricate designs of a newly crafted vase, she caught a glimpse of the mirror's reflection. To her astonishment, the image was not her own, but that of a vibrant tree, its branches stretching toward the sky, leaves shimmering in a spectrum of colors. It was as if the mirror was showing her the growth she was unknowingly cultivating within herself. Encouraged by the vision, Leora sought the counsel of her dearest friend, an elderly weaver named Marin. Marin's home was a tapestry of warmth, with walls adorned by vibrant threads and the scent of herbal tea wafting through the air. "Ah, my dear Leora," Marin said, her eyes crinkling with kindness as she listened to the potter's tale. "Transformation is the weft and warp of life itself. We are all threads in a larger tapestry, each change adding richness to the pattern." With Marin's encouragement, Leora began to embrace the unknown, allowing herself to be guided by intuition and the quiet wisdom of the woods. She found that the more she let go of the need for certainty, the more confident she became in her craft and her choices. Weeks turned into months, and winter's chill gave way to the gentle thaw of spring. Leora's creations had taken on a life of their own, each piece a testament to her journey. Her heart felt lighter, filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. On a sun-dappled morning, Leora returned to the enchanted woods, the mirror tucked safely in her satchel. She found Aveline amidst a cluster of blooming wildflowers, the sprite's presence as radiant as ever. "I have come to share what I've learned," Leora began, her voice steady and calm. "Change is not something to be feared, but embraced. It is through uncertainty that we find our true selves, and through connection with others, we find our strength. Aveline beamed, her wings fluttering with delight. You have discovered the heart of magic, dear Leora. It is the courage to grow, the wisdom to listen, and the kindness to share that weaves the fabric of our world. As a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, the mirror in Leora's satchel glowed softly, a testament to the transformation she had undergone. She thanked Aveline once more and promised to carry the lessons of the woods in her heart. With a newfound sense of harmony, Leora returned to her village, her spirit as vibrant as the blossoms of spring. She knew that change would continue to be a constant companion, but she welcomed it with open arms, for she had learned that within every ending lies the seed of a new beginning. And so, under the watchful eyes of the hills and streams, Leora's story became part of the village's lore, a tale of personal growth and magical transformation, told by the warmth of the hearth, forever echoing the gentle truths of the enchanted woods. Story 35. On the edge of a small village, nestled between whispering woods and misty hills, there was a little cottage, its roof adorned with moss and ivy creeping up its stone walls. In this cozy abode lived a gentle-hearted girl named Livia, known for her curious nature and a heart as warm as the sunbeam that danced across her face each morning. One autumn afternoon, as golden leaves rustled softly on the breeze, Livia set out to explore the woods. The air was crisp and fragrant, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Her feet crunched lightly along the forest path, and the symphony of bird calls accompanied her journey deeper into the woods, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy in dapples of gold. As she wandered, Livia stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a small, luminescent stone nestled among the roots of an ancient oak. Its surface shimmered with a soft, iridescent glow, casting a gentle light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. Entranced, Livia picked up the stone, feeling a comforting warmth spread through her fingers, as if the stone were whispering secrets of the forest into her soul. With the stone in hand, Livia continued her exploration, but soon realized she was no longer alone. A soft rustle, followed by the appearance of a fox with fur like autumn leaves, revealed her companion. The fox's eyes gleamed with intelligence and kindness, and to Livia's astonishment, it spoke with a voice like the rustling of leaves. "You have found the heart of the forest, young one. It is a gift and a responsibility." Livia's eyes widened with wonder and curiosity. "What does the heart of the forest do?" she asked, her voice a soft whisper. The fox nodded, its eyes reflecting the wisdom of the woods. "It allows you to see the hidden world within these trees, a realm of magic and mystery. But it also asks of you to protect it, to learn and grow alongside it." Embracing the adventure that lay ahead, Livia began to see the forest anew. Colors she had never imagined danced before her eyes, and creatures of legend and lore emerged from their hiding places, curious and friendly. The forest was alive with stories and secrets, each leaf and creature a chapter waiting to be read. Days turned into weeks, and Livia, with the fox as her guide, learned the ways of the hidden world. She discovered how to listen to the whispers of the wind, to understand the language of the streams, and to dance with the fireflies under the moonlit sky. Each lesson was a treasure, each moment a joy. Yet, as with any tale of wonder, challenges arose. A chill began to creep into the forest, an unnatural cold that threatened the vibrant life she had come to love. The creatures grew anxious, the trees whispered warnings, and the once gentle breeze now carried a hint of unease. Determined to help, Livia turned to the fox. "What can we do to save our forest friends?" she asked, her voice filled with resolve. The fox looked at her with soft eyes and replied, "The heart of the forest is powerful, but it requires the strength of friendship and wisdom to overcome this trial. You must seek the source of the chill and warm it with the light of your heart." Guided by the fox, Livia embarked on a journey to the heart of the cold, a journey that led her to the very edge of the hidden world. There, in a clearing wrapped in frost, stood an ancient tree, its branches heavy with ice. At its roots lay a slumbering creature, a guardian of the forest, who had fallen into a deep, icy sleep. Understanding what needed to be done, Livia knelt beside the guardian, her heart brimming with warmth and compassion. She placed the glowing stone upon the creature's chest, and as she did, she began to hum a gentle melody. one that spoke of summer days and sunlit meadows. Slowly, the warmth from Livia's heart and the stone's magic spread through the clearing, melting the frost and stirring the guardian from its slumber. The creature awoke, eyes like pools of starlight, and as it rose, the chill faded, replaced by a gentle warmth that seeped into every corner of the forest. The hidden world rejoiced, and Livia, with her fox companion, returned to the village, her heart forever intertwined with the magic of the woods. She had learned that true magic lies not just in stones or spells, but in the bonds of friendship and the courage to follow one's heart. And so each night, as the stars twinkled above the whispering woods, Livia would sit by her window, the heart of the forest aglow beside her, and dream of the adventures yet to come, comforted by the knowledge that she was a true friend of the forest. Story 36. Once upon a time, in a land far away, nestled between the shimmering peaks of the Periwinkle Mountains and the lush rolling fields of the Dandelion Plains, lay the whimsical village of Whimsywood. Whimsywood was a place like no other, where the cobblestone streets were lined with candy-colored cottages, and the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming marigolds and frosted cupcakes. In this enchanting village lived a group of quirky, endearing characters, each with their own unique traits. There was Pippin, the pint-sized inventor with a wild mane of curly hair that seemed to have a mind of its own. Pippin was known for his ingenious contraptions that whirred and clicked, often producing delightful surprises like streams of bubbles or bursts of confetti. Alongside Pippin was Luna, the gentle-hearted, lavender-scented librarian with a penchant for storytelling. Luna had an extraordinary ability to bring books to life with just a whisper, making characters leap from the pages to dance in the candlelight of her cozy reading nook. Then there was Bumble, a jovial honeybee with a talent for baking the most delectable pastries. His honey cakes were legendary across the land, said to be infused with a touch of magic that could lift anyone's spirits, no matter how dreary the day. One bright morning, as the sun cast golden rays across the village, the residents of Whimsywood awoke to find something peculiar had happened overnight. The village's beloved Fountain of Whimsy, known for its sparkling waters that sang a different melody each day, had fallen silent. Instead of the usual tinkling tunes, a thick, purple fog hovered above it, swirling in lazy spirals. Concerned whispers filled the air as the villagers gathered around the fountain, their eyes wide with wonder and a hint of worry. It was Pippin who first stepped forward, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Fear not, my friends," he said with a reassuring grin. "This is simply a magical puzzle waiting to be solved." With that, Pippin, Luna, and Bumble set off on an adventure to uncover the mystery of the silent fountain. They journeyed through the vibrant meadows of the Dandelion Plains, where the flowers giggled in the breeze, and over the gentle slopes of the Periwinkle Mountains, where the stones hummed beneath their feet like old friends sharing secrets. As they traveled, Pippin busied himself with crafting a peculiar device, a brass and crystal contraption that clicked and whirred with fascinating complexity. "This will help us understand the magic at play," he explained, adjusting his goggles with a determined nod. Meanwhile, Luna flipped through her trusty book of enchanted tales, searching for stories of fountains and their mysterious melodies. Her fingertips brushed over the pages, and illustrations danced in the air, painting pictures of magical lands and forgotten legends. Their journey led them to the edge of the wavering woods, a place where the trees whispered gently in the wind, their leaves shimmering with hues of emerald and gold. It was here they encountered an unexpected ally, a mischievous yet endearing sprite named Thistle, whose laughter sounded like the tinkling of silver bells. Thistle, with his tiny wings and a tuft of bright blue hair, fluttered around them in excited circles. "Oh, how delightful! I know this magic well," he chimed, his voice as light as a summer breeze. "The fountain's song has been captured by the moonbeam mist, a cheeky enchantment that loves to play tricks." With a twinkle in his eye, Thistle explained that the moonbeam mist could only be coaxed into releasing its hold with the sound of the purest laughter, a laughter that came from the heart, unburdened by worries or woes. Encouraged by this revelation, Bumble concocted a plan. He baked a batch of his most scrumptious honey cakes, infusing them with a touch of whimsy and a sprinkle of joy. As the delightful aroma filled the air, the friends sat beneath the branches of the wavering woods, sharing stories and sweet treats. Laughter bubbled up like a babbling brook, growing louder and more infectious with each passing moment. It was a laughter that rang out pure and true, echoing through the woods and reaching the swirling purple fog above the fountain. With a soft sigh, as if surrendering to the joyous symphony, the moonbeam mist slowly dissolved, revealing the fountain's shimmering waters once more. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, the fountain began to sing again, a melody so enchanting that it wove through the village like a silken thread, stitching together the hearts of all who listened. The villagers cheered with delight, embracing the friends as heroes, their hearts filled with gratitude and joy. Pippin, Luna, Bumble, and Twizzle beamed with pride, knowing that their friendship and creativity had restored the magic to their beloved village. And so, as the stars twinkled above Whimsywood, and the gentle breeze carried the sweet scent of marigolds and honey cakes through the night, the village drifted into a peaceful slumber, their dreams filled with laughter and the promise of new adventures. In the end, the magical problem had brought them closer together, teaching them that sometimes the simplest solutions, like laughter and friendship, held the most profound magic of all. And with that comforting thought, the village of Whimsywood settled into a restful night, wrapped in a blanket of contentment and joy. Story 37. On the edge of a quiet village, nestled among rolling hills and whispering pines, there was a small, charming cottage. The cottage was known for its abundant garden, where flowers of every hue danced in the breeze, their delicate petals glistening with morning dew. It was here that a kind-hearted young woman named Lila lived, tending to the garden with the gentle touch of a painter, perfecting a beloved masterpiece. Lila was known throughout the village for her warmth and generosity, always offering a helping hand or a comforting word. Her days were filled with tending to her garden, the vibrant blooms a tapestry of colors that seemed to reflect her own kind nature. But there was one corner of the garden that Lila never visited, a small, overgrown patch hidden behind a curtain of wild roses. One crisp autumn morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in soft pinks and golds, Lila decided to explore the forgotten corner. As she gently pushed aside the curtain of roses, she discovered a small, weathered chest half buried in the earth. Its wood was worn and its metal latches were rusted with age, but something about it called to her, whispering secrets of long ago. Curiosity piqued, Lila carefully lifted the chest from its earthen cradle. With a soft click, the latches gave way, and inside she found an old, intricately carved mirror. Its frame was adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and change in the light, and the glass, though slightly clouded, shimmered with an ethereal glow. As Lila gazed into the mirror, she was surprised to see not her own reflection, but a vast, wondrous landscape, filled with rolling fields of lavender and skies painted with the colors of 1,000 sunsets. In the distance, a gentle river wound its way through the land, its waters twinkling like a trail of stars. Suddenly, Lila felt a warm breeze brush against her face, carrying the sweet scent of lavender. Entranced by the beauty before her, she reached out to touch the mirror, and with a soft sigh, she found herself stepping through the glass into the heart of the magical land. The air was alive with the songs of birds, and the gentle rustle of leaves echoed like a sweet symphony. Lila felt a sense of peace and wonder wash over her as she walked through the fields, each step releasing the soothing fragrance of the lavender beneath her feet. As she wandered, she came across a gathering of unusual creatures, a joyful hedgehog named Pippin, a wise old owl called Oswald, and a playful squirrel who introduced herself as Tilly. They greeted Lila warmly, their eyes twinkling with curiosity and kindness. "Welcome, dear traveler," hooted Oswald, his voice as soft as the whispering wind. "You have entered the land of reflections, a place where the heart's deepest desires can be found." Pippin, his quills shimmering like tiny stars, added with a cheerful chirp, "If you seek something, we can help you find it." Lila smiled at her newfound friends, feeling a deep sense of belonging. "I didn't know I was seeking anything," she confessed, "but this place, it feels like a dream." Tilly scampered up a nearby tree, her bushy tail twitching with excitement. Perhaps the journey itself is what you seek, she suggested, her voice as light as the breeze. Together they traveled through the enchanting land, each step revealing new wonders. They crossed the sparkling river, where the water sang stories of old, and explored the lush forests, where the trees whispered secrets of the past. As they journeyed, Lila learned from her companions. Pippin taught her the joy of simple pleasures, like the warmth of the sun and the beauty of a dew-kissed morning. Oswald shared his wisdom, encouraging her to listen to her heart and trust in her own intuition. And Tilly reminded her of the importance of play and laughter, of finding joy even in the smallest moments. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of coral and gold, Lila and her friends reached the edge of a tranquil lake. Its surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the vibrant colors of the sky above. In the center of the lake stood a small island, and on it a single, ancient tree with branches that reached out like welcoming arms. "This is the Tree of Reflections," Oswald explained, his eyes filled with reverence. "It holds the wisdom of the ages and can show you the path to your heart's true desire." Lila gazed at the tree, feeling a gentle tug at her heart. With her friends by her side, she climbed into a small boat that rested on the shore, and they paddled across the serene waters to the island. As they approached the tree, Lila felt a sense of calm and clarity settle over her. She placed her hand on the tree's rough bark, and instantly the world around her seemed to melt away. In her mind's eye, she saw her garden back home, the flowers blooming more vividly than ever before. She saw herself tending to them with love and care, surrounded by friends, laughter, and the warmth of a community that cherished her. A soft, gentle voice echoed in her heart. "Your journey has shown you the beauty that lies within and around you. You possess a gift, dear Lila, a gift of nurturing, of bringing life and joy to those you touch. Trust in yourself, and you will always find your way." As the vision faded, Layla blinked back tears of gratitude. She turned to her friends, her heart full of love and appreciation. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice filled with emotion. "You've helped me see what truly matters." Pippin, Oswald, and Tilly gathered around her, their eyes shining with pride and affection. "Remember," Oswald said softly, "the magic is not in the land, but in your heart." With a newfound sense of purpose, Lila returned to the mirror with her friends. As she stepped back through the glass, she found herself once again in her garden, the sun just beginning to rise over the hills. The mirror, now resting against the garden wall, shimmered with a soft, golden light. Lila knew that the land of reflections would always be a part of her, guiding her with its gentle wisdom. As she tended to her garden that day, she did so with a renewed spirit, her heart filled with the joy and love she had discovered on her journey. And though the magical land was now just a memory, its lessons lived on in the vibrant blooms that surrounded her, and in the kindness and generosity she shared with those around her. And so, in the quiet village by the whispering pines, Lila continued to nurture not only her garden, but also the hearts of all who came to visit, spreading warmth and joy like the gentle touch of a painter's brush across a canvas of life. And as the sun set each evening, painting the sky in the colors of 1,000 sunsets, she knew that the true magic lay not in the mirror, but in the love and wisdom she carried within her heart. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight filtered through a canopy of whispering leaves, a hidden world thrived in a delicate balance of harmony and magic. This was a realm where the whispers of the wind carried secrets older than time, and where the creatures, both seen and unseen, lived lives intertwined with the very soul of nature. One such creature was Neem, a gentle doe with eyes as deep and knowing as the forest itself. Her coat was the color of autumn leaves, a rich tapestry of amber and gold, blending seamlessly with the dappled sunlight that danced across the forest floor. Neem was a guardian of the forest's secrets, entrusted with the ancient wisdom passed down through generations of her kind. As the forest hummed with the vibrant energy of early autumn, the air tinged with the scent of earth and pine, Neem sensed a change. The whispers of the trees spoke of a disturbance, a ripple in the harmony that held their world together. The leaves rustled with urgency, and the brook that babbled over moss-covered stones did so with a note of concern. Curious and concerned, Niam set out to uncover the source of this disturbance. Her hooves were silent upon the soft earth, her presence a quiet whisper in the symphony of the forest. Along her path, she encountered Finbar, a wise old owl perched high in the branches of a towering oak. His feathers were the color of storm clouds, and his eyes gleamed with the light of countless moonlit nights. Niam, he called in a voice like the rustle of ancient parchment. The forest speaks of an imbalance. The clouds gather their strength, yet the rains do not fall. The rivers run low, and the creatures grow anxious. We must find the cause and restore the harmony. Niamh nodded, her heart heavy with the responsibility she felt for her forest home. Together, she and Finbar set off deeper into the woods, following the subtle signs that nature left for those who knew how to read them. As they ventured further, the forest grew denser, the canopy above a quilt of green and gold. The sunlight flickered like 1,000 tiny flames, casting playful shadows on the ground. They were joined by Aisling, a rabbit with fur as soft as the morning mist, and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. She hopped alongside Niam, her nose twitching with determination. "I heard your call, Finbar," Aisling said, her voice as light as a breeze. "The forest is my family, too. I will help in any way I can." Together, the trio journeyed on, their path winding through groves of ancient trees and fields of wildflowers that swayed gently in the breeze. They listened to the songs of the birds and the rustle of the leaves, seeking clues in the patterns of nature. Finally, they reached a clearing where the earth seemed to hold its breath. Here, the magic of the forest was palpable, a shimmering presence that danced in the air. In the center of the clearing stood a great stone, worn smooth by time and weather, its surface etched with symbols that told the story of the forest. As they approached, the stone began to glow with a soft, ethereal light, and a gentle voice spoke, seeming to rise from the very heart of the earth. "Welcome, guardians of the forest," the voice intoned, resonating with the strength of the mountains and the softness of the falling rain. "The balance of this world is delicate, and it is in peril. The seasons have shifted, their rhythms disrupted by the actions of those who do not understand their power." Niam, Finbar, and Aisling listened intently, their hearts united in purpose. They knew that the balance of the forest depended on the cyclical dance of the seasons, each playing its part in the grand tapestry of life. Without the rains of autumn, the seeds could not grow, and the rivers would not flow to nourish the land. The voice continued, its tone filled with wisdom and hope. "To restore balance, you must seek the heart of the storm. There, you will find the key to unlocking the rains. But remember, the true power lies not in force, but in understanding and harmony." With renewed determination, the trio set forth once more, their path leading them ever closer to the heart of the forest. The air grew cooler, the scent of rain heavy upon the breeze. Above, the sky was a swirling mass of dark clouds, pregnant with the promise of a storm yet to be unleashed. As they neared the source of the disturbance, the forest seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for the resolution that would either restore or unravel its delicate balance. Niam and her companions moved with purpose, their hearts guided by the wisdom of ages. Finally, they arrived at the edge of a great lake, its waters still and reflective like a mirror. In the center of the lake, a swirling vortex of clouds hovered, crackling with energy. This was the heart of the storm, the place where the balance must be restored. Niam stepped forward, her reflection shimmering in the water's surface. She closed her eyes and reached deep within herself, seeking the connection that bound her to this land. Finbar and Aisling stood beside her, lending their strength and faith to the effort. In the stillness, Niam heard the voice of the forest once more, a whisper of leaves and the gentle caress of the wind. "Remember, Niam, the key is in understanding. The storm is not your enemy, but a partner in this dance of life." With this wisdom, Niam opened her eyes and spoke to the storm, not with words, but with the language of the heart. She shared her love for the forest, her respect for the cycles of nature, and her desire to restore the harmony that had been disrupted. As her message resonated through the air, the storm responded, the clouds parting to reveal a sky painted with hues of gold and pink. Raindrops began to fall, gentle and life-giving, soaking into the earth and filling the rivers once more. The forest sighed with relief, its balance restored. The creatures emerged from their hiding places, their hearts light with gratitude. Neum, Finbar, and Aisling stood together on the shore of the lake, their spirits intertwined with the magic of the moment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the land, Neum turned to her companions with a serene smile. "We have done it, my friends. The forest will thrive once more, its harmony preserved for future generations." And so, under the sheltering canopy of the ancient forest, the hidden lives of its creatures continued in peace, their world a testament to the power of understanding and friendship. As the stars twinkled above, the forest settled into a gentle lullaby, carrying the promise of new beginnings and the enduring wisdom of the natural world. Story 41. In a secluded corner of the world, nestled between the roots of towering oaks and the whispering winds of the ancient forest, lay the village of the Glen. This was no ordinary village. It existed in harmony with the forest's enchanting magic, where the boundaries between the real and the mystical were as thin as morning mist. The air in the village of the Glen was perpetually tinged with the earthy scent of pine needles and the sweet aroma of wild honeysuckle. Streams of sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, dappling the ground with golden patches that shifted with the breeze. The villagers, a gentle folk, shared their home with creatures of the forest, both ordinary and enchanted, living in a symphony of coexistence. Among them was a gentle-hearted woodcarver named Finn, known for his kind eyes and the warmth of his spirit. His hands, roughened by years of work, could transform simple pieces of wood into the most intricate carvings. Finn lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the forest, where the whispering leaves and the song of the brook played a constant melody. One crisp morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Finn awoke to an unusual sight. A delicate creature perched on his windowsill, its wings shimmering like spun silver in the early light. It was a sylph, a rare and ethereal being of the forest, known to appear only when the balance of nature was in peril. "Finn," the sylph whispered, her voice as soft as a breeze through the reeds. "The harmony of our forest is threatened. The seasons have begun to falter, and the creatures are losing their song." Finn listened with a heart full of understanding. He knew the tales of old, passed down through generations, stories of the forest's magic, intertwined with the cycles of the moon and the dance of the seasons. He had heard of times when nature's balance was disturbed, and how it was always restored through wisdom and unity. "What must be done?" Finn asked, his voice steady with resolve. "You must seek the heart of the forest," the sylph replied, her eyes gleaming with ancient knowledge. "There, you will find the source of the imbalance and the guidance to restore it." Without hesitation, Finn prepared for his journey. He packed a small bundle with essentials, a loaf of fresh bread, a flask of cool spring water, and a woolen cloak to ward off the forest's chill. As he set off, the villagers gathered to wish him well, their voices mingling with the rustle of leaves in a chorus of support. The path to the heart of the forest was not marked on any map, for it was a journey of intuition and connection with the natural world. Finn walked beneath the arching boughs, his senses attuned to the subtle signs that would guide him. The air was alive with the chatter of squirrels and the distant hoot of an owl settling to sleep, their presence a comforting reminder of the forest's life. As Finn ventured deeper, the forest seemed to awaken around him. The air grew cooler, and the scent of moss thickened, mingling with the crisp scent of autumn leaves underfoot. He walked for hours, pausing only to listen to the stories the wind carried, a tale of shifting seasons and restless earth. Eventually, Finn arrived at a clearing bathed in a serene silver light. At its center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching skyward in a timeless embrace. This was the heart of the forest, a place where the magic of nature converged, pulsing with life and wisdom. Finn approached the oak, his heart open to its silent teachings. As he rested his hand against the rough bark, a gentle warmth spread through him, and he felt the presence of countless generations whispering their secrets. In the stillness, the voice of the forest spoke to him, a soft hum that resonated deep within his soul. It was a melody of seasons, of rain and sunshine, of growth and rest. Finn understood then that the balance had shifted because the forest's natural rhythm had been disrupted. The winter had lingered too long, and the spring was hesitant to begin its dance. The solution was simple, yet profound. Finn needed to rekindle the dance of the seasons. With the guidance of the forest's wisdom, he crafted a small wooden flute, its surface adorned with carvings of leaves and spirals. As he played a tune, the notes wove through the air like tendrils of mist, carrying with them the promise of change. The forest responded. The air shimmered with anticipation, and the trees seemed to sway in rhythm with the melody. Gradually, the chill of winter lifted, replaced by the gentle warmth of spring. Buds unfurled on branches, and the symphony of birdsong resumed its joyful chorus. Finn returned to the village of the glen, where the villagers greeted him with open arms and grateful hearts. The sylph appeared once more, her smile as radiant as the spring sun. "You have restored the harmony," she said, her voice a caress of gratitude. The village celebrated with a feast, sharing tales and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Finn, seated by the crackling fire, felt the comforting weight of the sylph's gift, a small silver leaf that glimmered with magic. It was a reminder of the bond between humans and nature, a testament to the power of wisdom and friendship. And so the village of the glen continued to thrive, nestled in the embrace of the ancient forest. The seasons turned in their gentle cycle, each one a reminder of the delicate balance and the enduring magic that lay within the heart of the world. As the fires burned low and the village settled into peaceful slumber, the forest hummed its lullaby, a song of harmony and hope, carried on the wings of the night. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Once upon a dusky eve, in the quaint village of Willow Tree, strange happenings began to unfold. The townsfolk, who usually spent their evenings gathered around crackling hearths swapping tales, found their firesides mysteriously extinguished one by one. Young Rowan, an inquisitive lass with sparkling eyes, was the first to notice this oddity. As she gazed out her window that night, she saw the cheery glow of firelight winking out in house after house. The next morning, Rowan set out to investigate, her worn boots crunching through the fresh snowfall. She knocked on the door of her dear friend Hazel, a kindly elder renowned for her wisdom. "Good morrow, Rowan," Hazel greeted with a warm smile, ushering the girl inside to her cozy cottage. "What brings you out on such a frosty day?" Rowan explained the bizarre occurrence, and Hazel's brow furrowed in thought. "How peculiar. Let me consult my magical companions. They may have insight we lack." With a wave of her gnarled oak staff, Hazel summoned her faithful friends, a sprightly pixie named Glow, a wise old gnome named Mosscap, and a radiant fairy called Lumina. "Our fires too have been snuffed," Glow lamented, her gossamer wings drooping, "and our lanterns sputter and fade." "A strange chill seems to have settled over the land," rumbled Mosscap, stroking his long beard, "almost as if the very light itself is being drained away." Lumina floated closer, her golden tresses shimmering. "I sense a dark presence lurking in the shadows of the bird oak grove. Perhaps the answer lies there." Hazel nodded solemnly. "Then to the grove we must venture. Stay close, my friends, and keep your wits about you." With Rowan in tow, the unlikely band made their way through the silent, snow-hushed forest. An unnatural gloom hung in the air, the shadows seeming to pool and writhe. Rowan shivered, drawing her cloak tighter. At last, they reached the twisted boughs of the ancient bird oak. A faint, sickly miasma seeped from a crevice in the trunk. Mosscap inspected it closely, his wise eyes narrowing. "Aha! I've found the source of the darkness," he proclaimed. "A penumbra sprite, a mischievous creature that feeds on light itself. It must have taken root within this oak." "But how do we banish it?" Rowan asked anxiously. "Surely such a being of shadow will not yield easily." Lumina's radiant form brightened with determination. "Leave that to me, young one. We fairies may be delicate, but our light burns ever brilliant and true." With those words she drifted forward and hovered before the crevice. Drawing a deep breath, Lumina began to glow with a warm golden aura. The radiance intensified until it shone like a tiny sun, banishing every wisp of darkness from the ancient oak's hollows. A piercing shriek rent the air as the penumbra sprite was driven out, recoiling from the purifying light. It writhed and contorted, finally dissipating like a puff of oily smoke on the winter breeze. As the last of the shadows melted away, Rowan felt warmth and cheer return to the forest. In windows all across Willow Tree, flickering firelight began to glow once more. That night, the village square bustled with joyous celebration. Townsfolk gathered around great bonfires, singing songs of gratitude for the return of light, and sharing tales of Rowan's bravery long into the wee hours. And whenever the embers danced and shadows stretched long across the snowy ground, Rowan would smile and remember the wise friends who had helped banish the darkness from their cherished home. Story 47. Story 48. In the heart of a quaint little village, nestled at the edge of an ancient whispering forest, there lived a young woman named Leora. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, where the golden hues of autumn leaves lingered long into winter, and the scent of warm bread and pinewood fires filled the crisp air. Leora, with her hair like golden wheat fields and eyes the color of the summer sky, found herself standing at the threshold of change, yet hesitant to cross it. Leora had always been content with the rhythm of village life. She enjoyed the gentle rustling of the trees, the melody of the brook that wound its way through the forest, and the comforting routine of daily chores. But lately, a restlessness had begun to stir within her, like a whispering breeze urging her towards something she couldn't quite see or name. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with shades of lavender and rose, Leora took a walk into the forest. The path was familiar, lined with moss-covered stones and flanked by towering oaks whose branches intertwined like old friends, sharing secrets. Yet as she wandered deeper, she felt a subtle shift in the air, a tingling sensation that made her skin prickle with anticipation. It was then she stumbled upon a curious sight. In a small clearing bathed in moonlight stood an ancient tree unlike any she had seen before. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, with roots that twisted like the stories of old. But what caught her breath was its leaves, each one a shimmering crystal, catching the moon's light and casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the forest floor. Drawn by an invisible thread, Leora approached the tree, feeling a strange sense of familiarity, as if it had been waiting for her all along. As she rested her hand upon its trunk, a gentle warmth spread from her fingertips, and she felt a soft, thrumming energy beneath her palm. "Welcome, dear one," a voice like rustling leaves whispered. Startled, Leora looked around, but saw no one. It was as if the tree itself had spoken, its voice resonating within her very soul. "Who are you?" Leora asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the guardian of change," the voice replied, a soft echo in the night. "I exist to guide those who seek transformation and to mirror the growth within their hearts." Leora felt a rush of emotions, curiosity, fear, and a deep yearning for something she could not yet understand. "But I fear change," she confessed. "I am not ready to leave behind what I know." The tree's leaves shimmered, casting a gentle glow. Change is not about leaving behind, but about embracing what is to come. It is a journey of discovery, a dance between what was and what will be. As Leora stood beneath the tree's protective canopy, she felt a sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the tree's wisdom seeped into her very being, whispering of courage and potential untapped. In the days that followed, Leora returned to the forest often, seeking the comfort of the guardian and the clarity that each visit brought. She spoke of her fears, her dreams, and her longing for understanding. And with each whispered word, the tree offered gentle guidance, teaching her to listen to the winds of change and to trust in the path that unfolded before her. Leora's transformation was subtle at first, like the first green shoots of spring pushing through winter's snow. She began to notice the beauty in uncertainty, the thrill of not knowing what each new day might bring. She learned to see challenges as opportunities for growth and to find strength in vulnerability. As she embraced these lessons, the magical tree responded in kind. Its crystal leaves began to change, reflecting Leora's journey. They shimmered with hues of emerald and sapphire, colors that spoke of renewal and wisdom. The forest, once a place of quiet solitude, became a vibrant tapestry of life and possibility. But Leora was not alone in her journey. Her friends, a merry band of villagers, noticed the subtle changes in her demeanor, the newfound lightness in her step. They rallied around her, offering support and encouragement. There was Tamsin, the wise herbalist whose laughter was as infectious as her healing balms were effective. Alden, the gentle blacksmith with hands as strong as his heart was kind, and little Lyra, with eyes full of wonder and questions that sparked joy in all who heard them. Together, they learned from one another, sharing stories and wisdom gleaned from the forest. They too were touched by the magic of the Guardian, finding their own paths to growth and understanding. Tamsin discovered new herbs hidden within the forest's depths, their properties unknown but powerful. Alden forged tools that sang with the harmony of the elements, and Lyra's laughter seemed to weave a spell of joy that lifted the spirits of all. As the seasons turned, Leora's journey of transformation blossomed like the vibrant wildflowers that carpeted the forest floor in spring. She found herself stepping into roles she had once feared: organizer of village gatherings, a confidant for those seeking solace, a storyteller weaving tales of the forest's magic for eager listeners. And through it all, the Guardian stood as a silent witness, its crystalline leaves reflecting the growth of those who sought its wisdom. It had become a beacon of hope and transformation, a reminder that change was not to be feared, but embraced with open arms. One evening, as the village gathered beneath the stars to celebrate the harvest, Leora stood before them. The bonfire crackled and danced, sending sparks into the velvet sky, and the villagers' faces glowed with warmth and anticipation. "My friends," Leora began, her voice steady and clear, "we are all like the leaves of the Guardian tree, ever changing, ever growing. Let us not fear what lies ahead, but instead embrace it with courage and joy." The villagers erupted into applause, their hearts swelling with pride and love for the young woman who had become a beacon of strength and hope. And as the celebration continued, beneath the watchful gaze of the Guardian, Leora felt a deep sense of peace settle within her. For she had learned that change, though daunting, was a gift, a chance to discover new facets of herself, to forge bonds that transcended fear, and to step into a future bright with possibility. And in that moment, as the stars twinkled above and the forest whispered secrets of its own, Leora knew she had found her true place in the world. And so the village thrived, nestled at the edge of the ancient, whispering forest. Its people, guided by the wisdom of the Guardian, embraced change not as an end, but as a beautiful beginning. And in their hearts, they carried the magic of personal discovery, a flame that would never fade, even as the seasons turned and the years unfurled like a tapestry of dreams. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. The Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and magic. In the heart of the serene village of Elderglen, nestled amidst rolling hills and sparkling streams, there lay a secret known only to the children who dared to imagine beyond the mundane. Elderglen was a place where time seemed to amble along at its own gentle pace, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the hum of bees created a melody that lulled its inhabitants into tranquility. It was here, beneath the shade of the ancient oak trees, that a hidden world whispered its secrets to those who would listen. The village itself was a quaint tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched roof cottages, and gardens bursting with marigolds and daisies. The people of Elderglen were simple folk, their lives intertwined with the rhythm of nature, celebrating harvests and moonlit nights with equal fervor. But it was the children, with their wide eyes and curious hearts, who held the key to the village's most enchanting secret, the Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods bordered the northern edge of Elderglen, a dense forest that seemed to breathe with life. The trees were ancient sentinels, their trunks twisted with time, their branches forming a canopy that filtered sunlight into a mosaic of greens and golds. It was said that the woods were alive with magic, a place where the mundane and the mystical danced in harmony. Among the children of Elderglen was a boy named Finn, whose heart was as boundless as the sky. Finn was a dreamer, with hair as wild as the wind and eyes that sparkled with the promise of adventure. His best friend, Lila, was his opposite in many ways, her demeanor calm and her laughter a gentle melody. Lila's kindness was like a warm embrace, her wisdom often far beyond her years. Their friendship was a tapestry woven with shared secrets and whispered dreams, and together they spent countless hours exploring the hidden nooks of the whispering woods. They would lie on the soft forest floor, listening to the rustle of leaves and the crooning of the breeze through the branches, imagining stories of mythical creatures and daring quests. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the woods in hues of amber and rose, Finn and Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. They had ventured deeper into the forest than ever before, drawn by a faint melodic chiming that seemed to beckon them forward. As they pushed through a thicket of ferns, they found themselves in a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone archway, its surface etched with intricate runes that glimmered faintly in the fading light. Hanging from the archway was a small, delicate bell, crafted from a metal that shimmered like the stars. It was this bell that sang the enchanting melody, a sound so pure it seemed to resonate within their very souls. "What do you think it is?" Lila whispered, her voice tinged with awe. Finn stepped closer, his eyes wide with wonder. "I think it's magic," he replied, reaching out to gently touch the bell. As his fingers brushed against it, the bell rang out with a clear, sweet note that echoed through the clearing. In that moment, the air around them shimmered, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. The runes on the archway glowed brighter, casting a warm light that enveloped Finn and Lila. They could feel the magic of the woods coursing through them, a sensation both exhilarating and comforting. "Do you feel that?" Finn asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. Lila nodded, her eyes alight with wonder. "It's like the woods are speaking to us," she said softly. As the light from the runes gradually faded, the world around them seemed to settle into a gentle stillness. The bell continued to chime softly, its melody weaving through the air like a tender lullaby. From that day forward, the clearing and its magical bell became a sanctuary for Finn and Lila. They visited it often, sharing their hopes and dreams, their laughter and their silence. The bell seemed to understand them in a way words could not, its song a soothing balm that eased their worries and fears. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to gold and crimson, Finn and Lila made their way to the clearing. The air was cool and invigorating, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they approached the archway, they noticed something different. The bell's melody was tinged with a note of urgency, as if calling out to them. Curious and a little apprehensive, they hurried forward, their footsteps crunching on the carpet of leaves. As they reached the clearing, they saw that the runes on the archway were glowing brightly, casting a warm, inviting light. "What's happening?" Finn asked, his heart racing with a mixture of excitement and unease. Lila studied the archway, her brow furrowed in concentration. "I think the woods are trying to tell us something," she said thoughtfully. With a shared glance of determination, they stepped closer to the archway, feeling the familiar warmth of its magic enveloping them. The bell's song grew louder, its melody weaving around them like a protective embrace. Suddenly, the light from the runes flared brightly, and the world around them seemed to shift. They found themselves standing in a place both familiar and new, a hidden world within the whispering woods, a realm where magic was woven into the very fabric of existence. The air here was alive with energy, shimmering with colors that defied description. The trees were taller, their leaves sparkling with iridescent hues. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted through the branches, their eyes bright with curiosity and mischief. Finn and Lila stood in awe, their hearts swelling with the wonder of it all. They had stepped into a world where the impossible was possible, where dreams and reality intertwined. "This is incredible," Finn breathed, his eyes wide with amazement. Lila nodded, her gaze sweeping over the enchanted landscape. "It's like a dream come true," she said softly. As they explored this magical realm, they discovered a community of gentle, kind-hearted beings who called the woods their home. These creatures, known as the Elderglen fairies, were as old as the forest itself, guardians of its secrets and its magic. The fairies welcomed Finn and Lila with open arms, recognizing in them the same love for the woods that they themselves held dear. They shared stories of the forest's ancient history, tales of bravery and friendship, of challenges overcome through wisdom and compassion. Among the fairies was a wise elder named Thistledown, whose presence was as calming as the forest's embrace. Thistledown took a special interest in Finn and Lila, seeing in them the potential to become protectors of the Whispering Woods. "You have a rare gift," Thistledown told them one evening, as they sat beneath the branches of a great willow tree. "The woods have chosen you to be its guardians, to protect its magic and share its secrets with those who would cherish it." Finn and Lila listened intently, their hearts swelling with pride and responsibility. They understood the importance of their newfound role, the trust that the woods had placed in them. Over time, they learned the ways of the forest, guided by the wisdom of the fairies and the magic of the woods themselves. They discovered how to listen to the whispers of the trees, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath their feet. They learned to see the beauty in every leaf and stone, to hear the music in the rustle of the breeze. Their friendship, too, deepened and grew, rooted in the shared bond of their magical journey. They learned to lean on each other, to draw strength from their differences and find comfort in their shared dreams. But as with all tales of magic and wonder, challenges arose that tested their resolve. One stormy night, as thunder rumbled through the sky and rain lashed against the trees, a dark shadow crept into the Whispering Woods, a shadow that threatened to unravel the very fabric of the enchanted realm. The shadow was a creature of malice, drawn to the forest's magic with a hunger that knew no bounds. It sought to consume the light and wonder of the woods, to turn it into a place of fear and darkness. The fairies were powerless against such a force, their magic unable to repel the creature's malevolent presence. It was then that Finn and Lila, guided by the bell's urgent song, stepped forward to protect the woods they loved. With the wisdom they had gained and the strength of their friendship, they devised a plan to confront the shadow. They knew that only by working together, by combining their unique gifts, could they hope to banish the darkness and restore the forest's light. The battle was fierce, the air crackling with energy as the shadow writhed and howled in defiance. But Finn and Lila stood strong, their hearts united in purpose, their determination unwavering. With each step they took, the forest rallied around them, lending its magic to their cause. The trees whispered words of encouragement, the fairies sang songs of hope, and the bell's melody wove through it all, a beacon of light in the darkness. In the end, it was not brute strength that vanquished the shadow, but the power of their friendship and the love they held for the Whispering Woods. As the first light of dawn broke through the clouds, the shadow dissolved into nothingness, leaving the forest bathed in a golden glow. The woods sighed with relief, its magic restored, its beauty undimmed. The fairies rejoiced, their songs filling the air with joy and gratitude. And Finn and Lila, though weary from their ordeal, felt a deep sense of fulfillment, a knowledge that they had done something truly meaningful. From that day forward, they continued to protect the Whispering Woods, their bond with the forest and its inhabitants unbreakable. They shared their story with the villagers of Elderglen, inviting those with open hearts to discover the magic that lay hidden within the woods. As the years passed, Finn and Lila grew into wise and gentle souls, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the forest. They carried with them the lessons of their journey, the importance of friendship, the power of love, and the magic that could be found in the most unexpected of places. And so, the Whispering Woods remained a place of enchantment, a haven for dreamers and believers, its secrets whispered on the breeze for those who dared to listen. And Finn and Lila, the guardians of its magic, stood watch over it all, their hearts forever entwined with the forest they called home. In the cozy glow of the village hearths, where stories were told and dreams took flight, the tale of Finn and Lila and the Whispering Woods lived on, a gentle reminder that in the heart of nature, true magic could always be found. Story 56. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled between gentle rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young boy named Finn. His days were filled with the sweet simplicity of village life, gathering wildflowers with his friends, listening to the soothing lull of the babbling brook, and exploring the endless wonders of the forest that bordered his home. Willowbrook was a place where the grass was always a lush emerald, and the air carried the fragrance of honeysuckle and freshly baked bread. Each evening, the sun would cast a golden glow across the thatched rooftops, promising the village another peaceful night. One serene afternoon, as Finn wandered through the forest, his gaze fell upon something peculiar. It was a small, ornately carved box, half hidden beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. The box was crafted from a rich, dark wood and adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Finn carefully lifted the box into his hands. As he did, a gentle warmth spread through his fingers, as though the box were alive with a quiet, comforting pulse. With a soft click, the box opened to reveal a single, delicate feather inside, iridescent and gleaming with colors that danced like the northern lights. This was no ordinary feather. It whispered secrets to Finn's heart, unlocking a sense of magic he had never known. The feather granted Finn an extraordinary ability to understand the language of the forest creatures, and so began his wondrous journey of discovery and wonder. Finn's first encounter was with a wise old owl named Sage, who perched regally on a gnarled branch. Sage's eyes, deep and knowing, regarded Finn with a hint of amusement. "Ah, young one," he hooted softly, "the forest speaks to those who listen. What brings you to our sacred woods?" Finn explained his newfound gift, and Sage nodded sagely, his feathers rustling like pages of an ancient book. "There is much to learn in these woods, but remember, wisdom is the key to understanding." With Sage as his guide, Finn journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in threads of gold. Along the way, he met a myriad of creatures, each with a story to tell and a lesson to share. There was Willow, the gentle deer, who taught Finn the importance of patience and observation. Her eyes, soft and brown like the earth, held a serenity that calmed Finn's restless spirit. Then there was Bristle, the mischievous squirrel with a knack for finding the hidden treasures of the forest floor. Bristle's chatter was a constant reminder that joy could be found in the smallest of things, and his laughter echoed through the trees like a playful melody. As Finn's journey continued, he found himself in a secluded glade where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. Here, he encountered a challenge, a riddle posed by the enigmatic Mist, an ethereal fox with eyes like liquid moonlight. Mist spoke in a voice that was both melody and mystery. "To unlock the secret of the forest's heart, you must answer this. What is it that speaks without words, guides without force, and is felt but never seen?" Finn pondered the riddle, feeling the cool breeze brush against his cheek, hearing the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. He closed his eyes, letting the symphony of the forest fill his senses. And then, with a smile, he answered, "It is love." Mist nodded, her eyes twinkling with approval. "Indeed, young Finn, love is the language that binds us all, the unseen force that guides our hearts." With the riddle solved, the forest unveiled its deepest secret, a hidden grove where the ancient wisdom of nature was inscribed on the stones, like whispers of time. Here, Finn learned that true magic lay not in power or grand gestures, but in the kindness shared between friends, the quiet moments of understanding, and the gentle touch of love that connected all living things. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight glow, Finn returned to Willowbrook, his heart forever changed. The village welcomed him home with open arms, unaware of the magical journey he had undertaken. Yet Finn carried with him the lessons of the forest, whispering them to those who would listen, weaving them into the fabric of village life. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Willowbrook continued to thrive, a place where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, and where the gentle power of love and wisdom prevailed. With a heart full of warmth and a spirit enriched by the wonders of the forest, Finn drifted into peaceful slumber, knowing that the magic of the feather and the lessons it had taught would remain with him always. And in the quiet of the night, the forest whispered its eternal lullaby, cradling Willowbrook in its timeless embrace. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Once upon a time, Nestled between the rolling hills and whispering woods lay the quaint village of Bramble. It was a place where the morning sun kissed the rooftops with gentle warmth, and the evening breeze carried the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. The villagers were a close-knit bunch, their lives intertwined like the ivy that clung to the stone cottages. In this serene corner of the world, magic was spoken of in hushed tones, a relic of old tales and distant memories. In a small cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Leora. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the summer sky, Leora was known for her curious spirit and kind heart. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests that surrounded Bramblebrook, her laughter echoing through the trees like a melody carried on the wind. Leora's closest companion was a wise old owl named Horace. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes held the depth of ancient knowledge. Horace had been Leora's friend for as long as she could remember, guiding her with gentle wisdom and watching over her adventures with a protective gaze. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in shades of gold and crimson, Leora set out on a new adventure. She had heard whispers from the villagers about a hidden world within the heart of the forest, a place where the ordinary and extraordinary intertwined. The stories spoke of a magical glade, a sanctuary for creatures unseen and wonders untold. With Horace perched on her shoulder, Leora followed the winding path into the woods. The forest was alive with the symphony of chirping crickets and rustling leaves, a lullaby that soothed the soul. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor as they ventured deeper into the woodland realm. As they journeyed, Leora noticed something peculiar. A faint glow seemed to emanate from beneath the moss-covered roots of an ancient oak tree. Intrigued, she knelt down, brushing aside the leaves and twigs to reveal a small, ornate box. It was crafted from polished wood, inlaid with delicate silver filigree that shimmered in the dappled light. "What do you suppose this is, Horace?" Leora wondered aloud, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns on the box. Horace tilted his head thoughtfully. "It appears to be a relic of the old magic, Leora. Handle it with care, for such objects often carry both wonder and responsibility." With a gentle touch, Leora opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft velvet, lay an exquisite amulet. It was a pendant of silver and sapphire, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. As she held it in her hand, a warmth spread through her as if the amulet recognized her touch. "It's beautiful," Leora marveled, slipping the chain around her neck. The moment the amulet settled against her heart, the forest around her seemed to shift. The colors grew more vibrant, the sounds clearer, as if the world had come alive in a way she had never experienced before. With Horace by her side, Leora continued her journey, drawn by an unseen force that guided her deeper into the forest. The path led them to a secluded glade, where the air was thick with enchantment. Here the trees stood tall and proud, their branches adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. A gentle stream babbled nearby, its waters sparkling with 1,000 tiny rainbows. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree unlike any other. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark a tapestry of twisting vines and emerald moss. From its branches hung clusters of luminescent fruits, each one pulsating with a soft, inviting light. As Leora approached the tree, a soft voice echoed through the glade, warm and welcoming. "Welcome, Leora, guardian of the amulet. You are in the realm of the Whispering Woods, a sanctuary for all that is magical and true." Startled, Leora looked around, searching for the source of the voice. "Who's there?" she called, her curiosity tinged with awe. "I am the spirit of the woods," the voice replied, gentle as a summer breeze. "I have watched over this land for centuries, preserving the balance between the seen and unseen." Leora felt a sense of peace wash over her, the presence of the spirit comforting and reassuring. "Why have I been brought here?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "The amulet chose you, dear child," the spirit explained. "It seeks a heart pure of intent, one who can see beyond the veil of the ordinary. You possess the ability to bring harmony between our worlds." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt the weight of responsibility settle upon her shoulders. Yet it was not a burden, but a promise of purpose and belonging. "What must I do?" she asked, determination in her voice. "There is a storm brewing. one that threatens to disrupt the balance of our worlds, the spirit warned. An ancient feud between the creatures of the forest has awakened, and only through understanding and unity can peace be restored. Leora nodded, her resolve unwavering. I will do whatever it takes to help, she vowed, her hand clutching the amulet. Horus hooted softly in agreement, his wings ruffling with anticipation. With the guidance of the spirit, Leora set out to mend the rift that threatened the Whispering Woods. Her first task was to speak with the Dryads, the tree spirits who guarded the forest. Their home was in a grove of silver birch trees, where the air was thick with the scent of earth and rain. The Dryads emerged from their arboreal homes, their forms shifting between wood and flesh. They regarded Leora with curiosity, their eyes reflecting the wisdom of the ages. "Why have you come, child of the outside?" one of them asked, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "I seek to understand the discord that has taken root in the forest," Leora replied, her tone respectful and earnest. "I wish to help restore harmony." The Dryads exchanged glances, a silent conversation passing between them. Finally, another spoke, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Our kin, the Sylphs, have grown distant. They dwell in the upper reaches of the forest, where the wind sings a different song. We once danced together in harmony, but now distrust has taken root." Leora listened intently, her heart aching for the fractured bonds between the forest dwellers. "What caused this rift?" she asked gently. "It began with the loss of the Heartstone," the first Dryad explained. "A gem of great power, it was a symbol of our unity. Without it, our connection has withered, leaving space for fear and misunderstanding." Leora thanked the Dryads for their honesty and promised to seek out the Sylphs. As she and Horus continued their journey, she pondered the wisdom in the Dryad's words. She understood that the Heartstone was more than a mere object. It was a representation of the unity and trust that bound the forest together. The path to the Sylphs' domain was steep and winding, leading them to the treetops where the air was crisp and the sky stretched wide. The Sylphs, ethereal and graceful, greeted Leora with wary curiosity. Their translucent wings shimmered in the sunlight, casting iridescent shadows on the leaves. "What brings you to our realm, earthbound one of the Sylphs inquired, her voice melodic and airy. "I come seeking understanding and reconciliation," Leora answered, her gaze steady and sincere. "The Dryad spoke of the lost Heartstone and the rift it has caused. I wish to help bridge the divide." The Sylphs exchanged looks, their expressions a mixture of hope and skepticism. Finally, a Sylph with wings the color of twilight spoke. "The Heartstone was entrusted to the care of both our kin. It vanished one stormy night, leaving only whispers of betrayal in its wake." Leora listened carefully, her mind piecing together the fragmented story. "I believe the Heartstone still exists, hidden away, waiting for the right moment to be found," she mused aloud. "Perhaps it lies in a place where both worlds touch, yet remain separate." The Sylphs considered her words, their gazes softening. "If you can find the Heartstone, perhaps the wounds can begin to heal," the twilight-winged Sylph agreed, hope flickering in her eyes. With a promise to return, Leora left the Sylphs' domain, her mind racing with possibilities. The amulet around her neck pulsed with a gentle warmth, guiding her thoughts like a beacon in the night. She realized that the Heartstone's hiding place must be at the confluence of the two realms, where the magic of the forest and the world beyond intertwined. Determined to find the Heartstone, Leora retraced her steps to the enchanted glade. As she approached the magnificent tree at its center, she felt the amulet's warmth intensify, the sapphire glow resonating with the energy of the glade. Leora knelt before the ancient tree, her fingers brushing the soft earth. "Spirit of the woods," she called softly, her voice a gentle plea. "Guide me to the Heartstone, so that I may help restore the harmony that has been lost." The spirit's voice answered, a soothing presence that enveloped her like a warm embrace. "The Heartstone lies within, child. It is a part of the forest, yet hidden from sight. Trust in your heart and the amulet's guidance." Closing her eyes, Leora let the amulet's warmth flow through her, connecting her to the pulse of the forest. Images danced in her mind's eye, visions of roots intertwining, branches reaching skyward, and the gentle rhythm of life that flowed through the whispering woods. With newfound clarity, Leora rose and approached the tree once more. Her hands moved with a purpose not entirely her own. guided by the amulet's magic. She reached into a hollow within the tree's trunk, her fingers brushing against something cool and smooth. When she withdrew her hand, she held the heartstone. It was a gem of unparalleled beauty, its surface swirling with colors that mirrored the forest's vibrant hues. As she held it aloft, the glade seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, the air shimmering with renewed energy. With the heartstone in her possession, Leora returned to the dryads and sylphs, her heart filled with hope and determination. She gathered them in the glade, where the spirit of the woods watched over them with a gentle presence. Holding the heartstone high, Leora addressed the gathered spirits, her voice carrying the weight of the forest's ancient wisdom. This is a new beginning, a chance to mend what was broken and rebuild the bonds of trust and friendship. The dryads and sylphs regarded the heartstone with reverence, its light reflecting in their eyes. Slowly, tentatively, they began to approach one another, their hands reaching out in gestures of reconciliation. As they joined hands, the heartstone blazed with a brilliant light, its magic weaving through the forest like a gentle breeze. Leora watched as the bonds of friendship and unity were reformed, a tapestry of harmony that enveloped the whispering woods. In that moment, Leora understood the true power of the amulet and the heartstone. It was not the objects themselves, but the connections they represented, the trust, understanding, and love that bound the creatures of the forest together. With the rift healed and harmony restored, Leora bid farewell to the dryads and sylphs, her heart light with the knowledge that she had played a part in preserving the magic of the whispering woods. Horus flapped his wings in approval, his eyes twinkling with pride. As they made their way back to Bramble Brook, Leora felt a deep sense of peace. The village was bathed in the warm glow of twilight, the stars beginning to twinkle in the vast sky above. She knew that the magic of the forest would always be a part of her, a reminder of the power of friendship and understanding. That night, as Leora lay in her cozy bed, the amulet resting on her bedside table, she drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her dreams were filled with visions of the whispering woods, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the soft, comforting presence of the spirit. And so, the story of Leora and the whispering woods became a cherished tale in the village of Bramblebrook, a reminder that even in the simplest of places, magic could be found in the hearts of those who believed in the power of friendship and the beauty of the world around them. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. In the distant reaches of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Luminara. Its skies shimmered in hues of lavender and gold, and its lush landscapes teemed with life. Among its gentle inhabitants was Lyra, a creature of light and song, whose translucent wings caught the sun's rays and scattered rainbows across the fields as she fluttered from one blossom to the next. On a nearby planet shrouded in twilight and mystery lived Corin, a towering being of earth and stone. His world, Teros, was a place of deep valleys and echoing caverns, where the ground whispered ancient secrets. Corin's strength was matched by his gentle heart, and he wandered his land with a quiet reverence for the beauty of the stones and the life they cradled. One fateful day, as the stars aligned in a cosmic dance, a curious portal opened between these two worlds. Lyra, drawn by its shimmering allure, darted through the portal, her heart filled with wonder and a touch of trepidation. She found herself in the shadowed realm of Teros, where the air was cool and the scent of earth was rich and comforting. Corin, who had been exploring near the portal's edge, watched in awe as the delicate creature emerged. Her light was a stark contrast to the muted tones of his world, and for a moment they simply stared at one another, two beings from different worlds, brought together by the whims of the universe. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lyra's melodious trills and chirps seemed like mere music to Corin's ears, while his deep rumbling tones were too low for her to comprehend fully. Yet there was a spark of curiosity in both their hearts, a desire to bridge the gap between them. Over time, they learned to communicate through gestures and shared experiences. Lyra would guide Corin to the hidden nooks where flowers bloomed in the shadows, their colors vibrant even in the dim light, while Corin showed Lyra the secret paths within the caverns, where crystals glowed with an inner fire. Their bond deepened as they faced challenges together. One day, a fierce storm swept across Taros, its winds howling through the valleys, and its rains turning paths into torrents. Lyra, unused to such weather, found herself struggling against the gale. Corin, with his sturdy form, shielded her with his broad back, guiding her to the safety of a cavern where they waited for the storm to pass. In that quiet refuge, they shared warmth and stories, their differences fading as they found comfort in each other's presence. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra and Corin discovered the true meaning of friendship. They learned to appreciate each other's strengths and to lend support in times of need. Lyra taught Corin the joy of laughter, her tinkling giggles echoing through the caverns, while Corin showed Lyra the beauty of silence, the way it allowed the heart to listen more deeply. One day the portal shimmered once more, signaling that it was time for Lyra to return to Luminara. The thought of parting was bittersweet, yet both knew that their friendship had transcended the boundaries of their worlds. As Lyra prepared to leave, she touched her wings lightly to Corin's forehead, a gesture of gratitude and affection. Corin, in turn, placed a small crystal in her hands, its glow a reminder of the light they had found in each other. With a final, shared glance of understanding and warmth, Lyra stepped through the portal, her heart full of memories and a newfound wisdom about the strength of friendship. Back on Luminara, Lyra often gazed up at the stars, her thoughts drifting to her friend on Taros. And on Taros, Corin would sit in the quiet of a cavern, feeling the gentle hum of the crystal Lyra had touched, knowing that their bond was as enduring as the stones of his world. In the vastness of the universe, Lyra and Corin had discovered the simple truth that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find understanding and joy in one another. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, their friendship endured, a testament to the harmony that could be found in diversity and the strength that could be born from shared hearts. Story 66. Story 67. Once upon a time, nestled in a grove where the forest whispered secrets to the wind, there stood a small, ivy-covered cottage with a roof that sloped as if in a perpetual nod of welcome. Inside lived a gentle soul named Clara, known far and wide for her skillful weaving. Her tapestries, vibrant with colors that seemed to shimmer like the surface of a river under the moonlight, were admired by all who saw them. Yet Clara herself felt like a loose thread in the fabric of her own life. Clara loved the predictability of her days, the rhythmic clatter of loom and shuttle providing a comforting cadence. But lately she sensed a quiet discontent weaving its way through her heart, like a shadow threading through sunlight. She yearned for something more, a change she couldn't quite articulate. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves blushed with gold and russet, Clara stepped outside, her fingers wrapped around a mug of warm cider. The air was crisp and full of the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Just beyond her garden, where the wildflowers nodded in agreement with the breeze, stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like a welcoming embrace. As she wandered closer, Clara noticed something peculiar. At the base of the oak, where its roots curled like fingers through the earth, lay a small, forgotten door. It was weathered and carved with intricate runes that danced in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity fluttered in her like a new leaf unfurling, and with a gentle push, the door swung open with the softest sigh. Inside, the air shimmered with possibilities, and Clara found herself in a space that was both familiar and wondrously new. This was the realm of the forest folk, beings of gentle magic who nurtured the land and all its creatures. Their haven was alive with colors more vivid than any Clara had ever woven, a tapestry of life itself, unfurling in every direction. The forest folk welcomed Clara with smiles that glowed like the first light of dawn. Leading the way was Alder, a wise elder with eyes that twinkled like stars caught in a canopy of leaves. "Welcome, dear Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you." Clara's heart fluttered with both excitement and trepidation. "Expecting me?" she asked, her voice a whisper among the leaves. "Indeed," Alder replied, gesturing for her to follow. It's time for you to discover what's been growing inside you, like a seed waiting for spring. As Clara walked with Alder and the other forest folk, she noticed how the path beneath her feet seemed to transform with each step, a mosaic of stones and moss that mirrored her swirling thoughts. They guided her to a glen where the air hummed with a gentle magic, and the sky was a quilt of twilight hues. In the center of the glen stood a loom, unlike any Clara had ever seen. It was crafted from silver birch and moonlight, its threads spun from the dreams of the woodland creatures. "Here," Alder said, "you will weave a tapestry not with your hands, but with your heart." Clara hesitated, her fingers brushing the ethereal threads. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, the scent of pine and possibility filling her senses. As she began to weave, the threads responded to her emotions, each strand a reflection of her inner world. At first, the tapestry was a chaotic jumble of colors, a storm of uncertainty and fear of the unknown. But as Clara continued, she felt the presence of the forest folk surrounding her, their warmth and encouragement flowing into her very being. Slowly, she began to see patterns emerge, shapes that spoke of growth and transformation. With each pass of her hands, Clara wove her fears and doubts into something beautiful, a landscape of change filled with small, shimmering stars of hope. She realized that change, though daunting, was a natural part of life, much like the turning of seasons or the growth of a tree from a tiny acorn. The forest folk watched as Clara's tapestry grew, their gentle smiles reflecting her blossoming confidence. "You're doing wonderfully," Alder murmured, his voice carrying the same warmth as the sunlit glen. As the final thread slipped into place, Clara opened her eyes to behold her creation, a tapestry of her journey, vibrant and alive. It was a piece of art that mirrored her own transformation, capturing the beauty of embracing change and the strength found in vulnerability. With a newfound sense of peace, Clara thanked the forest folk for their guidance. "You've shown me that change is not something to fear, but something to welcome," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. As she stepped back through the door into her own world, Clara felt the autumn breeze brush her skin, carrying with it a whisper of the magic she had discovered within herself. The forest, once a backdrop to her life, now seemed a living tapestry of its own, vibrant and welcoming. Back in her cozy cottage, Clara returned to her loom with a heart full of inspiration. Her tapestries now carried the essence of her journey, each piece a reminder of the beauty that could be found in embracing the unknown. And so, as the days turned to weeks and the forest donned its winter cloak, Clara's heart remained open, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the world around her. She had found her place within the tapestry of life, where change was not an ending, but a beginning, a magical transformation that would continue to unfold with each new day. And so under the gentle watch of the stars and the whispering leaves, Clara's story of personal growth and magical transformation became a lullaby sung by the forest itself, a testament to the power of embracing one's true self. Story 68. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled among the rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Although her life seemed ordinary, she possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to communicate with the trees and plants that surrounded her home. From a tender age, Willow had felt a deep connection to nature, as if the very essence of the forest coursed through her veins. She would spend countless hours wandering through the trees, listening to their gentle whispers and marveling at the intricate tapestry of life that flourished beneath their boughs. One fateful day, as Willow sat beneath the boughs of her favorite oak tree, she heard a faint murmur that seemed to beckon her deeper into the forest. Intrigued, she followed the call, her heart pounding with excitement and a touch of apprehension. As she ventured farther into the woods, the sounds of the world she knew faded away, replaced by a symphony of unfamiliar melodies, the rustling of leaves, the gentle trickle of a hidden stream, and the melodic trills of birds she had never encountered before. Suddenly, Willow found herself standing before an ancient, gnarled tree unlike any she had ever seen. Its twisted branches seemed to reach out to her, beckoning her closer. Without hesitation, she placed her hand upon its weathered bark, and in that moment, the world around her shimmered and shifted. Willow gasped as she found herself transported to a realm where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred. This was the hidden world within the heart of the forest, a place where magic thrived and the impossible became possible. As she explored this wondrous realm, Willow encountered beings she had only heard of in fairy tales. Playful sprites darting amongst the wildflowers, wise old tree guardians whose bark had been etched with the stories of centuries, and gentle creatures that seemed to be made of living leaves and petals. One such being, a kindly old willow tree named Rowan, took Willow under his gentle guidance, teaching her the ways of this enchanted realm and the secrets of the natural world. He revealed to her the existence of a powerful, ancient artifact, the emerald seed, which had the ability to restore balance and harmony to any ecosystem it touched. Rowan explained that the emerald seed had been stolen by a group of mischievous sprites who, in their playful ignorance, had disrupted the delicate balance of the forest. Without the seed's power, the once vibrant realm was slowly withering, its magic fading with each passing day. Willow, her heart filled with determination, vowed to embark on a quest to recover the emerald seed and restore the hidden world to its former glory. With Rowan's guidance and the friendship of a merry band of woodland creatures, she set off on a journey that would test her courage, her wit, and her unwavering connection to the natural world. Along the way, Willow faced challenges that seemed insurmountable. Treacherous ravines, tangled briar patches, and cunning riddles posed by the trickster sprites. Yet, with each obstacle she overcame, her bond with the forest grew stronger, and her understanding of the intricate web of life deepened. In one particularly harrowing encounter, Willow found herself trapped in the lair of a fearsome wyvern, a beast whose very breath could wither the mightiest of trees. But it was her compassion and her ability to communicate with the natural world that saved her. She calmed the wyvern's rage by offering it a soothing melody woven from the songs of the forest, reminding the creature of its own connection to the living world. Finally, after countless trials and tribulations, Willow came face to face with the mischievous sprites who had stolen the emerald seed. To her surprise, they were not malicious beings, but rather playful and curious creatures who had simply underestimated the power they held. With patience and understanding, Willow explained the importance of the seed and the delicate balance it maintained within the hidden realm. Moved by her words and her unwavering friendship, the sprites agreed to return the emerald seed, vowing to be more mindful of their actions in the future. As Willow held the glowing seed aloft, its verdant light swept across the realm, restoring the vibrant colors and rejuvenating the withering plants. The hidden world within the forest was once again alive with magic and wonder. But Willow's journey had changed her in ways she could never have imagined. She had grown from a wide-eyed child into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart firmly rooted in the natural world and her spirit emboldened by the friendships she had forged. As she made her way back to the familiar paths of her village, Willow carried with her the lessons she had learned, the importance of balance, the power of understanding, and the unbreakable bonds that connect all living beings. From that day forward, Willow became a guardian of the hidden realm, serving as a bridge between the world of humans and the enchanted realm within the forest. She shared her wisdom with all who would listen, teaching them to appreciate the wonders of nature and to tread lightly upon the earth. And in the quiet moments, when the world seemed to hold its breath, Willow would sit beneath the boughs of her favorite oak tree, listening to the whispers of the forest and smiling at the memories of her extraordinary journey, a journey that had transformed her into a true child of the wild, forever connected to the beating heart of the natural world. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly to the rhythm of the wind and the ground was carpeted with a thick, velvety layer of moss, lay the tranquil village of Willowbrook. The village was known for its charming cottages, each with unique, colorful shutters and gardens spilling over with vibrant flowers. Smoke curled lazily from chimneys, filling the air with the comforting aroma of burning wood and freshly baked bread. The villagers of Willowbrook were accustomed to a serene life, surrounded by the gentle magic that infused the forest. It was a place where the birds could be heard chatting with the squirrels, and the streams giggled as they danced over smooth stones. However, lately, a series of strange occurrences had set the villagers at witter with curiosity and mild concern. Every morning, just as the sun kissed the horizon, small objects would mysteriously move from their places. Teacups would relocate from kitchen tables to garden walls, and watering cans would be found hanging from tree branches, as if the trees themselves had decided to tend to the gardens. Though these happenings were harmless, they had puzzled the villagers, who were keen on understanding the playful mischief. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her inquisitive nature and gentle heart. Lila had a particular fondness for the magical creatures that dwelled in the whispering woods, and often spent her afternoons exploring the forest paths, befriending the creatures she met along the way. Her best friend was a wise old owl named Oliver, who had feathers the color of moonlight and eyes that gleamed with ancient wisdom. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched underfoot and the air was filled with the scent of cinnamon and cloves, Lila set out to unravel the mystery of the moving objects. She donned her favorite woolen cloak, the one her grandmother had knitted, and tucked a notebook under her arm to record her observations. Her first stop was the quaint cottage of Mrs. Poppy, the village baker, who greeted Lila with a warm smile and a plate of freshly baked scones. "Oh, Lila dear," Mrs. Poppy chuckled, "those teacups of mine have quite the wanderlust. I found them perched on the windowsill this morning, enjoying the sunrise." Lila noted the incident in her book, and with a scone in hand, continued her investigation. She meandered through the village, speaking with the blacksmith whose tools had mysteriously rearranged themselves, and the gardener whose watering cans had taken to the trees. As she walked, Lila listened closely to the whispers of the forest, for she knew that the woods held secrets and stories untold. The rustle of leaves and the babble of brooks were like a melody, guiding her deeper into the heart of the forest where the oldest magic lay. It was here, in a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, that Lila found Oliver perched on a low branch. The owl blinked thoughtfully as Lila approached, her curiosity evident in her bright eyes. "Hello, Oliver," Lila greeted, giving a small bow. "I seek your wisdom in solving a curious puzzle. The objects in our village have taken to wandering in the night, and I wonder if the forest knows why." Oliver ruffled his feathers, considering the question. "Ah, young Lila," he hooted softly, "the forest is alive with ancient magic, and not all of it is understood by those who dwell in cottages. Sometimes the magic decides to play, to remind us of its presence and its joy." "But why now?" Lila asked, settling onto the soft moss beside the owl. "Why have the objects begun to move only recently?" Oliver tilted his head, his eyes reflecting the gold of the autumn leaves. "Perhaps the forest wishes to share a message or a lesson. Have you noticed anything else that might offer a clue?" Lila thought for a moment, recalling her observations. "The objects always move at dawn, when the first light touches the village, and they seem to gather in places where they can see the sunrise." The owl hooted in agreement, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves. "Very good, Lila. The dawn is a time of new beginnings, of light overcoming darkness. Perhaps the forest wishes to teach the village the importance of embracing change and seeing the world from a new perspective." With the wisdom of Oliver's words, Lila felt a spark of understanding. The forest's magic was not a mystery to be solved, but a reminder to be cherished. The moving objects were an invitation for the villagers to pause, to appreciate the beauty of their world, and to find joy in the unexpected. Armed with this insight, Lila returned to the village and gathered the villagers in the town square. As the sun dipped behind the trees, casting a warm glow over Willowbrook, she shared Oliver's message. "The forest is inviting us to see our world anew," Lila explained, her voice clear and steady, "to find joy in the little changes, and to embrace the magic of each sunrise." The villagers listened, nodding as the truth of her words resonated in their hearts. From that day forward, they welcomed the playful magic of the forest, delighting in the whimsical surprises that greeted them each morning. And so, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, nestled in the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always filled with the scent of fresh bread and the gentle hum of ancient magic. The villagers learned to cherish the dawn, to seek out the beauty in each day, and to find comfort in the knowledge that they were part of a world filled with wonder and possibility. As for Lila, she continued her explorations, guided by the wisdom of her friend Oliver, and the understanding that sometimes the greatest mysteries are those that invite us to open our hearts and see the world through eyes of wonder. And each night, as the stars twinkled overhead and the forest whispered its lullabies, Willowbrook slumbered in peace, comforted by the magic that cradled them all. Story 73. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight danced upon emerald leaves and mist swirled like a silken veil, lay a secret world. This realm was one where the whispers of the wind and the songs of the stream spoke of ages past, where the creatures of the forest lived in gentle harmony with nature and each other. The forest was home to a myriad of creatures, each with their own role in the delicate balance of life. Among them lived a wise old turtle named Tully, whose shell bore the intricate patterns of countless years. Tully was known as the keeper of stories, his wisdom passed down from generation to generation, like a river flowing through time. One crisp autumn morning, the forest awoke under a blanket of fog, the air tinged with the rich scent of damp earth and fallen leaves. It was on this morning that the young squirrel named Pippin scurried through the underbrush, his eyes wide with wonder. Pippin was a curious soul, his heart filled with questions about the world he called home. As Pippin scampered over gnarled roots and around towering trunks, he stumbled upon Tully, who was basking in a patch of sunlight that had broken through the canopy above. The old turtle's eyes twinkled with the warmth of 1,000 dawns as he watched Pippin approach. "Good morning, Pippin," Tully greeted, his voice as smooth as the river stones worn by time. "What brings you to my sunlit spot today?" Pippin hesitated for a moment, his bushy tail twitching with excitement. "Tully," he began, "I've heard whispers of a magical phenomenon that ties the changing seasons to the very heart of our forest. Can you tell me more about it?" The old turtle chuckled softly, the sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "Ah, the dance of the seasons," he said. "It is indeed a wondrous thing. Sit with me, young one, and I shall share the tale with you." Pippin settled beside Tully, listening intently as the turtle began his story. Long ago, when the world was still young, the forest was entrusted to the care of 4 ancient spirits, each one embodying a season. There was Bridget of the spring, with her cloak of blossoms and breath of warmth; Theros of the summer, radiant as the sun, bringing life and laughter; Aurum of the autumn, cloaked in gold, whispering change and reflection; and Hairos of the winter, serene and still, blanketing the forest in peace and rest. Tully paused, allowing the gentle rustle of the wind to fill the silence. These spirits, in their wisdom, understood that balance was essential for the harmony of the forest. And so they came together to create the Dance of the Seasons, a magical phenomenon that ensured the smooth transition from one season to the next. Pippin's eyes were wide with awe as he imagined the scene. "And what happens during this dance?" he asked eagerly. "The dance," Tully explained, "is a symphony of nature. It begins with Bridget painting the forest in vivid colors, coaxing the first buds from their sleep. As her song fades, Theros enters, his laughter echoing through the canopy as the sun's golden rays dance upon the leaves. When it is time for Theros to rest, Aurum steps in, his footsteps scattering leaves like whispers of wisdom, teaching us the beauty of letting go. Finally, Hairos arrives, wrapping the world in a gentle silence, a reminder that rest is as important as growth. As Tully spoke, Pippin could almost see the spirits moving through the forest, their presence felt in the shifting of the wind and the changing of the light. "But how do they know when to begin the dance?" he asked. "Ah," Tully smiled, "that is the magic of the forest itself. The spirits listen to the heart of the forest, to the rhythms of life that pulse beneath the earth and sing through the air. It is a bond forged through wisdom and respect, a cycle of giving and receiving that has existed since time immemorial." Pippin nodded, understanding now the delicate balance that sustained the world around him. The wisdom of the spirits was rooted not in power, but in harmony, a lesson passed down through the ages. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Pippin thanked Tully for sharing his tale. The young squirrel scampered away, his heart light and his mind filled with the stories of the forest. In the days that followed, Pippin watched the dance of the seasons unfold before him. He saw the first blush of spring color the world, felt the warmth of summer's embrace, marveled at the vibrant tapestry of autumn, and found solace in the quiet peace of winter. And with each change, he remembered the wisdom of the spirits and the balance they maintained. The forest continued its timeless cycle, a testament to the harmony that could be achieved when all creatures, great and small, lived with respect for each other and for the world they shared. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where reality and magic intertwined, the stories of the dance of the seasons were passed down, whispered through the leaves and sung by the streams, a gentle reminder of the beauty of balance and the power of nature's wisdom. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Pippin curled up in his cozy nest, the warmth of the forest enveloping him like a soft blanket. He closed his eyes, his dreams filled with visions of the spirits' dance and the gentle lessons of harmony they imparted. And so, with peace in his heart and the promise of a new day, Pippin drifted into a deep and restful sleep. Story 74. In the heart of a serene, undulating valley, where the whispering winds carried tales of old and the stars blinked knowingly from a vast, velvety sky, lay the quaint village of Bramble Hollow. Nestled among lush emerald hills and kissed by the gentle glow of twilight, the village was a place where dreams were nurtured and stories were cherished. The villagers of Bramble Hollow were a kind and gentle folk, each with their own unique talents and quirks. But perhaps the most intriguing among them was a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart as vast as the sky and an imagination that soared even higher. Her days were spent exploring the winding forest trails and her nights in the company of well-loved books and the comforting crackle of the hearth. One blustery autumn evening, as the leaves danced to an unseen melody and the air was thick with the scent of earth and spice, Lila sat by her window, gazing out at the silvery moonlight that bathed the village. Her thoughts wandered to the tales of her grandmother, a wise woman who had once told her of hidden worlds and magical places, waiting just beyond the veil of the ordinary. It was in this moment of quiet contemplation that Lila's eyes caught a glimmer from the corner of her room. Curiosity piqued. She turned to find a small, intricately carved wooden box she had never seen before. The box was adorned with delicate patterns of leaves and vines, and in its center lay a single, luminous opal that seemed to pulse with a gentle, otherworldly light. With a tender touch, Lila lifted the lid, revealing a soft, shimmering fabric inside, a cloak unlike any she had ever seen. The cloak shimmered like stardust woven into a tapestry of twilight, its colors shifting and dancing with every movement. As her fingers brushed the fabric, a warmth spread through her, as if the cloak itself welcomed her touch. Determined to uncover the mystery of this magical garment, Lila wrapped the cloak around her shoulders. In an instant, a gentle breeze swept through the room, and Lila felt herself being drawn into a world that lay just beyond the edges of her reality. The room faded away, replaced by a vibrant forest, alive with colors and scents that defied description. The trees towered above her, their leaves whispering secrets in a language only the wind could understand. The ground beneath her feet was soft and welcoming, a carpet of moss and fallen leaves that cushioned her steps. As she ventured deeper into this enchanted realm, Lila encountered creatures of all shapes and sizes. A family of curious foxes with eyes like liquid amber, a chorus of birds whose songs wove the very fabric of the air, and a gentle deer with antlers that glistened like frost-kissed branches. Each creature greeted her with a nod or a song, as if acknowledging her as one of their own. It was here, amidst the symphony of the forest, that Lila met Finn, a sprightly squirrel with fur that shimmered like copper in the sun. Finn was a mischievous soul, forever darting between branches and leaves, his laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Welcome, Lila," Finn chattered, his eyes twinkling with delight. "We've been waiting for you. The forest has a task for you, if you're willing to accept." "A task?" Lila asked, intrigued and eager to help. Finn nodded, his expression turning earnest. "The heart of our forest is in danger. Shadows have crept in, threatening to dim the light that nurtures our world. We need your help to find the source and restore the balance." Lila's heart swelled with a mix of trepidation and determination. She had always longed for an adventure, and here it was, unfolding before her like the pages of a beloved story. With Finn as her guide, Lila set off into the depths of the forest, the magical cloak swirling around her with each step. They journeyed through sun-dappled glades and over babbling brooks, the air rich with the scent of pine and the earthy sweetness of the forest floor. As they traveled, Finn shared tales of the forest's history, of the ancient magic that flowed through its roots and branches, binding all creatures in a delicate harmony. But the further they ventured, the more apparent it became that something was amiss. The trees grew sparse, their leaves tinged with an unnatural pallor. The air grew still, heavy with an oppressive silence that weighed upon Lila's heart. It was in this desolate part of the forest that they encountered Eldon, a wise old owl with feathers as white as snow and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. Eldon perched upon a gnarled branch, his gaze steady and kind. "You've come far, young one," Eldon hooted softly. "The shadows are strong here, but so too is the light within you. Remember, true strength lies not in might, but in understanding and compassion." Buoyed by Eldon's words, Lila pressed onward, her resolve unwavering. She and Finn journeyed to the heart of the forest, where the darkness gathered like a storm, swirling and pulsing with a life of its own. There, in a clearing surrounded by ancient oaks, they found the source of the shadow, a once vibrant tree, now twisted and blackened, its leaves withered and brittle. It was a sorrowful sight, a stark reminder of the balance that had been upset. Lila approached the tree, her heart aching with empathy for its plight. She laid a gentle hand upon its trunk, feeling the coldness of the shadow that had taken hold. But beneath it, she sensed a flicker of warmth, a glimmer of the tree's former vitality. With Finn by her side, Lila closed her eyes and focused on the warmth within. She envisioned the tree as it once was, full of life and light, its branches reaching skyward in joyful abandon. She poured all her love and hope into that vision, willing the shadow to retreat. Slowly, the darkness began to lift, like mist rising from a sunlit meadow. The tree shuddered, its branches stretching as if awakening from a long slumber. Color returned to its leaves, a vibrant green that shimmered in the dappled light. As the last of the shadows faded, the forest breathed a collective sigh of relief. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms, and the sound of birdsong echoed joyfully through the trees. Eldon appeared once more, his eyes twinkling with pride. "You have done well, Lila. The forest is grateful for your courage and kindness. Remember, the light within you is a gift to be shared with the world." Lila smiled, her heart full of warmth and gratitude. She had discovered a strength within herself she never knew existed, a strength born of empathy and love. With the forest restored, Lila and Finn returned to the edge of the enchanted realm. As she prepared to leave, the creatures of the forest gathered to bid her farewell, their eyes filled with gratitude and affection. Finn scampered up to her shoulder, his voice filled with warmth. "Thank you, Lila. You've made a friend in the forest, and will always be here, just a heartbeat away." Touched by their friendship, Lila wrapped the cloak around her once more, feeling the familiar warmth envelop her. The forest faded from view, and she found herself back in her room, the wooden box resting on her lap. The cloak lay across her shoulders, its magic now a part of her own. Lila knew that the world was full of hidden wonders, and that the strength to make a difference lay within her heart. As she settled into bed, the gentle glow of the moonlight cast comforting shadows on the walls, and the soft rustle of the leaves outside lulled her into a peaceful slumber. In her dreams, she wandered once more through the forest, her spirit forever entwined with the magic of Bramble Hollow. And so, in the quiet stillness of the night, Lila's heart swelled with the knowledge that she was never truly alone, that friendship and love could bridge the gap between worlds, and that the light of kindness could banish even the deepest shadow. Story 75. In a lush, whispering forest where sunbeams threaded through the canopy like golden threads, the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy aroma of damp moss. Here, amid the rustling leaves and gentle babbling of a brook, lay a world both ancient and alive, where every creature understood its role in the grand tapestry of nature. In a cozy nook beneath the roots of a towering oak tree lived a wise old tortoise named Tullius. His shell was a mosaic of green and brown, polished smooth by the passage of time. Tullius was known far and wide for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, and many sought his counsel when the balance of nature seemed to waver. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was adorned in a brilliant cloak of amber and crimson, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered up to Tullius's doorstep. Pippin's eyes were wide with worry, reflecting the dappled sunlight like polished hazelnuts. "Tullius," he chattered, his voice a blend of youthful eagerness and concern, "the acorns are not falling as they should. The trees are whispering of a change, and the wind carries a chill that speaks of something amiss." Tullius nodded, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Ah, young Pippin," he said, his voice as warm as a sunlit glade, "the forest speaks to those who listen. Let us venture to the heart of the woods, where the oldest tree, the grandfather oak, may offer guidance." Together they embarked on their journey, their path cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. The air was alive with the chatter of birds and the distant call of a doe, creating a symphony that sang of the forest's rich life. As they traveled, the gentle rustle of the wind seemed to echo the harmony of nature, a reminder of the delicate balance that sustained the forest. Tullius and Pippin soon reached the grandfather oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. The tree's bark was etched with the stories of countless seasons, and its leaves whispered secrets only the wise could hear. With a deep, resonant voice that seemed to rise from the very earth, the grandfather oak spoke. "Tullius, keeper of wisdom, and Pippin, seeker of truth, the forest is indeed in need of balance. The seasons have shifted, and the rhythm of nature's dance has faltered." Tullius listened intently, his heart attuned to the subtle language of the forest. "What must we do to restore harmony, Grandfather Oak?" he inquired, his voice carrying the weight of generations. The grandfather oak sighed, a sound like the softest breeze through a meadow. "Seek the guardian of the seasons, the elusive spirit of the zephyr. Only through her guidance can the balance be restored, and the acorns fall once more." With this knowledge, Tullius and Pippin set off once again, their journey bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, the air became cooler, carrying the crisp scent of pine and the faintest hint of snow. They soon arrived at a hidden glade, where the spirit of the zephyr danced among the swirling leaves. She was a vision of grace, her form ever-changing like the seasons themselves, with eyes that mirrored the sky. "Welcome, travelers," she greeted them, her voice as soft as a breeze through willow branches. "I sense the forest's plea for balance. To restore it, we must rekindle the harmony between all creatures and the land." Tullius bowed his head in respect. "We seek your wisdom, spirit of the zephyr. How can we aid in this renewal?" The spirit smiled, her presence calming as a lullaby. "Gather the creatures of the forest and remind them of their place in this wondrous world. Each must remember their role, and together they shall sing the song of harmony." With purpose renewed, Tullius and Pippin returned to the forest, their hearts filled with hope. They called upon the animals, each bird, each fox, each tiny beetle, sharing the spirit of the zephyr's message. Under the soft glow of the moon, they all gathered in a circle, united in their shared purpose. As the creatures of the forest joined paws, wings, and fins, a gentle melody rose among them. It was a song of connection, of life and love, of the intricate dance they all performed as part of nature's grand design. The air shimmered with magic as the harmony wove itself into the fabric of the world, restoring balance to the land. Slowly, like a gentle rain after a long drought, the acorns began to fall, dotting the forest floor with the promise of new life. The trees sighed in relief, their branches swaying in gratitude as the forest breathed as one. As dawn painted the sky in hues of soft lavender and gold, Tullius and Pippin stood together, watching the first light of a new day. The forest was alive with the sound of renewal, and a sense of peace settled over the land. "Thank you, Tullius," Pippin chirped, his eyes bright with newfound understanding. "The forest is truly a wondrous place when we listen and work together." Tullius nodded, his heart full. "Indeed, young Pippin, wisdom and friendship are the keys to overcoming any challenge, and together we have ensured the forest's harmony for generations to come." And with that, the forest awoke to the gentle embrace of a new season, where every creature, great and small, played their part in the timeless symphony of nature, a song that would linger in their hearts forever. Story 76. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stardust wove through the void like strands of glistening silk, lay the planet of Luminara. It was a world bathed in perpetual twilight, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and gentle breezes carried the sweet scent of blooming starflowers. The Luminarans, delicate beings with skin that glowed softly like the moon, lived in harmony with their serene surroundings, tending to the gardens of light that covered their planet. On one particularly tranquil evening, as the twin moons rose to cast their gentle glow over the land, a small spacecraft streaked through the heavens, its hull glinting like a shard of silver against the deepening sky. This ship, a modest transport vessel, was piloted by a solitary traveler from the distant world of Terran. Her name was Lyra, and she was an explorer by trade, one who roamed the stars in search of knowledge and understanding. Lyra's journey had brought her to Luminara, drawn by tales of its beauty and the wisdom of its people. Her heart, though courageous, harbored a loneliness that whispered to her in the solitude of space. As she descended through the atmosphere, her ship's systems suddenly faltered, a cascade of sparks and alarms filling the cabin. With a steady hand and a calm mind, Lyra managed to guide her vessel to a gentle landing in a meadow aglow with the soft luminescence of starflowers. Emerging from her ship, Lyra was greeted not by fearsome warriors or suspicious eyes, but by a single Luminaran who approached with a serene smile. This Luminaran, named Solus, moved with the grace of a breeze and the kindness of a gentle rain. His eyes, deep pools of starlight, held curiosity and a warmth that transcended words. "Welcome, traveler," Solus said, his voice like a soothing melody. "You have come at a time of rest and reflection. How may we assist you?" Lyra, though relieved by the warm welcome, found herself struggling to understand the Luminaran's gentle ways. She had prepared for hostility, for the mistrust of an outsider, and the kindness offered so freely was both comforting and perplexing. "My ship," she began, her voice tinged with the hesitance of uncertainty, "it needs repairs. I did not mean to intrude." Solus merely nodded, his understanding as deep as the night sky. "Here on Luminara, we believe in offering aid to those in need. Your presence is no intrusion, but a chance to share in the exchange of stories and wisdom." As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself enveloped in the rhythms of Luminaran life. Guided by Solus, she learned the ways of the starflower gardens, their petals soft and fragrant, their glow a gentle caress against the skin. The Luminarans, in turn, listened with rapt attention to Lyra's tales of distant worlds and the marvels she had witnessed among the stars. Yet, not all was smooth in this newfound companionship. Misunderstandings arose, as they often do between those of different worlds. Lyra, eager to help, had attempted to rearrange a section of the garden, believing she was improving it. The Luminarans, who cultivated their gardens with deep reverence and tradition, were taken aback by the changes, though they remained kind in their expressions. Solus, sensing the discomfort that lingered like a shadow, approached Lyra with gentle understanding. "We cherish your enthusiasm, Lyra," he said, his voice a balm to her troubled heart. "But our ways are woven with the fabric of our being. Perhaps, together, we can learn from one another." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lyra nodded, her voice a whisper of contrition. "I meant no disrespect. I wished only to contribute, to belong." In this moment of vulnerability, a bond began to form, a bridge of understanding between two souls who had once been strangers. Solus, with patience and wisdom, showed Lyra the intricate dance of their traditions, explaining the balance of light and dark, of growth and rest. As they worked side by side, a challenge arose that would test their burgeoning friendship. A rare celestial event, the eclipse of shadows, was approaching, a time when the twin moons would align and cast the land into temporary darkness. During this period, the gardens required careful tending, as the absence of light could harm the delicate starflowers. Together, Lyra and Solus faced the eclipse, their efforts a seamless blend of Terran ingenuity and Luminaran tradition. Lyra's knowledge of technology complemented Solus's deep understanding of the gardens, and their collaboration ensured the starflowers continued to thrive even in the absence of light. In the quiet hours of the eclipse, as they rested beneath the canopy of stars, Lyra spoke, her voice a gentle murmur in the darkness. I have traveled far, seeking knowledge and adventure, yet it is here, in your gardens, that I have found something truly precious, a friend. Solus, his glow a gentle beacon in the night, nodded in agreement. Our paths are like rivers, Lyra, flowing from different sources but meeting in the same ocean. Through understanding and friendship, we have enriched our journeys. The eclipse passed, and with it came the dawn, a warm embrace of light that painted the world in hues of gold and lavender once more. Lyra's ship, now repaired with the help of her new friends, stood ready for departure. Yet, as she prepared to leave, her heart was filled not with the ache of parting, but with the warmth of connection. Solus and the Luminarans gathered to bid her farewell, their luminescent presence a reminder of the gentle strength found in unity. Wherever your travels take you, Lyra, Solus said, his voice carrying the promise of their friendship across the distance, know that you are always welcome here, a part of our story. With a heart lighter than it had been in many years, Lyra embarked on her journey once more, the stars her companions, and the lessons of Luminara her guiding light. As her ship ascended into the embrace of the cosmos, she carried with her the understanding that true friendship, like the gardens of starflowers, blossomed through patience, kindness, and the shared light of two souls, meeting amidst the vastness of the universe. Story 77. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of trees weaved a tapestry of emerald and gold, the world whispered in a language older than time. This was the realm of the leaf-shade glade, a hidden sanctuary where the natural and magical worlds danced in harmonious rhythm. Nestled within the underbrush, a small, gentle hedgehog named Brindle began his day. His quills, soft and mossy, blended perfectly with the forest floor, and his eyes sparkled with the wisdom of countless generations. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the earth, Brindle emerged from his burrow with a curious glint in his eye. The forest was alive with the symphony of morning. The rustling of leaves echoed like a gentle lullaby, while the songs of birds painted the air with melodies both sweet and serene. The scent of damp earth and fresh pine mingled with the crisp, clean aroma of the morning dew, creating a tapestry of fragrances that spoke of life's endless cycle. Brindle's journey this morning was to visit his dear friend, a wise old owl named Eldrin, who lived in the ancient oak known as the Sentinel. Eldrin, with feathers that shimmered like silver moonlight, was the keeper of stories and the guardian of the forest's secrets. He had seen many seasons come and go, and his heart beat in time with the land itself. As Brindle made his way through the forest, he paused to greet the other inhabitants. A family of squirrels chattered merrily as they gathered acorns, their bushy tails flicking with excitement. A pair of rabbits nibbled on clover, their noses twitching inquisitively as they watched Brindle pass by. Each creature played its part in the delicate balance of the glade, and Brindle felt a deep sense of belonging as he continued on his path. The sentinel stood tall and proud, its branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. Eldrin was perched high above, his golden eyes surveying the world with a gaze that seemed to penetrate the very soul of the forest. As Brindle approached, Eldrin hooted softly, a sound that resonated with warmth and welcome. "Good morning, dear Brindle," Eldrin greeted, his voice as smooth as the gentle breeze that rustled the leaves. "What brings you to my perch today?" Brindle settled at the base of the oak, the soft moss cushioning him like a plush pillow. "Good morning, Eldrin. I've come to seek your counsel. The forest feels different today, as if the very air hums with an unfamiliar energy." Eldrin nodded, his eyes thoughtful. "Ah, you sense it too. The balance of our glade is shifting. The seasons are turning, and with them comes a new magic that we must understand." Brindle listened intently, his heart beating in time with the forest's rhythm. "How can we learn to embrace this change, Eldrin?" The wise owl spread his wings, gesturing to the forest around them. "The answer lies in the stories of our ancestors, woven into the land itself. We must walk the path of the elders, learn from their wisdom, and share it with all who call this place home." With Eldrin's words echoing in his heart, Brindle set off on a journey through the glade, guided by the ancient tales whispered by the trees. As he walked, the forest revealed its secrets, each step a chapter in a story older than memory. He traveled to the crystal stream, where the water sang with the voices of those who came before. There a wise old turtle named Myrtle shared the tale of the river's birth, a story of patience and perseverance that spoke of the power of time. Next, Brindle visited the Meadow of Whispers, where the flowers swayed like a vibrant sea under the gentle caress of the wind. A family of bees, their wings glistening like drops of sunlight, buzzed around him, sharing the story of their dance with the blossoms, a tale of cooperation and the beauty of working as one. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of rose and lavender, Brindle returned to the sentinel. Eldrin awaited him, his presence a beacon of tranquility in the gathering dusk. "Did you find the answers you sought, my friend?" Eldrin inquired, his voice a soft murmur against the backdrop of the settling night. Brindle nodded, his heart full with the stories of the forest. "Yes, Eldrin. The forest teaches us that every change brings new possibilities, and through unity and understanding, we can embrace the magic of every season." Eldrin hooted softly, his eyes glowing with pride. "You have learned well, Brindle. The wisdom of the forest is now part of you, and with it, you will help guide us all into the new dawn." Together they watched as the stars began to twinkle above, each one a reminder of the endless cycle of life and the magic that bound them all. The forest around them settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled in the embrace of the night. And so, in the heart of the leaf-shade glade, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, Brindle and Eldrin found comfort in the harmony of their world, a world where every creature, every leaf, every whisper of the wind played its part in the symphony of life. And in that harmony, they knew that no matter how the seasons turned, the forest would always find its balance, guided by the wisdom of its gentle, kind-hearted guardians. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush and vibrant forest, where the sunlight danced through the leaves like a million tiny fairies, there existed a quaint little village known as Whimsy Hollow. This village was unlike any other, for it was home to the most peculiar and endearing creatures you could ever imagine. Their houses were made from hollowed-out trees and mushroom caps, and the cobblestone streets shimmered with an iridescent glow, as if sprinkled with the dust of dreams. In this delightful village lived a fluffy, azure-blue creature named Tittlepot. Tittlepot was as round as a blueberry and just as sweet. His large, expressive eyes were always filled with wonder, and he had a tendency to bounce instead of walk, which made him immensely popular among the village children. Tittlepot's best friend was a tiny winged fox named Flicker. Flicker had fur that sparkled like golden sunlight and wings that resembled the delicate petals of a daffodil. Together they were inseparable, a duo known for their playful antics and their knack for finding adventure in the most unexpected places. One sunny morning, as the dew glistened on the leaves like diamonds, Tittlepot and Flicker were playing a game of hide-and-seek among the towering sunflowers. Suddenly, Flicker noticed something peculiar at the edge of the village. It was a shimmering, swirling portal, hovering just above the ground, emitting a soft, melodious hum that seemed to beckon them closer. "Tittlepot, look at this!" Flicker exclaimed, her wings fluttering with excitement. Tittlepot bounced over, his eyes wide with curiosity. "Oh, what a wondrous sight! Do you think it's safe?" Flicker tilted her head, her eyes twinkling mischievously. "There's only one way to find out." With hearts filled with both excitement and a touch of trepidation, they stepped through the portal. Instantly, they found themselves in a world that was both strange and beautiful. The sky was a soft lavender, and the sun hung low, casting a gentle golden glow over the landscape. Trees with trunks as white as milk and leaves like shimmering emeralds swayed gracefully in the breeze, and flowers with petals made of glass chimed melodiously as they passed by. The two friends wandered through this magical land, marveling at its wonders, until they stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a gigantic teapot made of porcelain perched atop a hill. Surrounding the teapot were dozens of teacups, each the size of a small house, arranged in a perfect circle. It was a teapot village. As they approached, they were greeted by the teapot keeper, a tall, slender creature with a teacup for a hat and a handle for an ear. "Welcome, travelers. I am Steeply, the keeper of this enchanted place. What brings you to our land?" Tittlepot and Flicker explained how they had found the portal and couldn't resist exploring what lay beyond. Steeply nodded knowingly. "Ah, the portal. It's been acting up lately, causing all sorts of magical mischief. You see, our village teapot has a slight problem. It seems to have lost its steam." "Lost its steam?" Flicker echoed, her eyes widening. "Indeed," Steeply sighed. "Without steam, our teapot cannot brew the magical tea that keeps our village vibrant and alive." Tittlepot and Flicker exchanged glances, their sense of adventure tingling at the thought of a new challenge. "How can we help?" Tittlepot asked eagerly. Steeply smiled warmly. "You have kind hearts, my friends. To restore the steam, we must find the source of the magical spring that feeds the teapot. It lies deep within the Forest of Whispers, guarded by the wise old owl, Professor Hoot." With a mission in mind, Tittlepot and Flicker set off towards the Forest of Whispers. The path was lined with trees that leaned in close, their leaves whispering secrets of the forest to one another. Every now and then, the pair would catch snippets of these whispered tales, stories of long-lost treasures and forgotten spells. As they ventured deeper, the forest grew darker, but instead of fear, they felt a sense of calm, as if the forest were welcoming them into its heart. Finally, they reached a clearing bathed in soft moonlight, where sat Professor Hoot, perched on a branch, his feathers as white as the moon itself. "Ah, visitors!" Professor Hoot hooted, his voice deep and soothing. "What brings you to my domain?" Tittlepot explained their quest to restore the steam to the village teapot. Professor Hoot listened intently, nodding his head in understanding. "To find the magical spring, one must solve the riddle of the forest," he said cryptically, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. "What is the riddle?" Flicker asked eagerly. Professor Hoot spread his wings wide, as if to embrace the whole forest. "I am not seen, but I am there. I can be full, yet remain bare. I am a friend to those who play, and yet I vanish with the day." Tittlepot and Flicker pondered the riddle, their minds working in tandem. Tittlepot's eyes suddenly lit up with realization. "Could it be a shadow?" he asked breathlessly. Professor Hoot hooted with delight. "Precisely. You are indeed wise, young one. Follow the shadows, and they will lead you to the spring." With renewed determination, Tittlepot and Flicker followed the shifting shadows cast by the moonlight until they came upon a hidden glade. There, bubbling from beneath a ring of luminescent stones, was the magical spring. Its waters shimmered with a brilliant azure light, and the moment they touched the surface, the forest seemed to come alive with color and sound. Carefully, they filled a small flask with the spring water and hurried back to the teapot village. Steeply was overjoyed to see them return, and together they poured the water into the village teapot. Instantly, the teapot began to rumble and shake, and a gentle plume of steam rose from its spout, filling the air with the sweet, fragrant aroma of magical tea. The villagers cheered, and to show their gratitude, they organized a grand tea party in honor of Tittlepot and Flicker. The tables were laden with cakes and pastries, and the air was filled with laughter and music. Flicker and Tittlepot danced and played until the stars twinkled overhead, their hearts full of joy and friendship. As the night drew to a close, Steeply presented them with a small, shimmering key. "This is the key to the portal," he explained. "Whenever you wish to return to our world, simply hold it in your heart, and it will guide you." Tittlepot and Flicker thanked Steeply and the villagers, promising to visit again. With hearts full of adventure and friendship, they stepped back through the portal, returning to their beloved Whimsy Hollow. And so, under the gentle glow of the moon, Tittlepot and Flicker drifted off to sleep, dreaming of new adventures and the magical world that awaited them just beyond the portal, where every day was filled with whimsy, wonder, and the joy of friendship. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Once upon a timeless eve, nestled deep within the ancient elderwood forest, a wondrous tale unfolded, a story as eternal as the towering pines and whispering streams that grace this enchanted realm. In a cozy burrow beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, a family of rabbits stirred to welcome the first rays of dawn. Willow, the matriarch, nuzzled her kits awake with a gentle nudge, her soft fur glistening with dewdrops like diamonds in the morning light. "Wake up, my little ones," she cooed, her voice as soothing as the babbling brook nearby. The forest awakens, and with it, a world of magic awaits. Blinking away the remnants of sleep, the kits scampered out of their burrow, their tiny noses twitching with curiosity. The forest floor was a tapestry of emerald moss and wildflowers, each petal glistening with crystalline beads of dew. As the family ventured deeper into the woodland, the air seemed to hum with an ancient melody, the harmonious symphony of nature itself. Willow's ears twitched, and she paused, her eyes alight with wonder. "Listen closely, my kits," she whispered. "Can you hear the heartbeat of the forest?" The kits stilled, their eyes wide with awe as the gentle thrum of life pulsed around them. The rustling of leaves, the gurgle of the stream, the song of birds, all woven together in a tapestry of sound that echoed the very essence of the elderwood. Willow led her family through a maze of ferns and mushroom rings, her paws leaving no trace upon the mossy ground. As they ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive with magic. Glimmering sprites danced among the branches, their gossamer wings scattering stardust in their wake. A family of deer materialized from the mist, their graceful forms ethereal and otherworldly. The kits gasped in delight, their eyes sparkling with childlike wonder. "Behold the guardians of the forest," Willow murmured, her voice reverent. "They walk between the realms, ensuring the delicate balance of nature remains undisturbed." As the sun crept higher in the sky, the forest hummed with the rhythms of life. Squirrels chattered from their lofty perches, and butterflies flitted from blossom to blossom, their wings a kaleidoscope of color. In a secluded glade, a crystal-clear pool shimmered like liquid moonlight, its waters infused with the magic of the ancient wood. Willow gestured for her kits to approach, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Watch closely, my little ones," she whispered. With a flick of her paw, she conjured a ripple upon the surface of the pool. Instantly, the water transformed into a shimmering mirror, reflecting not their physical forms, but the very essence of their spirits, glowing orbs of pure energy, pulsing with the vibrant hues of life itself. The kits gasped in wonder, their eyes wide with amazement. "How is this possible, Mother?" one kit asked, his voice tinged with awe. Willow smiled, her whiskers twitching with delight. "The magic of the elderwood is as ancient as the forest itself," she explained. "It flows through every living thing, connecting us all in a tapestry of life." As the day wore on, the family basked in the warmth of the sun's golden rays, their bellies full from a hearty feast of berries and succulent greens. Willow regaled her kits with tales of the forest's ancient wisdom, passed down through countless generations of rabbits before them. She spoke of the changing seasons, each one a symphony of transformation and renewal. The vibrant greens of spring, the fiery hues of autumn, the crystalline blanket of winter, each held its own unique magic, woven into the very fabric of the elderwood. As dusk approached, the family retreated to their burrow, their hearts full of wonder and reverence for the magic that surrounded them. Willow tucked her kits in, her eyes shining with love and pride. "Remember, my little ones," she whispered, nuzzling them tenderly. "The magic of the elderwood flows through us all. It is our sacred duty to protect and cherish this wondrous realm, for it is the very heartbeat of life itself." And as the moon rose high above the ancient canopy, the forest seemed to hum with a contented sigh, its secrets guarded by those who walked in harmony with nature's eternal dance. Story 85. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across a velvet sky, lay a vibrant planet called Verdantia. Known for its lush, emerald landscapes and gentle rolling hills, Verdantia was home to the Verdantii, a race of beings with skin that mirrored the deep green of their surroundings. The Verdantii were peaceful creatures, thriving in harmony with nature, their hearts as open as the endless sky above them. On a day when the sun painted the horizon with strokes of amber and rose, a peculiar event unfolded. A small, glimmering spacecraft descended from the heavens, its hull reflecting the colors of the sky. It landed softly in a meadow, its entrance hatch opening with a gentle hiss. From the vessel emerged a being unlike any the Verdanti had seen before. This visitor was from the planet Crystallon, known for its shimmering ice cities and the ethereal beings who dwelled there, the Crystalli. The crystalli were beings of light and crystal, their bodies refracting the light in a dazzling array of colors. This particular crystalli, named Lyra, stood cautiously at the edge of the spacecraft, her crystalline form catching the setting sun's rays in a spectacular display. Nearby, a young Verdantia named Joran watched with curiosity from the cover of a leafy thicket. Joran was known among his people for his boundless curiosity and gentle spirit. Seeing Lyra, he felt a mix of wonder and apprehension. Gathering his courage, he stepped forward, his movements slow and deliberate, so as not to startle the visitor. "Greetings," Joran called softly, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Welcome to Verdantia." Lyra turned, her eyes wide with surprise, the colors within her shifting like a kaleidoscope. "Hello," she replied, her voice a melodic chime. "I am Lyra, from Crystallon." As they began to converse, it quickly became apparent that their differences extended beyond mere appearance. Lyra's world was one of precision and logic, where emotions were often subdued beneath layers of crystalline perfection. Verdantia, in contrast, was a world of feelings and intuition, where the heart guided the hands as much as the mind did. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. When Joran spoke of the warmth of the sun and the joy of feeling the earth beneath his feet, Lyra struggled to comprehend. To her, warmth was a rare luxury, and the concept of feeling connected to the ground was foreign. Conversely, when Lyra described the way light danced through the crystal towers of her home, Joran found it challenging to envision such a place, where everything was as bright and hard as diamond. Despite these challenges, a bond began to form between them, woven together through their shared curiosity. They spent their days exploring the verdant fields and whispering forests, learning from one another. Joran taught Lyra to appreciate the simple joys of a sunlit morning and the rustling symphony of leaves. In return, Lyra shared stories of her ice-clad world, painting vivid pictures with her words that brought a touch of Crystallon to Verdantia. One afternoon, as they wandered through a meadow awash in wildflowers, a sudden storm rolled in from the distant mountains. The sky turned a deep, stormy gray, and rain began to fall in heavy sheets. The wind howled, bending the trees and sending ripples across the fields. Joran, accustomed to such weather, found shelter beneath a great, spreading tree. He beckoned to Lyra, who hesitated, her crystalline form not built to withstand the force of the storm. Seeing her reluctance, Joran reached out, offering his hand. "Trust me," he said, his eyes warm with reassurance. With a flicker of uncertainty, Lyra took his hand, and together they made their way to the shelter of the tree. There, as rain drummed a steady rhythm on the leaves above, Joran shared stories of storms past, of how they would pass and leave the world renewed and vibrant. Lyra listened, feeling the warmth of his words seep into her being. In that moment, she understood something new, the strength that came from sharing burdens, the comfort of companionship. It was a lesson her world had never taught her, but one that Verdantia offered freely. As the storm subsided and the sun broke through the clouds, painting the world in shades of gold and silver, Joran and Lyra emerged from their shelter. The air was fresh and crisp, carrying the scent of rain-kissed earth. Together, they walked through the glistening meadow, their steps in harmony. In the days that followed, their friendship deepened. They learned to see beyond their differences, finding strength in their diversity. Joran marveled at Lyra's ability to bring light into the darkest of places, while Lyra cherished Joran's endless capacity for wonder and his unwavering kindness. Through shared challenges and moments of mutual support, they discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended worlds and differences, a connection that was as enduring as the stars themselves. And so, in the heart of the cosmos, under the vast canopy of the universe, a Verdantia and a Crystalli stood side by side, their friendship a testament to the power of understanding and the beauty of embracing the unknown. Together, they learned that while they came from different worlds, their hearts beat in harmony, united by a shared journey and the discovery of a friendship that would last a lifetime. As the sun set on another day, casting long shadows across the land, Joran and Lyra sat side by side on a hillside, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the deepening sky. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the faint scent of blooming night flowers. It was in this serene moment that they both realized how much they had grown, not just in understanding, but in spirit. "Joran," Lyra began, her voice a gentle melody in the quiet evening. "I never imagined I would find such warmth and acceptance so far from home. You've taught me that there's so much more to the universe than I ever knew." Joran smiled, his eyes reflecting the starlight. "And you've shown me the beauty in things I've never seen, Lyra. Our worlds may be different, but our hearts are not." They sat in companionable silence for a while, watching the stars dance across the sky. It was a silence filled with unspoken words and shared understanding, a testament to the bond they had forged. In time, Lyra knew she would have to return to Crystallon. Her people would be waiting, eager to hear tales of her journey. But she also knew that part of her heart would remain on Verdantia, among the gentle hills and the friends she had found. When the day came for her departure, Joran accompanied her to the spacecraft, the grass whispering beneath their feet. At the threshold of the ship, they paused, a bittersweet moment hanging in the air. "Promise you'll come back," Joran said, his voice a mix of hope and longing. Lyra nodded, her eyes bright with emotion. "I will, Joran, and until then, I'll carry the warmth of Verdantia with me." With a final embrace, Lyra stepped into the ship, the hatch closing behind her with a soft hum. As the spacecraft lifted into the sky, Joran watched, his heart full of gratitude for the friendship that had enriched his life. And so, beneath the endless stars, a promise was made, a promise of return, of continued friendship, and of the enduring bond between two unlikely companions from different worlds. As the spacecraft disappeared into the heavens, Joran knew that no matter the distance, their friendship would remain a guiding light, as constant and as brilliant as the stars above. For in the vast tapestry of the universe, there are no strangers, only friends yet to be met, and journeys yet to be shared. And it was this understanding that would lead Lyra and Joran back to one another, time and time again, across the stars and through the ages. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. In the vast tapestry of the universe, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, unassuming galaxy known as Arcadia. Within this galaxy, nestled on the azure planet of Luminara, life flourished in harmonious abundance. Luminara was a world of glowing crystal forests and shimmering lakes, where the gentle hum of nature's melody played an eternal symphony. In a quaint village near the luminous lake, there lived a young Lumina named Lycia. Lycia's kind heart and curious spirit were as radiant as the light she emitted. Her people, the Luminars, were beings of light, ethereal and graceful, their emotions visible in the brilliant hues of their glow. For Lycia, each day was a new opportunity to explore the wonders of her world, and her light danced with a joyful golden hue. One quiet evening, as the twin moons of Luminara rose high, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, Lycia decided to wander further than she ever had before, drawn by a mysterious pull from the heavens. As she ventured deeper into the uncharted crystal forest, she felt an unfamiliar tingle in the air, a sensation akin to the gentle whisper of a distant star. Meanwhile, on the neighboring planet of Zendale, a place of rugged mountains and vast, shadowed caves, lived a creature named Tarvin. Tarvin belonged to the Zarn, a species known for their sturdy, earthen forms and the deep, resonant tones of their voices. Unlike the Luminars, the Zarn communicated through vibrations and sounds, their emotions expressed through rhythmic pulses that echoed through the caverns of their world. Tarvin had always felt an inexplicable yearning for something beyond the echoing caves of Zendale, a desire to understand the light that occasionally pierced their world from above. One fateful night, as the stars aligned in a celestial dance, Tarvin followed a rare beam of light that seemed to call to him, guiding him toward the unknown. As fate would have it, Lycia and Tarvin's paths converged in a small clearing bathed in moonlight. Initially, they regarded one another with a mixture of curiosity and caution, for they were as different as night and day. Lycia's luminous glow contrasted starkly with Tarvin's earthy form, yet there was a shared spark of wonder in their eyes. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lycia's light flickered in patterns of warmth and welcome, while Tarvin responded with deep, resonant hums that reverberated through the ground. Neither understood the other's language, but they persisted, drawn by an inexplicable bond. Slowly, through gestures and shared experiences, they began to bridge the chasm of misunderstanding. Lycia showed Tarvin the beauty of light, how it danced and played among the crystals, casting rainbows and illuminating the world in vibrant colors. Tarvin, in turn, taught Lycia the music of the earth, the symphony of sounds that resonated through the rocks and caves, creating harmonies that spoke of ancient wisdom. As they spent more time together, their differences became a source of strength rather than division. They faced challenges that tested their newfound friendship, such as navigating the treacherous crystal forest and finding sustenance in a land unfamiliar to both. Each obstacle was met with a growing trust and a deepening bond. One day, as they rested beneath the boughs of a luminescent tree, a sudden storm swept across the land, its ferocity threatening to tear them apart. The wind howled, and the rain fell in torrents, but Lycia's glow provided a beacon of hope amid the chaos, while Tarvin's steadfast presence anchored them against the storm's fury. Together, they weathered the tempest, finding solace in each other's company. In the aftermath of the storm, as the clouds parted to reveal a sky painted with the colors of a dawn unlike any other, Lycia and Tarvin realized the true meaning of friendship. It was not simply about understanding words or appearances, but about a connection of hearts and spirits, a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual support. Their friendship became a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of unity in diversity. As they returned to their respective worlds, they carried with them the lessons learned from one another. Lycia's light now held a deeper, richer hue, reflecting the warmth of Tarvin's heart, while Tarvin's voice resonated with the gentle melody of Lycia's light. Though they came from different worlds, Lycia and Tarvin had discovered that true friendship transcends boundaries, illuminating even the darkest corners of the universe. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, their story became a legend whispered among the galaxies, a tale of hope, harmony, and the enduring power of friendship. And as the universe continued its eternal dance, Lycia and Tarvin's bond remained a shining beacon, guiding others to look beyond the surface and find the beauty in differences, lighting the way with the gentle glow of friendship. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and flourishing meadows, there was a peculiar legend whispered among its inhabitants. It spoke of the enchanted lantern, a magical object that had the power to illuminate hidden paths and reveal truths unseen. It was said to be tucked away in the heart of the mystic woods, a lush and verdant forest that bordered the village, where old oaks and whispering pines guarded secrets untold. The villagers often spoke of the lantern with both awe and caution, for it was believed that only those pure of heart could unveil its mysteries. Among the listeners was a young boy named Finn, whose eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity. Finn was known for his gentle nature and boundless imagination. He loved exploring the woods with his best friend, a clever raccoon named Pip, who often perched on his shoulder or scurried alongside him. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves cascaded from the trees like gentle rain, Finn found himself drawn to the edge of the mystic woods. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine and earth. He and Pip had heard the legend many times over crackling fires and beneath starlit skies, but that day the call of adventure was too strong to resist. "Pip," Finn murmured, his breath a soft cloud in the cool air, "what if we find the enchanted lantern? What wonders could we discover?" Pip twitched his nose and chirped in agreement, his tiny paws patting Finn's shoulder as if to say, "Let's go! Let's see!" With a heart full of hope and wonder, Finn stepped into the mystic woods, the leaves crunching softly beneath his feet. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of a songbird, and the gentle babble of a hidden brook. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, creating a tapestry of light and shadow that seemed to dance with every breeze. As they ventured deeper, the world around them seemed to shift. The forest was more than just trees and trails. It was a living, breathing entity that wrapped them in its embrace. The path wound its way through towering ferns, and beneath ancient trees whose branches reached out like welcoming arms. The deeper they went, the more Finn felt a change within himself, a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than he had ever known. "Do you feel it, Pip?" Finn whispered, his voice a soft echo in the stillness. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with wonder as they peered into the depths of the forest, where shadows played and light danced. Hours passed like minutes as they wandered, until they came upon a clearing bathed in a gentle golden glow. In the center stood an old stone pedestal, and upon it rested the enchanted lantern. Its glass was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer, reflecting the colors of the forest around it. Finn approached with reverence, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation. He reached out a tentative hand, and as his fingers brushed the cool metal, a warm light blossomed from within the lantern, casting a soft radiance that filled the clearing. In that moment, Finn felt a warmth spread through him, a gentle reassurance that whispered of possibilities and dreams yet to be realized. The world seemed to hold its breath, and the forest hushed as if in anticipation. Pip chirped softly, his eyes reflecting the light of the lantern as he watched his friend with unwavering trust. With the lantern in hand, Finn turned to the path ahead, which now glowed with a luminescent trail that beckoned them onward. It was a path that wove through the heart of the forest, revealing vistas of breathtaking beauty, hidden groves where flowers bloomed in riotous colors, and crystal-clear streams that sang as they danced over stones. As they walked, the lantern's light revealed more than just the path. It illuminated memories and dreams, hopes and fears, all woven together in the tapestry of Finn's heart. He saw moments of kindness and courage, laughter shared with friends, and the quiet strength that came from knowing he was never truly alone. The journey was not without its challenges, but Finn faced them with a newfound wisdom and the steadfast companionship of Pip. They crossed rickety bridges that swayed over deep chasms, clambered over rocky outcrops that tested their resolve, and weathered sudden storms that sought to turn them back. Yet through it all, the lantern's light never wavered, guiding them with unwavering certainty. As they ventured further, they discovered a hidden world within the forest, a place where the magic of nature thrived in harmony. They met creatures of all shapes and sizes, each with stories of their own. There was Luna, the wise old owl who spoke of the stars and the secrets they kept, and Thistle, the mischievous squirrel who shared tales of acorn feasts and daring escapades. In this hidden world, Finn and Pip forged friendships that defied expectations. They learned that true friendship knew no bounds, that it was a bond that transcended differences and celebrated the unique gifts each brought to the world. Through their journey, they came to understand that the greatest magic lay not in the lantern itself, but in the connections they made along the way. The days turned into weeks, and the forest became a second home, a place of peace and discovery. Yet, as all journeys do, theirs too had to find its end. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Finn and Pip found themselves back at the edge of the mystic woods. The enchanted lantern, now a part of their story, rested gently in Finn's hands. He knew that its light was meant to be shared, that it was a gift for all who sought its wisdom. With a heart full of gratitude, he placed the lantern back upon its pedestal, where it would await the next seeker of dreams. As they made their way home, the village welcomed them with open arms, the warmth of familiarity and love wrapping around them like a cozy blanket. Finn's journey had changed him in ways he could not have imagined. He carried with him the lessons of the forest, the importance of friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the magic that dwells within every heart. And so, with Pip by his side, Finn returned to the world he knew, forever changed by the journey he had taken. The enchanted lantern remained in the heart of the mystic woods, a beacon of hope and wonder, its light waiting to guide those with the courage to seek it. In the quiet of the night, beneath a sky strewn with stars, Finn and Pip lay in the warmth of their home, knowing that the magic of their adventure would live on in their hearts and in the stories they would share. And as they drifted into a peaceful slumber, the gentle glow of the lantern lit the path for the dreams yet to come, promising new adventures, new friendships, and the enduring magic of a kind heart. Story 92. Story 93. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the gentle rustling of leaves sang lullabies to the moon, there was a small, unassuming glade that the villagers of Elderglen rarely traversed. It was a place of serene beauty, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that glimmered like emerald velvet under the sunlight. This glade was the gateway to a hidden world, known only to those with the purest of hearts and sharpest of eyes. One such heart belonged to a young girl named Leora. With hair that tumbled like cascades of sunlight and eyes as bright and curious as a robin's, Leora was the kind of child who saw magic in the mundane. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who spun tales of wonder by the fireside, her voice weaving threads of enchantment that captivated young Leora's imagination. It was from these tales that Leora learned of the Enchanted Glade, a place her grandmother described as a realm of endless possibilities, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred like the morning mist. One crisp autumn morning, when the world was painted in hues of amber and gold, Leora set off into the woods with a heart full of adventure. She followed the winding path, her feet crunching through a carpet of fallen leaves, until she reached the glade. There, the air was different, thicker, almost palpable, with the promise of secrets waiting to be unveiled. As she stepped into the clearing, the glade seemed to sigh, welcoming her into its embrace. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like the arms of an old guardian. Nestled in its roots was a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Leora felt an irresistible pull toward it, as if the box itself was whispering her name. She knelt beside it, tracing the elaborate patterns with her fingertips. The wood was warm and alive under her touch, humming with a gentle energy that resonated with her very soul. With a soft click, the box opened, revealing a shimmering stone, no larger than a robin's egg. It pulsated with a faint, ethereal glow, casting delicate patterns of light across Leora's face. As she held it in her palm, she felt a rush of warmth and a sense of profound peace. It was as though the stone was a conduit, connecting her to the very heart of the forest. Leora knew, instinctively, that this was no ordinary stone. It was the heart of the woods, a fabled treasure her grandmother had often spoken of, a stone said to hold the power to bridge worlds and bring forth the hidden wonders of nature. Yet with such power came responsibility, for the heart was also a guardian of balance, a keeper of harmony between the seen and unseen. As Leora held the heart, the world around her shifted subtly. The glade seemed to come alive, the leaves whispered secrets, the flowers turned their faces toward her, and the very air vibrated with anticipation. She realized that she was now a part of something greater, a guardian of the glade, entrusted with the care of its mysteries. Her first challenge came in the form of a shadow that crept into the forest, a blight that threatened to suffocate the vibrant life within. The trees began to wither, their leaves turning to ash, and the air grew heavy with sorrow. Leora, with the heart clutched to her chest, felt the forest's pain as if it were her own. Determined to save her beloved woods, Leora embarked on a journey to seek the source of the shadow. Guided by the whispers of the heart, she ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. The path was fraught with obstacles, tangled underbrush that snagged her clothes, murky bogs that threatened to swallow her whole. But Leora pressed on, her resolve as unyielding as the ancient trees. Along her journey, she encountered a curious creature, a fox with fur as silver as moonlight and eyes that twinkled with mischief. His name was Reuven, and though he appeared sly, there was a kindness in his gaze that put Leora at ease. Reuven offered his aid, his nimble paws guiding her through the treacherous terrain. Together they formed an unlikely friendship, one forged in shared purpose and mutual respect. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, Leora learned to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart. She discovered the language of the woods, the songs of the streams, and the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. The heart revealed to her the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate web of life that bound every creature to the land they called home. It was this wisdom that led them to the source of the shadow, a dark, twisted entity born of imbalance and greed. It sought to consume the heart, to wield its power for its own ends, and in doing so threatened the very fabric of the forest. Leora understood then that true strength lay not in power, but in harmony. With Reuven by her side, she faced the entity, her heart filled with the light of the heart. She spoke not with words, but with the essence of the forest itself, extending a hand not in conflict, but in understanding. The shadow hesitated, its dark tendrils quivering in uncertainty. In that moment, Leora saw the truth. It was not a creature of malice, but of sorrow, born from the neglect and forgotten dreams of those who had once cherished the woods. She reached out with compassion, offering the shadow a place within the balance of the forest. Slowly the shadow began to dissolve, its darkness giving way to light. Where once there was despair, there was now hope, a new beginning woven into the tapestry of the glade. The forest breathed a sigh of relief, its life force restored, its harmony renewed. With the threat vanquished, Leora and Reuven returned to the glade, where the ancient oak stood proud and strong. The heart of the woods glowed warmly in Leora's hand, a testament to her courage and compassion. She knew that she was not just a guardian of the glade, but a part of its eternal story, a story of friendship that defied expectations, of wisdom that overcame adversity, and of a journey that transformed a young girl into a true caretaker of the earth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of twilight, Leora nestled the heart back into its wooden box, returning it to the roots of the oak. She understood now that the heart was not hers to keep, but to protect and cherish, just as she cherished the friendships and lessons she had gained. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora and Reuven bid farewell to the glade, their bond stronger than ever. As they walked back through the whispering woods, the forest seemed to hum with contentment, its leaves whispering a gentle song of thanks. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Leora returned home to her grandmother, who welcomed her with open arms and a knowing smile. Together, they sat by the crackling fire, the warmth enveloping them like a tender embrace. As Leora recounted her adventure, her grandmother listened with eyes that sparkled with pride and love. In the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the woods and the promise of new adventures yet to come. For she knew that as long as there were stories to tell and hearts to guide, the world would always hold a place for those who dared to see beyond the ordinary into the extraordinary realms of wonder and possibility. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. In a hidden glen of the ancient forest, where towering trees stood like sentinels and gentle streams whispered their timeless songs, the creatures of the woodland lived in a delicate balance. Among the tall oaks and whispering willows, a tapestry of life thrived, woven together by the seasons and the gentle hands of time. Here the air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, and the sun filtered softly through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. In this magical place, where the line between reality and enchantment blurred like the morning mist, lived a wise old tortoise named Bertram. Bertram was known throughout the forest for his gentle nature and profound wisdom, passed down from generation to generation. His shell, a mosaic of greens and browns, was like a living map of the forest, etched with the stories of ages past. One golden morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the dew-laden leaves, Bertram awoke to a soft rustling nearby. Peeking out from beneath a cluster of ferns was a young squirrel named Pippa, her fur a vibrant russet that matched the autumn leaves. Pippa was curious and spirited, always eager to learn from the world around her. "Good morning, Bertram," Pippa chirped, her eyes bright with wonder. "I heard the wind singing a different tune last night. Do you know what it means?" Bertram smiled, his eyes twinkling with the reflections of the forest. "Ah, Pippa, the wind carries the wisdom of the seasons," he replied in his soothing, gravelly voice. "When it whispers, it tells of changes to come, of balance and harmony that must be maintained." Intrigued, Pippa settled beside Bertram, her fluffy tail curling around her paws. "Tell me more," she urged, eager to soak in the knowledge like sunlight. "The forest is a living tapestry," Bertram began, and each creature, each leaf, and each breeze plays its part. The wind you heard is the herald of winter, reminding us of the time to prepare, to gather, and to reflect. As Bertram spoke, the forest around them seemed to come alive with the essence of his words. The leaves rustled softly, adding their own gentle chorus to his tale. Pippa listened intently, her heart beating in rhythm with the world around her. Long ago, Bertram continued, there was a time when the balance of the forest was threatened. The river ran dry, and the trees wilted under an unrelenting sun. It was through the wisdom of the elders and the unity of the creatures that harmony was restored. Pippa's eyes widened in awe. How did they do it? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. They listened to the forest, Bertram replied, his voice like a warm embrace. They learned to understand its needs and to care for it as it cared for them. The secret lies in the harmony of give and take, in nurturing the land that nurtures us. As the morning sun climbed higher, casting a gentle warmth over the glen, Pippa felt a deep sense of peace settling within her. She looked around, seeing the forest with new eyes, each tree and creature a vital part of the whole. Bertram watched her with a gentle smile, knowing that the seeds of wisdom had taken root. Remember, little one, he said, the forest is our home, and we are its guardians. With wisdom and kindness, we can preserve its magic for generations to come. With that, Pippa scampered up a nearby tree, her heart full of the promise of a new day. She would share Bertram's wisdom with her friends, ensuring the harmony of the forest would continue to thrive. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the forest settled into a tranquil hush. The creatures nestled into their homes, wrapped in the comfort of Bertram's timeless tales. And so, in the quiet heart of the ancient forest, a gentle balance was maintained, woven together by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. The trees stood tall, the streams sang softly, and the wind carried with it the enduring harmony of a world at peace. Story 98. Story 99. In the dim, purple-hued light of a distant galaxy, where stars twinkled like cherished secrets, lay the planet Etheria. Its skies were a tapestry of swirling nebulae, painting the heavens in shades of lavender and gold. Here, the air was sweet with the scent of blooming stardust lilies, and gentle breezes whispered through the crystalline forests, singing lullabies to those who listened closely. On this enchanting world lived a gentle being named Leora, whose translucent wings shimmered with the colors of dawn. Leora belonged to the Etherians, a species known for their deep empathy and melodic voices that could calm even the fiercest of storms. She spent her days tending to the celestial gardens, her heart in tune with the rhythm of the universe. Far across the cosmos, on the arid planet of Terok, dwelled a sturdy and pragmatic creature named Kor. The Terakians were a resilient people, with skin like polished stones and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of ancient sands. Kor was a skilled engineer, adept at crafting machines that hummed with life, bringing water and sustenance to his harsh world. Fate, in its whimsical way, drew these two unlikely souls together. It began with a distress signal, faint and crackling with static, sent from Kor's starship as it faltered above the atmosphere of Etheria. Leora, ever attuned to the needs of others, heard the distant call as though it were a note in her heart's own song. Without hesitation, she soared into the sky, her wings catching the wind like an artist's brush capturing light. When Kor awoke, he found himself in a glade bathed in twilight, surrounded by the soft glow of luminescent flora. Leora was there, her presence as serene as a lullaby, tending to the small wounds he had sustained. Despite her gentle demeanor, Kor felt an unfamiliar tension in his chest. The Terakian customs were steeped in practicality and stoicism, and he was uncertain how to interpret the warmth emanating from his rescuer. "Thank you," Kor rumbled, his voice like distant thunder, as he sat up slowly. "I owe you my life." Leora smiled, a gesture that seemed to illuminate the entire glade. "No debt, only friendship," she replied, her voice as soft as the breeze that carried stardust. Her words, though foreign to Kor, resonated deep within him, like the echo of a forgotten melody. Their initial days together were marked by gentle misunderstandings. Leora's world was one of harmony and intuition, while Kor's was governed by logic and precision. Yet as they navigated these differences, each found unexpected beauty in the other's perspective. Leora learned to appreciate the elegant simplicity of engineered creations, while Kor discovered the profound wisdom in the natural symphony of Etheria. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The starship, still nestled among the celestial gardens, needed extensive repairs if Kor were to return home. Together, they labored under the starlit sky, Leora's delicate fingers weaving circuits like strands of silk, while Kor's sturdy hands crafted components with unwavering skill. Each night they would sit by a small fire, the crackling flames whispering tales of their worlds as they shared meals of sweet nebula fruits and hearty Tarakian grains. It was during one of these quiet evenings, as the fire painted their faces in warm hues, that Kor spoke of the droughts plaguing Tarak. "Our water supplies are dwindling," he confessed, his voice heavy with concern. "We need new technologies to sustain life." Leora gazed into the distance, her eyes reflecting the glow of distant stars. "Perhaps there is a way to blend our world's wisdom," she suggested softly. "Your technology, my connection with nature. Together, we can create something new." The idea took root, growing as they continued their work. They designed a device that harnessed the moisture from Etheria's atmosphere, refining it using the engineering principles of Tarak. As they tested their creation, the first droplets of pure water trickled into a waiting vessel, shimmering like liquid diamonds. In that moment, both understood the true magic of their friendship, the merging of hearts and minds, transcending the boundaries of their worlds. They realized that differences were not barriers but bridges, leading to discoveries neither could have achieved alone. With the starship finally repaired, Kor prepared to return to Tarak, his heart torn between the desire to stay and the duty to his people. Leora, sensing his inner conflict, placed a hand over his, her touch a gentle promise. "This is not farewell, but a new beginning," she assured him. "Our friendship is a journey that will continue to unfold, no matter the distance." As Kor ascended into the cosmos, Leora's wings shimmered in farewell, a beacon of light guiding him home. The starship's engines hummed with the melody of their shared dreams, carrying with it the promise of renewal for Tarak. Back on his home planet, Kor implemented the new technology, transforming the arid landscapes into thriving oases. The Tarakians marveled at the change, their gratitude a song that echoed across the sands. Meanwhile, on Etheria, Leora continued to nurture the celestial gardens, her spirit enriched by the lessons of friendship and unity. The stars above twinkled in approval, their light a gentle reminder of the bond that now spanned galaxies. And so, under the vast, watchful sky, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship. Their hearts, once separate as the stars themselves, now beat in harmony, a testament to the power of understanding and love in a universe filled with endless possibility. The whispering ferns and the secret of the silver wood. In a village nestled at the foot of an ancient forest, where the morning mist hung like a soft veil over the dew-kissed fields, lived a young girl named Lila. She was known for her gentle heart and a curiosity that sparkled like the stars on a clear night. Her village, with its cobblestone paths and thatched roofs, was surrounded by the silver wood, a mysterious forest that beckoned with promises of secrets and wonders untold. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Lila would sit by the warm hearth, listening to the crackling fire and the tales spun by the village elders. They spoke of the silver wood, a place where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the ferns danced in the moonlight. Yet no one dared venture too deep, for it was said that the forest had a life of its own, a hidden world that revealed itself only to those with a pure heart and a brave spirit. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the sweet scent of fallen leaves, Lila set out on a journey. With a satchel packed with bread, cheese, and a small flask of honeyed tea, she walked towards the forest edge, her heart fluttering with excitement and a hint of trepidation. The forest canopy loomed above, its leaves shimmering like emeralds in the dappled sunlight. As she stepped into the forest, a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, whispering a welcome that only she could hear. The path beneath her feet was soft, carpeted with pine needles and speckled with the golden light that filtered through the trees. The air was cool and fragrant, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweet perfume of wildflowers. Deeper into the forest she ventured, guided by an unseen hand. The trees stood tall and silent, their bark etched with the passage of time. Ferns lined her path, their fronds swaying as if in silent conversation. It was here, amidst the ferns, that Lila first sensed the magic, a gentle hum that resonated through the air, filling her with a warmth that chased away her fears. Hours passed unnoticed as Lila explored this enchanting world. She marveled at the brilliant tapestry of colors, the fiery reds and oranges of autumn leaves, the deep greens of the evergreens, and the soft blues of the sky peeking through the canopy. Each step carried her deeper into the heart of the forest, where the whispers grew louder, guiding her to a hidden glade. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching wide as if embracing the sky. At its base, nestled among the roots, lay a shimmering object, a mirror, framed with delicate silver filigree, glinting in the dappled sunlight. The mirror seemed to pulse with a life of its own, its surface smooth and inviting. Lila knelt before the mirror, her reflection gazing back at her with wide, curious eyes. As she touched its cool surface, a gentle ripple spread across the glass, transforming her reflection into a scene of breathtaking beauty, a hidden world within the silver wood. Here, the trees were alive with luminescent creatures, their wings glistening like jewels. Flowers bloomed in a kaleidoscope of colors, and streams of crystal-clear water sang as they wound their way through the forest. Entranced, Lila watched as the scene shifted, revealing a pathway lined with glowing lanterns, leading to a grand hall carved from the living rock. It was a place of gathering, where creatures of the forest came together in harmony. But the most remarkable sight was the great oak, a tree of such majesty and wisdom that its very presence seemed to command the respect of all who beheld it. As the vision faded, Lila understood that the mirror was a gateway, a bridge between her world and the hidden realm of the silver wood. But it was also a key that could unlock the secrets of the forest and reveal its wonders to those who dared to believe. Driven by a newfound sense of purpose, Lila rose to her feet, her heart aglow with the promise of adventure. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the challenges ahead would test her courage and resolve. Yet she also knew that she would not be alone. The forest itself would be her guide, its whispers her compass. As she turned to leave the glade, the mirror shimmered one last time, casting a soft light that enveloped her in a warm embrace. It was a promise that the forest would always be there, waiting for her return. With the sun setting behind the treetops, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Lila retraced her steps, her heart light and her spirit renewed. The path led her back to the village, where the hearth fire glowed warmly in the gathering dusk. That night, as she lay in bed, the soft rustle of leaves outside her window lulled her to sleep. The whispers of the forest, like a gentle lullaby, promised dreams filled with wonder and the promise of new beginnings. In the days that followed, Lila returned to the forest time and again, each visit uncovering new mysteries and deepening her bond with the hidden world. She learned to listen to the whispers, to understand their secrets, and to see the magic in the everyday. Through her journeys, she discovered that the heart of the forest lay not in its hidden treasures or ancient secrets, but in the connections she forged with its inhabitants. She befriended the creatures of the forest, learning their stories and sharing her own. Together, they wove a tapestry of friendship and understanding that transcended the boundaries of their worlds. In time, Lila came to realize that the true magic of the silver wood was not in the mirror or the hidden realm it revealed, but in the way it transformed her, fostering a spirit of wonder and a heart open to the beauty and mystery of the world around her. And so, with each passing season, Lila's journey continued. A journey of discovery and growth, guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the enduring light of friendship. As the years went by, the village at the foot of the silver wood became a place of wonder and inspiration, where the stories of the forest were passed down from generation to generation, a testament to the enduring magic of the natural world. And Lila, her hair now silvered with age, would often sit by the hearth, sharing her tales with the children gathered around her. Her eyes still sparkled with the same curiosity and kindness that had led her on that first journey into the forest, and her heart remained forever intertwined with the silver wood and the secrets it held. In the end, it was not the mirror or the hidden world that defined her story, but the journey itself, a journey of transformation, friendship, and the enduring magic of believing in the impossible. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth and the stars shimmered in the night sky, Lila's voice would carry through the quiet of the evening, weaving tales of wonder and adventure, of hidden worlds and the bonds of friendship that transcended time and distance. And though the stories would change with each telling, one truth remained constant. The magic of the silver wood was alive in every heart that dared to dream, and every soul that dared to listen. In the quiet moments, when the world seemed to hold its breath, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, a gentle reminder that the magic of the natural world was ever present, waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to seek it. And so the story of Lila and the silver wood lived on, a timeless tale of wonder and enchantment, forever etched in the hearts and minds of those who believed in the magic of the world around them. In the heart of a gentle valley, cradled by rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. Its cobblestone paths wound through fields of wildflowers and past homes with thatched roofs that seemed to smile warmly at the sun. The air was always sweet with the scent of lavender and honey, and the breeze carried the soft, melodic hum of the brook that gave the village its name. In this charming village lived a young woman named Marin. She was known for her kindness and gentle spirit, her presence as soothing as the brook itself. Yet Marin carried within her a quiet turmoil. Life in Willowbrook, though beautiful, felt too predictable for her restless heart. She longed for change, for something beyond the familiar patterns of her days. But the thought of stepping beyond the comfort of her village made her anxious, like a bird hesitant to leave its nest. Marin often found solace in the whispering woods at the edge of the village. There she would sit beneath the ancient oak, its branches stretching like arms to embrace the sky, and listen to the symphony of rustling leaves and chirping crickets. One evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky with hues of gold and lavender, Marin noticed something peculiar. Tiny orbs of light began to dance around her, flickering like distant stars brought to earth. These were the will-o'-the-wisps, mischievous yet wise spirits that flitted through the woods on gentle wings. They had watched Marin many times, sensing her inner conflict. As the wisps swirled around her, they whispered in voices like the tinkling of wind chimes, "Follow us, Marin, and discover the magic within." Curiosity, mixed with a sprinkle of courage, tugged at Marin's heart. She rose to her feet and followed the wisps deeper into the woods, where the air grew cooler and the shadows danced with an ethereal glow. The path was narrow, and the canopy of leaves above was thick, but the light of the wisps guided her safely through. As they journeyed deeper, the forest began to change. The trees shimmered with a silvery sheen, and the flowers glowed with an inner light. It was as if Marin had stepped into a realm where magic wove through the very fabric of nature. Finally, they arrived at a clearing where a crystal-clear lake lay cradled in the arms of the forest, its surface reflecting the twinkling stars above. The wisps circled over the lake, creating gentle ripples that danced across the water. Marin approached the edge and gazed into the depths, her reflection mingling with the starlit sky. As she watched, her reflection began to shift, revealing not only her outward form, but the vibrant essence of who she truly was, a tapestry of dreams, fears, and untapped strength. "Change is not to be feared, dear Marin," the wisps chimed softly. "It is the very essence of growth. Just as the seasons transform the world around us, so too must we evolve to discover our true selves." Marin listened, the words sinking into her heart like seeds into fertile soil. In that moment, she understood that change, though daunting, was a part of life's natural rhythm. It was the key to unlocking her potential and embracing the wonders beyond the horizon of her familiarity. With newfound clarity, Marin thanked the wisps, her voice a gentle breeze through the trees. "I see now that change is not my enemy, but my guide. I will embrace it with an open heart." The wisps twinkled with joy, their light brighter than ever. "Remember, Marin, you are never alone. We, and all of Willowbrook, are here to support you." With that, the wisps began to drift away, their light fading softly into the night. Maren lingered by the lake, breathing in the cool, fragrant air, her heart beating with the rhythm of the world around her. She felt a sense of peace, as if the forest itself had enveloped her in a loving embrace. When she returned to Willowbrook, the village seemed to glow with a new light, as if seen through eyes that had awakened to its hidden beauty. The cobblestones beneath her feet felt familiar yet inviting, like an old friend encouraging her onward. In the days that followed, Maren began to explore new paths within her life. She took up painting, capturing the vibrant colors of the valley and the magic of the woods on her canvas. She joined the village's evening gatherings more often, sharing stories and laughter beneath the stars. And with each new experience, she felt herself blossoming, like a flower opening to the morning sun. The villagers noticed the change in Maren, and they welcomed it with open arms. Her journey of self-discovery inspired others to embrace their own transformations, creating a ripple of growth throughout Willowbrook. Together, they learned that while change could be uncertain, it was also a gateway to the extraordinary. As the seasons turned and the valley transformed with the passage of time, Maren's heart remained steadfast and open. She knew that life's journey was a tapestry of moments, each thread woven with love, courage, and the magic of embracing one's true self. And so, with the woods whispering their timeless song and the brook humming its gentle lullaby, Maren found her place in the world, a place of wonder, growth, and endless possibility. In the heart of Willowbrook, she learned to dance with change, her spirit alight with the magic of a life fully lived. Title: The Whispering Grove. Underneath the pale glow of the moon, nestled in the heart of the whispering woods, there was a grove known only to a few. Cloaked in mystery and enchantment, this grove was said to hold the secrets of the forest, whispered by the tall, ancient trees that stood like guardians around its periphery. It was here that the story of a young girl named Leora began, a tale spun with magic, friendship, and self-discovery. Leora was a gentle soul, with eyes the color of a clear summer sky, and hair that tumbled down her back like a cascade of golden leaves. She lived on the outskirts of the woods, in a quaint cottage with her grandmother, who often spoke of the wonders hidden in the forest. Though Leora had heard these tales countless times, she had never ventured beyond the familiar paths, until one fateful night when the winds carried a peculiar melody to her ears. It was a soft, haunting tune that seemed to call her name, weaving through the branches and rustling the leaves. Curiosity ignited within her, a flame that refused to be extinguished. So she wrapped herself in her favorite cloak, a deep green that matched the forest, and set out under the starlit sky, guided by the moonlight that danced across her path. As she wandered deeper into the woods, the air around her began to change, filled with the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and elusive. The trees stood taller here, their bark rough and ancient, their leaves whispering secrets she could almost understand. Her heart beating with a mix of excitement and trepidation, Leora followed the melody until she found herself standing at the edge of the whispering grove. Bathed in the moon's gentle glow, the grove was a sight to behold. Flowers of every hue blossomed in wild abundance, their petals glistening with dew like tiny jewels. A narrow stream wound its way through the clearing, its waters shimmering like liquid silver, and in the center of it all stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide, as if embracing the sky. As Leora stepped into the grove, the melody grew stronger, resonating through her very being. She felt a warmth spread from her heart, as if the grove itself welcomed her presence. It was then she noticed a small, curious object resting at the base of the oak tree, a locket, its surface etched with intricate designs that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Drawn to it, Leora knelt beside the locket, her fingers tracing the delicate patterns. As she touched it, a gentle warmth spread through her hand, and she felt a connection, as if the locket knew her. With a soft click, the locket opened, revealing a tiny glowing ember inside. The light was mesmerizing, a soft, golden glow that seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat. In that moment, the world around her shifted. The grove was no longer just a clearing in the woods. It was alive with magic. The trees whispered in a language she could almost grasp. The flowers swayed in rhythm with an unseen breeze, and the stream sang a tune of its own. Leora felt a sense of belonging, as if she had found a hidden part of herself in this enchanted place. But as she marveled at the wonders around her, she noticed she was not alone. From behind the oak emerged a creature unlike any she had ever seen. A fox, but not just any fox. Its fur was a deep, lustrous red with a tail tipped in gold and eyes that gleamed with intelligence and warmth. The fox regarded her with a gentle curiosity, as if assessing her worth. "Welcome, Leora," the fox spoke, its voice soft and melodic, echoing the grove's whispers. "I am Ari, guardian of the Whispering Grove. You have found the heart of the forest." Leora blinked in surprise. "The heart of the forest?" she repeated, her voice a hushed whisper. Ari nodded, stepping closer. "The locket you hold is the source of the grove's magic. It connects all things within the forest. It chose you, Leora, for you have a heart as kind and pure as the grove itself." Leora felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of purpose she had never known before. "But why me?" she asked, her voice laced with wonder and doubt. "Because you listen," Ori replied with a gentle smile. "Few hear the forest's whispers, but you do. You have a gift, Leora, and with it, you can help the forest and those who dwell within it." As the night wore on, Ori shared tales of the grove and its magic, of the balance that must be maintained, and the creatures that depended on it. Leora listened, her heart swelling with a sense of duty and determination. She understood now that the journey she had embarked upon was more than she had ever imagined. It was a calling. From that night forward, Leora visited the grove often, learning from Ari and the forest itself. She discovered hidden paths that led to secret glades, befriended creatures both great and small, and grew in wisdom and strength. The locket around her neck became a symbol of her bond with the forest, its glow a constant reminder of the magic she held within. But as with all tales, challenges arose. The forest, though vibrant and alive, was not without its shadows. One day, while exploring a distant part of the woods, Leora encountered a darkness she had never felt before, a creeping shadow that sought to consume the light of the grove. It was a presence that chilled her to the bone, a void that drained the warmth from her heart. She knew then that her true test had arrived. With Ori by her side, she delved into the heart of the darkness, guided by the whispers of the grove and the light of the locket. Through trials and tribulations, Leora faced her fears and doubts, drawing strength from the friendships she had forged and the wisdom she had gained. She learned that true power lay not in magic alone, but in the courage to stand for what was right, the compassion to heal, and the love that bound all creatures together. In the end, it was not a battle of force, but of heart. Leora reached out to the darkness, offering it the warmth of her spirit and the light of the grove. With a final, resounding whisper, the darkness relented, its anger and pain soothed by the love that surrounded it. As the shadows lifted and the light returned, the forest sang a song of renewal and hope. Leora stood at the center of the grove, the locket glowing with a radiant light, her heart full of peace. In that moment, she understood the true magic of the Whispering Grove, that even in the darkest of times, love and friendship could light the way. And so, with the forest thriving and the bond between them stronger than ever, Leora's journey of discovery came to a gentle, fulfilling end. The Whispering Grove, with its secrets and wonders, would forever be a part of her soul, a testament to the power of kindness, courage, and the enduring magic of the natural world. And as she returned to her cottage, the moonlight guiding her path, Leora knew that she was truly home. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced through the trees and whispered secrets to the wind, there lived a young fox named Rufus. His fur was a brilliant russet that seemed to glow in the dappled sunlight filtering through the ancient forest. Rufus was no ordinary fox. He had a special gift, the ability to understand the language of the woodland creatures. From the chipmunks scurrying along the forest floor to the majestic owls soaring overhead, Rufus could converse with them all. One crisp autumn morning, as Rufus was foraging for acorns, he noticed something peculiar. The usually bustling forest seemed strangely quiet, as if holding its breath. The birds had stopped their cheerful twittering, and even the squirrels were uncharacteristically still. Rufus's curiosity was piqued, and he set out to investigate. As he ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, he came across a trail of shimmering dust sparkling on the fallen leaves. Rufus sniffed the air, but there was no scent to be found, only a faint tingle of magic lingering in the air. Perplexed, Rufus decided to seek the counsel of his dear friend, the ancient oak tree named Gnarly. Gnarly had stood as a silent sentinel in the forest for centuries, his gnarled branches reaching towards the heavens like arthritic fingers. As Rufus approached, Gnarly's bark seemed to shift and twist, forming a wise, wrinkled face. "Greetings, young Rufus," rumbled Gnarly in his deep, creaking voice. "What troubles you on this fine day?" Rufus shared his concerns about the eerie silence and the mysterious trail of dust. Gnarly's branches swayed thoughtfully, and he hummed a low, woody tune. "Ah, yes," he murmured. "I sense a mischievous presence at work. The dust you speak of is the residue of fairy magic. But not just any fairies. These are the tricksters of the forest, the mischief makers known as the Spriggans." Rufus had heard tales of the Spriggans, mischievous fey creatures who delighted in harmless pranks and illusions, but he had never encountered them himself. What could they be up to? Rufus wondered aloud. Gnarly's bark rippled in a chuckle. "The Spriggans are masters of illusion, my furry friend. Perhaps they have cast a spell of silence over the forest, or even turned our woodland companions invisible." Rufus's eyes widened at the thought. An invisible forest? How would he ever find his way or gather food? He knew he had to solve this mystery before the Spriggans' mischief went too far. With Gnarly's guidance, Rufus set out to track the trail of fairy dust, following the shimmering path deeper into the forest. As he walked, he noticed the dust seemed to be leading him in a spiral, almost like a dance. Suddenly, a tiny voice piped up from somewhere nearby. "Who goes there, following our trail?" Rufus froze, his ears twitching. He peered around, trying to locate the source of the voice, but there was no one to be seen. "Down here, furry one," came the voice again, and Rufus looked down to see a tiny figure no bigger than his paw hovering before him. It was a Spriggan, with gossamer wings and a mischievous grin. "Greetings, little one," said Rufus politely. "I couldn't help but notice the strange silence in the forest today. Might you know anything about that?" The Spriggan giggled, a sound like tinkling bells. "Of course we know something about it. It was our doing, a grand trick to bewilder the residents of the forest." Rufus frowned. "But why would you do such a thing? The silence is unsettling, and we rely on the sounds of the forest to guide us." The Spriggan's grin faltered slightly. "We meant no harm, furry one. It was only a bit of fun, a game to liven up the day." Rufus considered this for a moment. The Spriggans were known for their playful nature, but perhaps they had taken their mischief too far this time. "I understand your intentions were good," said Rufus gently, "but your game has caused quite a stir. Perhaps we could find a way to restore the forest's sounds while still having a bit of fun?" The Spriggan's eyes lit up, and he clapped his tiny hands together. "A compromise. Yes, I like the sound of that." With a wave of his hand, the Spriggan summoned a dozen more of his kind, and they began to dance and swirl around Rufus, sprinkling their fairy dust in a dazzling display. As they moved, the silence lifted, and the forest slowly came back to life. The birds resumed their singing, the squirrels chattered noisily, and the wind rustled through the leaves in a soothing melody. But there was something new, too. A faint, ethereal chiming that seemed to accompany every sound like a harmonious echo. Rufus listened in wonder, his tail swishing contentedly. The Spriggans had added their own magical touch to the forest's symphony, creating a truly enchanting experience. From that day on, Rufus and the Spriggans became fast friends, their bond forged through understanding and compromise. The forest was never quite the same, but in the most delightful way, a place where the natural world and the realm of magic intertwined in perfect harmony. And as the sun set over the treetops, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Rufus would curl up beneath the watchful boughs of Gnarly and listen to the enchanting sounds of the woodland, now enhanced by the whimsical melodies of the Spriggan's fairy dust. Once upon a time, in the serene and enchanting forest of Moonlit Hollow, there was a quaint little village named Whispering Pines. This village nestled gently among the towering trees, where the whisper of the wind through their leaves was as soft as a lullaby. The villagers lived in harmony with nature, and the magical creatures that roamed the woods. In the heart of the village stood a small bakery, its windows glowing warmly in the early morning light. This bakery was known throughout Whispering Pines for its delectable pastries and the sweet scent of cinnamon and honey that wafted from its chimney. It was run by a kind-hearted baker named Finn, whose smile was as warm as the fresh bread he baked each day. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced gently to the ground, Finn was preparing his daily batch of cinnamon rolls when he noticed something peculiar. A small, shimmering footprint was etched into the flour dusting his work table. It was no bigger than a thimble, glistening as if sprinkled with stardust. Curious and a little bewildered, Finn wiped his hands on his apron and called out to a passing friend, a wise old squirrel named Hazel. Hazel had lived in the forest for many years and was known for her vast knowledge of the magical creatures that dwelled there. "Good morning, Hazel," Finn greeted, pointing to the mysterious footprint. "Have you ever seen anything like this before?" Hazel narrowed her tiny eyes, adjusting her spectacles made of 2 dewdrops strung together with spider silk. She scampered closer, her bushy tail twitching with interest. "Ah, Finn," she said in her gentle, crackling voice, "this looks like the footprint of a moonbeam sprite. They are rare visitors from the Silver Meadow, only appearing when there is a mystery to solve or a friend to help." Finn was intrigued. "A moonbeam sprite, you say? But why would one come to my bakery?" Hazel pondered for a moment, her whiskers twitching thoughtfully. "Perhaps they need your help, or perhaps there is something in your bakery they find fascinating." Determined to uncover the mystery, Finn decided to keep an eye out for any more unusual occurrences. The next day, as he rolled out dough for his famous honey cakes, he noticed something strange. His jar of golden honey was nearly empty, yet he hadn't used any since the previous day. He scratched his head, glancing around the cozy bakery, as if expecting answers to appear from the flour-dusted air. That evening, as the villagers gathered for the weekly storytelling circle around the fire, Finn shared his puzzling discoveries. The children listened wide-eyed, and the elder villagers nodded knowingly, some recalling tales of moonbeam sprites from their own youth. One villager, a gentle old woman named May, spoke up. "I remember when I was a girl, a sprite visited our home. They are drawn to kindness and warmth. Perhaps, Finn, they are attracted to the joy your bakery brings to the village." Encouraged by May's words, Finn decided to leave a small offering for the sprite. He placed a fresh cinnamon roll and a tiny cup of milk on a wooden plate by the window, hoping to catch a glimpse of his mysterious visitor. That night, a soft glow filled the bakery, and Finn awoke to the fluttering sound of delicate wings. He tiptoed quietly to the kitchen and peered in through the doorway. There, illuminated by the silvery moonlight streaming through the window, was a tiny sprite, no taller than a teacup, with wings that shimmered like 1,000 stars. The sprite moved gracefully, sipping the milk and nibbling on the cinnamon roll with delight. Not wanting to startle the creature, Finn simply watched, his heart filled with wonder. In the days that followed, the mysterious occurrences became a delightful routine. The sprite would visit each night, leaving behind trails of sparkling footprints and a sense of enchantment that lingered long after dawn. One morning, as Finn was sweeping the bakery floor, he stumbled upon a small, gleaming pebble tucked beneath the counter. It glowed softly with an inner light, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. Finn picked it up, feeling a warmth spread through his fingers. He showed the pebble to Hazel, who gasped in astonishment. "Finn, this is a heartstone, a gift from the moonbeam sprite. It is said to bring joy and prosperity to its keeper." Finn smiled, his heart swelling with gratitude. He placed the heartstone on the shelf above his work table, where it cast a gentle light across the room, infusing the bakery with a warmth that echoed the sprite's visits. With each passing day, the bakery flourished, its fame spreading beyond Whispering Pines. Villagers from neighboring towns came to taste Finn's pastries, drawn by the stories of the magical bakery blessed by a moonbeam sprite. As autumn gave way to winter, the sprite's visits became less frequent, until one night, they stopped altogether. Though Finn missed the nightly glow and the sparkle of tiny footprints, he felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. The heartstone remained, a lasting reminder of the sprite's friendship and the magic that had touched his life. And so, Whispering Pines continued to thrive, its heart warmed by the kindness and mystery that had once graced its beloved bakery. And in the quiet moments of the evening, as the village settled into slumber, Finn would often gaze at the Heartstone, feeling the gentle pulse of its light, a comforting reminder that magic and friendship were always just a heartbeat away. And so, with the fire crackling gently in the hearth, the villagers would drift into dreams, their hearts filled with warmth and wonder, knowing that sometimes the smallest mysteries hold the greatest magic of all. The end. In the heart of an ancient forest where the whispering pines reached toward a sky as vast as dreams, there existed a world often hidden from human eyes. A world where the air was rich with the scent of pine needles and the gentle rustle of leaves played a soothing melody. Sunlight, filtered through a canopy so dense it seemed woven from emerald silk, danced upon the forest floor in dapples of gold. This was a place where creatures small and great lived in harmony, their lives woven together like the intricate patterns of a spider's web. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Tiberius, whose shell was mottled with the colors of earth and time. He had seen many seasons come and go, and his gentle nature was known far and wide. One crisp morning, as autumn began to paint the world in hues of amber and crimson, Tiberius made his slow, deliberate journey to the grand oak, a tree so ancient that its roots were said to cradle the very heart of the forest. It was here that the creatures gathered to share news and stories, and where Tiberius would offer his wisdom. The forest was alive with the sounds of preparation for the coming winter. Squirrels chattered energetically as they buried acorns beneath a blanket of fallen leaves, and the air was filled with the soft murmur of wind brushing through branches. A delicate mist hung in the air, wrapping the forest in a gentle embrace. As Tiberius approached the grand oak, he was greeted by a chorus of welcomes. There was Lyra, the clever fox with fur as bright as the morning sun, and a family of rabbits whose ears twitched with curiosity. High above, the birds looked down, their feathers ruffled into fluffy coats against the chill. "Good morning, friends," Tiberius rumbled, his voice deep and warm like the earth itself. "I have come to speak of the changing seasons and the magic they bring." The creatures settled around him, eyes bright with anticipation. Tiberius began to tell them of the magical phenomena that tied the forest to the rhythm of the seasons. He spoke of the gentle snowfall that would soon blanket the earth, insulating it, nurturing it, and how each snowflake was a tiny perfect crystal, a gift from the winter sky. "But," he continued, "we must remember the balance. Just as the earth must rest beneath the snow, so too must we prepare and respect the cycles of nature." Lyra, the fox, nodded thoughtfully. "Tiberius, how do we ensure we live in harmony with these cycles?" Tiberius smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "We listen, dear Lyra. The forest speaks to us if we take the time to hear its whispers. It tells us when to gather, when to conserve, and when to give back." As the morning sun climbed higher, warming the chill from the air, the creatures shared their plans for the upcoming winter. The rabbits had dug snug burrows lined with leaves, and the birds had fluffed their nests high in the trees. In the midst of their preparations, a young deer named Soren approached, his eyes wide with concern. "Tiberius," he said softly, "I've heard of a great storm that might come. What should we do?" The old tortoise regarded the young deer with kindness. "Ah, Soren, storms are a part of the cycle, too. They can be fierce, but they also bring renewal. We must find shelter when they come, and afterward, we will see how the forest renews itself." The creatures spent the day sharing stories and advice, weaving a tapestry of community and support. As twilight descended, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Tiberius spoke once more. "Remember, dear friends, the forest thrives because of the balance we maintain. Our lives are intertwined with the seasons, and it is our duty to protect and cherish this harmony." As the creatures began to disperse, their hearts were lighter, and their minds filled with thoughts of the wisdom shared. They understood their place within the forest's grand design, and felt a renewed sense of belonging to the rhythm of life. That night, as the moon rose high and bathed the forest in its silvery glow, Tiberius found his way to a quiet spot beneath the stars. The air was crisp and clear, and the world seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of the first snowflakes. The old tortoise settled into his shell, his heart full of gratitude for the community that surrounded him, the lessons learned, and the beauty of the world that he called home. And as he drifted into a peaceful slumber, the first gentle flakes began to fall, a soft, magical touch upon the earth, a reminder of the cyclical dance of seasons, whispered through the quiet of the night. And so in the heart of the ancient forest, the lives of its creatures continued, bound together by friendship, wisdom, and the eternal magic of nature's embrace. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, lived a young lad named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Finn often wandered to the edge of the village, where the whispering woods began. These woods were a place of legends, filled with tales of enchantment and wonder. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Finn felt a tug at his heart, a call to explore the unknown depths of the whispering woods. Clad in his favorite cloak, as soft as the down of a fledgling bird, Finn set off with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and unnameable. As he ventured deeper, the trees stretched taller, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to guide Finn onward. Before long, Finn came upon a glade bathed in a gentle silvery light. In its center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves were delicate as lace, whispering with the softest breeze. At the foot of this magnificent tree, a circle of toadstools formed a perfect ring, each cap a brilliant shade of violet. As Finn marveled at the beauty around him, a soft rustle caught his attention. Out from the underbrush hopped a creature so whimsical it seemed plucked from a dream. It was a rabbit, yet not quite. Its fur sparkled as if dusted with stardust, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its small size. "Greetings, young adventurer," the rabbit said in a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Thistle, keeper of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn, though surprised, felt a warmth in his heart at Thistle's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, dear Thistle," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "I wish to understand the wonders of this place." Thistle nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you shall," he said, "but remember, true exploration requires courage and a willingness to see with more than just the eyes." With that, Thistle bounded away, leaving a trail of twinkling lights in his wake. Finn followed, his heart beating with a mix of anticipation and joy. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn to a series of gentle challenges. First, he encountered a brook, where stepping stones gleamed like polished gems. As he crossed, each stone played a note, creating a melody that filled the air with a tranquility that soothed his soul. Next, a clearing opened up before him, where flowers of every hue swayed in a harmonious dance. Finn paused, admiring their beauty, when a breeze carried their soft voices to him. "To find your path, you must listen to the whispers of your heart," they chimed, their petals brushing against him like a comforting embrace. Finally, Finn arrived at a misty meadow where the air shimmered with anticipation. There he met an elder turtle named Sage, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. "Ah, young Finn," Sage greeted, his voice deep and resonant as a distant drum. "You have journeyed far and learned much, but tell me, what is it you seek most?" Finn pondered Sage's question, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the grass. "I seek to understand the courage within me," he answered, realization dawning in his eyes like the first light of dawn. Sage nodded, a wise smile gracing his features. "Then know this, dear child," he said. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face the unknown with an open heart." With those words, the meadow began to glow softly, as if the very earth was smiling upon Finn. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey had revealed the courage that had always resided within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Finn made his way back home. his heart a tapestry of wonder and newfound wisdom. The whispering woods had shared their magic with him, and he carried it in his heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in exploration and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a slumber as deep and serene as the night itself, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the friendships formed along the way. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy overhead swayed like a sea of emeralds, there thrived a hidden world that few humans ever glimpsed. This was a place where sunlight dripped through the leaves like golden honey, where the air was sweet with the perfume of wildflowers and the earthy scent of moss. Here, the world pulsed with the quiet rhythm of life, orchestrated by the soft whispers of the wind and the gentle rustling of creatures unseen. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted realm were the Sylvans, gentle beings as old as the forest itself. They were small, with skin that shimmered like the bark of birch trees, and hair that danced in colors of autumn leaves. The Sylvans were the forest's caretakers, guardians of the delicate balance that nurtured all life within. In this haven of tranquility, the Sylvans lived in harmony with the creatures of the woods. Deer with eyes like pools of melted chocolate grazed alongside them, and birds with feathers of sapphire and emerald sang songs that wove through the branches like ribbons of melody. Each creature knew its place in the intricate web of life, guided by the wisdom passed down through countless generations. One such Sylvan was a young guardian named Leora. Her eyes reflected the deep greens of the forest, and her heart beat in tune with the ancient trees. Leora had always been fascinated by the changing seasons, each one a story written in the language of nature. Her favorite time was the gentle transition from summer to autumn, when the forest donned its cloak of fiery hues and the air was crisp with the promise of change. It was during this time of transition that a peculiar phenomenon began to occur. The wind, usually a playful presence that danced through the trees, began to carry a murmur of distress. The leaves whispered of an imbalance, a disruption in the harmony that sustained their world. The forest, once vibrant and thriving, seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something to set it right. Leora, with her deep connection to the forest, felt a stirring in her heart. She knew that the answer lay somewhere within the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the leaves. Gathering her courage, she set out to seek the wisdom of the elder oak, the oldest and wisest tree in the forest, whose roots delved deep into the earth and whose branches reached for the sky. The journey to the elder oak took Leora through paths carpeted with fallen leaves, their colors a tapestry of gold and crimson. The air was filled with the sound of crunching beneath her feet and the occasional scurry of woodland creatures. As she walked, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a crystal note in the symphony of the forest. When Leora finally stood before the elder oak, she felt a sense of awe and reverence. The tree towered above her, its bark etched with the stories of ages past, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the entire forest. Leora placed her hand against the rough bark, feeling the life that thrummed beneath her fingertips. "O wise elder," she whispered, "the forest is troubled. The balance has shifted, and I seek your counsel." The elder oak's response was a soft rustling, a language that Leora had learned to understand through years of listening. "The seasons are the breath of the forest," the tree seemed to say. "When one breathes too deeply, the others must adjust. The balance is delicate, like the web of a spider after rain." Leora pondered these words, letting them settle in her heart. She realized that the forest's harmony was not just a matter of nature's rhythms, but of understanding and cooperation among all its inhabitants. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to the Sylvan village. She gathered the creatures of the forest, the deer, the birds, the squirrels with their bright eyes and bushy tails. Together, they listened as Leora shared the elder oak's wisdom. "We must work together," she said, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "Each of us plays a part in maintaining the balance. The wind, the rain, the sun, and the soil, each has a role, and so do we." The creatures nodded, understanding that they were part of a greater whole. They set about their tasks, guided by Leora's gentle leadership. The birds carried seeds to new places, ensuring the forest's renewal. The deer pruned the undergrowth, allowing light to reach the forest floor. The Sylvans tended to the trees, nurturing the saplings that would one day stand as tall as the elder oak. As the days passed, the forest began to breathe easier. The murmur of distress faded, replaced by the harmonious song of life. The balance had been restored, not by force but by understanding and cooperation. And so the seasons continued their dance, each one a chapter in the forest's story. Leora, now wiser and filled with a deeper connection to her home, knew that the lessons of the elder oak would guide her and the generations to come. Under the canopy of stars, as the forest settled into the embrace of night, Leora sat beneath the elder oak, feeling the warmth of the earth and the cool kiss of the breeze. She closed her eyes, letting the peace of the forest fill her soul, knowing that she was part of something beautiful and eternal. In this ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the hidden lives of natural creatures thrived in harmony, their stories woven into the fabric of the world. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the forest, all was as it should be, balanced, peaceful, and whole. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. Her days were filled with the simple joys of exploring the meadows and befriending the woodland creatures that called the forest home. One crisp autumn morning, Lily ventured into the woods as she often did, her curious eyes scanning the fallen leaves for any signs of adventure. As she rounded a bend in the well-trodden path, something caught her eye. A glimmer of golden light peeking out from beneath a carpet of rust-colored foliage. Brushing aside the leaves, Lily gasped in delight as she uncovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer and dance in the dappled sunlight. Lily's fingers traced the intricate markings, and as she did, the lid of the box sprang open with a soft click. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, lay a single acorn. But this was no ordinary acorn. It shimmered with an otherworldly glow, its surface smooth and polished like a precious gemstone. Lily reached out to touch it, and as her fingertips made contact, a warm tingle spread through her body, filling her with a sense of wonder unlike anything she had ever experienced. From that moment on, Lily's world was forever changed. The acorn, she soon discovered, possessed an extraordinary power, the ability to bring inanimate objects to life with the mere touch of her hand. A stick became a loyal walking companion, a pebble transformed into a playful puppy, and the fallen leaves danced and swirled at her command. At first, Lily reveled in her newfound magic, her days filled with endless delight and discovery. But as time passed, she began to realize that with great power came great responsibility. The forest creatures, once her friends, now looked to her for guidance and protection. It was then that Lily embarked on a journey, not a physical one, but a journey of the heart and mind. She sought out the wisdom of the ancient oak trees, the whispering streams, and the gentle meadow flowers, learning the ways of nature and the importance of balance and harmony. Along the way, she found unexpected allies in the form of a quirky squirrel named Nutkin, whose mischievous antics often concealed surprising insights, and a wise old owl named Hooty, whose soft hoots offered sage advice. Together, they faced challenges that tested their courage and compassion. When a greedy logger threatened to destroy the forest, it was not through force but through wisdom and diplomacy that Lily and her friends were able to sway his heart and protect their beloved home. And when a terrible drought struck the land, Lily used her magic to coax the rain clouds to open, quenching the thirsty earth and ensuring that the delicate balance of nature was restored. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Lily grew into a young woman whose kindness and understanding touched all who knew her. The acorn's power became a tool for nurturing and healing, bringing joy and wonder to those around her. And though the magic of the acorn was extraordinary, Lily knew that her greatest power lay not in the ability to command objects, but in the capacity to love and cherish the world around her, a lesson she carried with her always, like a warm embrace from the forest itself. So, as the night draws to a close and the embers of the fire fade, remember the tale of Lily and the enchanted acorn, a story of discovery, friendship, and the extraordinary magic that can be found in the most ordinary of places, if only we open our hearts to its wonders. Once upon a time, In a quaint little village, nestled between lush rolling hills and a sparkling, winding river, there was a small cottage with a thatched roof and ivy creeping up its stone walls. Inside this cottage lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes reminiscent of the autumn sky, a deep and thoughtful blue. She lived with her grandmother, a kindly woman known throughout the village for her wisdom and her stories, which she shared warmly by the fireside. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced playfully to the ground, Lila was helping her grandmother tidy the attic. It was a place filled with the aroma of cedar and the quiet whispers of history, where boxes piled high held memories long forgotten. As Lila dusted off an old wooden trunk, her fingers brushed against something cool and metallic. Curious, she lifted the lid and discovered a small, intricately carved compass. Its brass surface glinted softly in the dim light filtering through the attic's single window. But this was no ordinary compass. Instead of pointing north, its needle spun gently, as if beckoning Lila to follow. "Grandmother, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice a mix of surprise and wonder. Her grandmother approached, her eyes twinkling with a secret knowledge. "Ah, the whispering compass," she said softly. "I wondered when it would find you." Lila's heart skipped a beat. "Whispering compass?" Her grandmother nodded, settling into an old rocking chair, the wood creaking familiarly under her weight. "This compass belonged to your great-grandfather. It does not guide you to places, but to truths. It leads the way to answers you seek, but only if you listen closely and trust its wisdom." Intrigued and a little apprehensive, Lila slipped the compass into her pocket. That night, as the stars sprinkled the sky like sugar, she lay awake, the compass resting on her bedside table, its needle casting gentle shadows in the moonlight. The next morning, with the first light of dawn painting the sky in gentle hues of pink and gold, Lila decided to follow the compass's call. She dressed warmly, wrapped a soft woolen scarf around her neck, and set off, the compass cradled in her hands. The needle spun slowly, then settled, pointing towards the forest that bordered the village. The forest was a place of mystery, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in shimmering patches, and the air was alive with the scent of pine and earth. As Lila ventured deeper, she met her first companion, a wise old owl perched upon a low-hanging branch. His feathers were a rich tapestry of browns and whites, and his eyes shone with the wisdom of ages. "Where are you headed, young one?" the owl hooted gently. "I'm following this compass," Lila replied, showing him the magical instrument. The owl nodded sagely. "Ah, the journey of truth. Remember, when the road seems unclear, wisdom will light the way." With a grateful smile, Lila continued on her path. The forest began to thicken, and soon she found herself at a small, bubbling brook. There, a rabbit with fur as soft as a cloud and eyes bright with curiosity was sipping water. The rabbit looked up, twitching its nose. "Hello, traveler. What brings you here?" "I'm searching for answers," Lila explained, feeling the warmth of companionship in the rabbit's presence. "Answers are often found in the quietest places," the rabbit said kindly. "Sometimes you must pause and listen." Lila nodded thoughtfully, the rabbit's words echoing in her mind. As she crossed the brook, she noticed the compass's needle had begun to spin more fervently, guiding her further into the heart of the forest. The trees whispered secrets in the breeze, and soon she arrived at a clearing where a circle of ancient stones stood, covered in moss and thyme. In the center, a gentle glow emanated from a pool of crystal-clear water. Here, Lila paused, feeling a sense of peace and anticipation. She knelt by the pool, closing her eyes and letting the symphony of the forest fill her senses. The rustle of leaves, the song of distant birds, the gentle gurgle of the brook, all became a harmonious melody, guiding her thoughts inward. In this serene moment, the compass in her pocket grew warm, and Lila understood that the answers she sought were not bound by words or places, but by the connections she had made along her journey. The wisdom of the owl, the gentle reminder from the rabbit to listen, and the quietude of the clearing all spoke to a deeper truth within her. As Lila opened her eyes, she realized that the compass had stopped spinning. It lay still, its purpose fulfilled. She smiled softly, a newfound clarity shining in her eyes. She rose, feeling lighter, as if the forest itself had lifted her burdens. With the sun setting in a blaze of oranges and purples, Lila retraced her steps, bidding farewell to her newfound friends. The owl watched her departure with a nod, while the rabbit waved a tiny paw from the brook's edge. When Lila returned to the village, the first stars were beginning to twinkle in the velvet sky. Her grandmother was waiting by the fire, her knitting needles clicking softly. "Did you find what you were looking for?" her grandmother asked, her voice a gentle embrace. Lila nodded, settling beside her. "Yes, and more. I found that sometimes the answers are not in faraway places, but within us, waiting for the right moment to be heard." Her grandmother smiled, brushing a stray curl from Lila's forehead. "That's a journey many take a lifetime to complete, my dear." As the fire crackled softly and the warmth of the hearth enfolded them, Lila felt a profound sense of contentment. The journey had changed her, not by altering who she was, but by revealing the strength and wisdom she already possessed. And as the village settled into the quiet of the night, Lila fell asleep, the whispering compass resting once more in its trunk, waiting patiently for the next seeker of truths. The stars watched over the little cottage, where dreams were woven with threads of magic and discovery, promising new adventures when the time was right. And so, in the gentle glow of the fireplace and the soft embrace of a grandmother's love, Lila found her place in the world, enveloped in the warmth of home and the promise of endless possibilities. Once upon a time, deep within the heart of an ancient forest, there lived a young rabbit named Thistle. Though small in stature, Thistle possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to communicate with the trees and plants that surrounded her. On a crisp autumn evening, as Thistle nestled beneath the twisted roots of an ancient oak, she heard a faint whisper carried by the wind. It was the voice of the forest, calling out to her in a language only she could understand. "Thistle, brave one," the trees rustled. "A great darkness has fallen upon our realm, and only you can restore the balance." Thistle's eyes widened as a glimmering acorn tumbled from the oak's branches and landed at her feet. This was no ordinary acorn, for it radiated with a warm golden glow. "Within this sacred acorn lies the power to dispel the shadows that threaten our home," the trees explained. "You must embark on a journey beyond the forest's edge and seek out the forgotten realm of the Dryads, ancient guardians of nature's harmony." Though fear stirred within her, Thistle knew she could not ignore the forest's plea. With the enchanted acorn tucked safely beneath her chin, she bid farewell to her woodland friends and set off into the unknown. The path ahead was long and treacherous, winding through sun-dappled glades and misty ravines. Thistle encountered many wonders and perils along the way, towering mountains that scraped the sky, rushing rivers that roared with ancient voices, and creatures both friendly and fearsome. Yet through it all, the acorn's warm glow guided her steps, reminding her of the sacred duties she had sworn to uphold. After many moons of travel, Thistle found herself standing before a massive willow tree, its branches heavy with trailing vines and crystalline dewdrops. This, she knew, was the gateway to the Dryad's realm. With a deep breath, Thistle stepped through the curtain of vines and emerged in a world unlike any she had ever imagined. Towering trees adorned with shimmering leaves stretched as far as the eye could see, their branches intertwined in a canopy of verdant splendor. And there, among the ancient trunks, stood the Dryads themselves, lithe, graceful beings whose very existences seemed woven from the fabric of nature itself. "Welcome, Thistle," their melodic voices chimed in unison. "We have been awaiting your arrival." Thistle trembled as she recounted the darkness that had befallen her forest home, and the Dryads listened with solemn reverence. "The shadows you speak of are born of an ancient evil, a force that seeks to sever the sacred bond between the natural world and those who dwell within it," they explained. "But you have carried the light of hope and perseverance through your journey, and for that, we shall aid you in your quest." With a wave of their slender hands, the Dryads conjured a shimmering pool of crystal-clear water. Within its depths, Thistle saw visions of a hidden glade, where a twisted, gnarled tree stood sentinel over a dark, foreboding chasm. "There lies the source of the shadows," the Dryads whispered. "Deep within that chasm dwells Noctis, the embodiment of eternal night. Only by confronting Noctis and restoring the balance can your forest be saved." Thistle's heart quailed at the thought of facing such a foe, but the determination within her burned brighter than ever before. Armed with the enchanted acorn and the wisdom of the dryads, she set off once more, her paws treading the paths of destiny. After many trials and tribulations, Thistle finally reached the glade where the twisted tree stood guard. A sense of dread hung heavy in the air, and the very ground seemed to tremble beneath her feet. Taking a deep breath, Thistle stepped towards the chasm, the acorn's golden glow burning brighter than ever before. "Noctis!" she called out, her voice echoing through the endless darkness. "I come bearing the light of hope and the strength of the natural world. Your reign of shadow ends here." A deep, rumbling laugh echoed from the depths of the chasm, sending shivers down Thistle's spine. "Foolish creature," a voice like crackling thunder boomed. "You think your paltry light can pierce the eternal night I have wrought? Your hopes are but embers, soon to be snuffed out." From the inky blackness, a writhing mass of shadows emerged, coalescing into the towering form of Noctis. His very presence seemed to leach warmth and light from the world around him. Thistle trembled, but she refused to back down. Clutching the acorn tightly, she summoned every ounce of courage and defiance within her. "You may cloak the world in darkness, Noctis," she cried, "but the light of hope burns eternal within the hearts of those who refuse to surrender." With those words, Thistle hurled the acorn into the swirling vortex of shadows. For a moment, all seemed lost as the darkness threatened to consume the tiny seed of light. But then, a brilliant burst of golden radiance erupted from within the chasm, banishing the shadows and bathing the world in a warm, comforting glow. Noctis howled in anguish as his shadowy form disintegrated, reduced to mere wisps of smoke scattered by the wind. The battle was won, and the balance restored. As Thistle emerged from the glade, she was greeted by a wondrous sight. The forest had been reborn, its trees and plants bursting with vibrant life and color. The dryads appeared once more, their faces aglow with joy and reverence. "Well done, brave Thistle," they sang. "Through your courage and unwavering spirit, you have proven yourself a true guardian of nature's harmony." From that day forth, Thistle became a living symbol of hope and resilience. Her tale passed down through generations, as a reminder that even the smallest creatures can achieve greatness when guided by the light of their own convictions. And though the shadows may rise again, the world would forever know that as long as there are those willing to stand against the darkness, the light of hope can never be extinguished. In a corner of the galaxy where stardust painted the skies with hues of lavender and gold, there existed a quaint little planet named Luminara. This planet was home to the lumens, gentle beings who glowed softly in the dark, their light a beacon of warmth and kindness. They thrived in harmony, living amidst forests of shimmering crystal trees and lakes that reflected the swirling galaxies above. One evening, as the lumens prepared for their nightly glow gathering, a time when they would sing and share stories, a peculiar event disrupted the gentle rhythm of their lives. A streak of fiery light tore through the velvet sky, crashing into the heart of their tranquil forest. The lumens, curious and concerned, gathered around the smoking crater that had formed amidst the crystal trees. From the crater emerged a creature unlike any they had ever seen. It was a mechanical being, a construct of metal and wires, with eyes that flickered like tiny screens. It was a Arzan, a species known across the cosmos for their technological prowess and analytical minds. Its name was Quarren, and it had crash-landed on Luminara due to a navigation error in its spaceship. The lumens, despite their initial apprehension, approached Quarren with gentle curiosity. Their leader, a wise elder named Solara, extended a glowing hand in greeting. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You are among friends here." Quarren, though grateful for the hospitality, felt out of place. The Arzan were a solitary species, and the concept of friendship was as foreign to it as the lush, vibrant world it now found itself in. It communicated through a series of beeps and mechanical whirs, which the lumens found both fascinating and perplexing. Despite their differences, Solara invited Quarren to stay and recover. The lumens, in their gentle way, offered their help in repairing its ship. Quarren, though hesitant, accepted, knowing it had little choice but to rely on these strange, glowing beings. Days turned into weeks, and as the lumens worked to help Quarren rebuild its spaceship, they also shared their world with it. They showed Quarren the beauty of Luminara, the way the crystal leaves sang in the wind, the way the moonlight danced upon the lakes. In return, Quarren shared its knowledge of the stars and the stories of its travels through the cosmos. Yet misunderstandings were inevitable. The lumens, who thrived on emotion and intuition, often found Quarren's logical nature perplexing. One day, as they gathered by the lakeside, a young lumen named Lyra expressed her sadness over a wilting crystal tree. Quarren, in its analytical way, suggested cutting it down to make room for new growth. Lyra was taken aback, interpreting Quarren's suggestion as cold and unfeeling. Solara, sensing the tension, gently intervened. "Quarren did not mean to hurt you, Lyra," she soothed. "To the Arzan, logic is their language, just as light is ours. Let us listen with understanding, and we might learn something new." Quarren, realizing its mistake, attempted to explain. "In my world, we seek efficiency and order. I did not understand the emotional bond you share with the trees. I am sorry if I caused you distress." Lyra, with Solara's guidance, began to see beyond Quarren's mechanical exterior. "Perhaps," she said softly, "we can learn from each other. You teach us about the stars, and we will teach you about the heart." As time passed, Quarren began to understand the lumens in ways it never expected. It learned to appreciate the beauty of emotion, the strength and vulnerability. In turn, the lumens adopted some of Quarren's logical insights, finding ways to strengthen their homes and improve their community. Their bond deepened when a sudden storm threatened Luminara. Dark clouds loomed, and fierce winds howled through the crystal trees. The lumens, unaccustomed to such violent weather, were frightened. Quarren, with its knowledge of technology, suggested constructing a temporary shelter using materials from its spaceship. Together, lumens and Arzan worked side by side, their efforts a testament to their growing friendship. Quarren's careful calculations ensured the shelter was strong, while the lumens infused it with their light, creating a space of warmth and safety. As the storm raged outside, they huddled together, sharing stories and laughter, their fears dissipating in the glow of their companionship. Quarren, feeling a strange warmth in its circuits, realized it had found something it never knew it was missing, a sense of belonging. When the storm finally passed, leaving the air crisp and clean, Quarren's ship was finally ready. The lumens gathered to bid farewell, their hearts heavy yet full of gratitude for the lessons learned and the bonds forged. Before departing, Quarren addressed the lumens, its voice filled with newfound emotion. "I came to your planet as a stranger, and I leave as a friend. You have taught me the beauty of connection, the power of understanding. For that, I am eternally grateful." Solara smiled, her light brighter than ever. "And you have shown us the stars, Quarren. May your journey be safe, and may you carry our light with you wherever you go." With that, Quarren's ship ascended into the azure skies, its path marked by the shimmering luminescence of its newfound friends. The lumens watched until the ship was but a speck against the vast tapestry of the universe, their hearts aglow with the knowledge that true friendship transcends all boundaries, be they of stars, species, or worlds. And so, in the gentle embrace of Luminara's nights, the lumens continued their glow gatherings with stories of a mechanical being who taught them to see the stars and themselves anew. In a quaint village nestled among rolling hills and emerald forests, there lived a young apprentice named Lila. The villagers knew her by her gentle smile and the tiny bluebird that often perched on her shoulder. Lila was learning the art of herbal magic from Elder Willow, a wise and kind-hearted mentor who knew the secrets of the forest and the whispers of the wind. One crisp autumn evening, as golden leaves danced in the twilight breeze, strange occurrences began to unsettle the peaceful village. The air was filled with an unusual melody that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. It was a hauntingly beautiful tune, like the soft strum of a harp mingling with the gentle rustling of leaves. Though it brought no harm, the melody lingered in the villagers' hearts, leaving them with a curious sense of wonder. Lila, intrigued by the mystical music, decided to unravel its mystery. With Elder Willow's blessing, she set out on her quest, guided by her faithful bluebird companion, who chirped encouragingly. The pair wandered into the heart of the forest, where the melody grew stronger, weaving through the trees like a silken thread. As they ventured deeper, they came upon a clearing bathed in silver moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Lila noticed something peculiar about this tree. Its bark shimmered softly, and tiny glowing creatures flitted between its leaves, casting a gentle glow upon the forest floor. "Ah, the luminous sprites," Lila whispered to her bluebird, recognizing the magical creatures from Elder Willow's tales. The sprites were known to be shy but helpful, often leading travelers to hidden wonders and treasures. Lila approached the oak reverently, her heart filled with a sense of awe and gratitude. "Dear luminous sprites," she called softly, "I seek the source of the enchanting melody that fills our village. Can you guide me?" The luminous sprites twinkled with delight, their light pulsing in a rhythm that seemed to echo the mysterious melody. They danced around Lila, creating a path of light that led deeper into the forest. Following the trail, Lila found herself at the entrance of a hidden glade. There, she discovered a beautiful ethereal harp woven from vines and moonbeams. It stood alone, its strings gently vibrating, crafting the melody that had captivated the village. Curious, Lila examined the harp closely. She noticed a small inscription on its base, written in the flowing script of the forest folk. "Harmony of Hearts," it read. Lila realized that the harp was not just a magical artifact, but a conduit for the emotions and wishes of those who listened to its song. Sitting beside the harp, Lila pondered the meaning of its melody. She closed her eyes, allowing the music to wash over her, bringing clarity and understanding. The harp's song was a call for unity and compassion, a reminder of the bonds that held the village together. With newfound insight, Lila decided to share this message with the villagers. She returned to the village, her heart light and her mind clear. The bluebird sang joyfully, echoing the harmony she felt within. Gathering the villagers in the town square, Lila recounted her journey and the harp's message. She explained how the melody was a reflection of their own hearts, a reminder to cherish their connections and support one another through kindness and understanding. The villagers listened intently, their hearts touched by Lila's words. As the moon rose high above, casting its gentle glow, they joined hands, creating a circle of unity and warmth. Together, they sang a simple song of friendship, their voices blending harmoniously under the starlit sky. From that night onward, the village thrived with renewed spirit and camaraderie. The strange melody no longer seemed mysterious, but rather a cherished part of their lives, a gentle reminder of the power of unity and love. As for Lila, she continued her apprenticeship with Elder Willow, her heart full of gratitude for the wisdom she had gained. The luminous sprites often visited her, their playful lights dancing in her garden, a testament to the magical bond she had formed with the forest. And so, in the cozy village beneath the starry sky, the gentle mystery was resolved, leaving the villagers with a story of warmth and wonder to share by the fireside, as the melody of the harp played softly in their hearts. The Whispering Grove. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and dense whispering forests, there was a legend that had been whispered from generation to generation, the tale of the Whispering Grove. It was said that hidden deep within the heart of the ancient woods lay a grove where the trees had the ability to speak, their voices carrying the wisdom of ages. The villagers believed that whoever could find this grove would be granted insight and wisdom beyond their years. It was a crisp autumn evening when a gentle breeze carried the scent of pine needles and damp earth through the village. The sky was a canvas of fading golds and purples, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, a fiery-haired girl named Leora sat by the fireplace in her cozy cottage. The flames danced merrily, casting a warm glow that flickered off the walls and painted shadows that seemed to breathe with life. Leora was known throughout Willowbrook for her insatiable curiosity and her heart that yearned for adventure. Her eyes sparkled like the stars on a clear night, and her laughter was a melody that brought joy to all who heard it. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Leora felt a longing for something more, something beyond the gentle life of the village. Her grandmother, wise and kind-hearted, sat across from her in a rocking chair, knitting with nimble fingers. The soft click-clack of needles was a soothing rhythm that punctuated the cozy silence. "Grandmother," Leora began, her voice barely above a whisper, "do you believe the stories about the Whispering Grove are true?" The old woman paused, her eyes twinkling with a knowing light as she looked up from her knitting. Ah, the Whispering Grove, she mused, her voice rich with the cadence of 1,000 stories. Many have sought it, my dear, but few have found it. The grove reveals itself only to those who seek wisdom, not for themselves, but for the world. Leora pondered her grandmother's words, feeling a spark of determination ignite within her chest. I want to find it, she declared softly, her voice tinged with a mix of excitement and resolve. Her grandmother chuckled, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind. Then you must listen to the whispers of the forest, Leora. Follow them with an open heart. The next morning, Leora set off at dawn, the air crisp and invigorating against her face. She dressed warmly in a cloak the color of autumn leaves and carried a small satchel filled with provisions. As she stepped into the forest, the world seemed to hold its breath. The only sound, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her boots. The forest was a tapestry of vibrant colors, leaves painted in shades of amber, crimson, and gold. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and shafts of sunlight pierced through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Leora walked deeper into the woods, her heart guiding her as much as her feet. As the hours passed, the forest seemed to come alive around her. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving melodies that danced through the air. Squirrels scampered along the ground, their bushy tails flicking as they collected acorns for the coming winter. Leora paused to rest by a babbling brook, the water clear and cold as it meandered over smooth stones. She sipped from her flask, the water refreshing her spirit as much as her body. As she sat, she closed her eyes, letting the sounds of the forest envelop her. It was then she heard it, a soft, gentle whisper, like the rustling of leaves in the breeze. At first, the sound was indistinct, but gradually it grew clearer, forming words that seemed to weave through her mind. "Seek the light that guides, the heart that listens," the whisper said, a voice both ancient and familiar. Leora's heart quickened, a thrill of excitement coursing through her veins. She rose to her feet, her senses attuned to the whispers that seemed to guide her deeper into the forest. She followed the sound, her footsteps light and sure. The day turned to dusk, the forest bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Leora's path led her to a clearing, and there, standing tall and majestic, was the entrance to the Whispering Grove. The trees here were ancient, their trunks wide and gnarled, their branches reaching skyward like outstretched arms. As she stepped into the grove, a feeling of peace and wonder enveloped her. The air was alive with the soft murmur of voices, a chorus of whispers that seemed to sing in harmony with the rustling leaves. Leora closed her eyes, letting the grove's magic wash over her. "Welcome, seeker of wisdom," the grove seemed to say, its voice a gentle caress. "You have come with an open heart, and for that you shall be get a gift." Leora felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of understanding and clarity that was both comforting and profound. The grove's whispers spoke of the interconnectedness of all things, the importance of kindness and compassion, and the beauty of the world that lay beyond the surface. As the last light of day faded, Leora knew it was time to return home. She left the grove, her heart filled with gratitude and a newfound sense of purpose. The journey back through the forest was a journey of reflection, the whispers of the grove echoing in her mind. When she returned to Willowbrook, Leora found that the world seemed both familiar and new. The village was the same, yet her perception had changed. She noticed the small acts of kindness that wove through daily life, the strength in the bonds of friendship and the beauty in simplicity. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes filled with pride. "You have found the grove," she said, her voice a gentle embrace. Leora nodded, her heart full of gratitude. "Yes, and I understand now that wisdom is not just knowledge, but the love and compassion we share with others." The days in Willowbrook passed gently, each one filled with the warmth of community and the joy of simple pleasures. Leora's journey had transformed her, and in turn, she shared the wisdom of the grove with those around her, weaving a tapestry of kindness and understanding that enriched the lives of all who heard it. And so, the legend of the Whispering Grove continued to be whispered through the village, a story of wonder and transformation, a reminder that the greatest journeys are those that lead us back to ourselves, with hearts open and spirits renewed. As the years passed, Leora grew older, her hair silvered with wisdom, her spirit as vibrant as ever. The village of Willowbrook thrived, a place where the whispers of the grove lived on in the actions and hearts of its people. On quiet evenings, as the sun set and the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Leora would sit by the fire with the village children gathered around her. With a voice as soothing as the forest breeze, she would tell them the story of the Whispering Grove, her eyes sparkling with the light of countless adventures. The children listened with rapt attention, their imaginations painting vivid pictures of the magical grove and the ancient trees that whispered secrets of the universe. Leora's tales kindled a spark of curiosity and wonder in their young hearts, a spark that would guide them on their own journeys of discovery and growth. One day, as Leora wandered through the village, she noticed a young girl standing at the edge of the forest, her eyes filled with the same longing for adventure that Leora herself had once felt. The girl's name was Arya, and she was known for her gentle spirit and her love of stories. Leora approached her with a warm smile, her heart full of understanding. "Are you thinking of seeking the Whispering Grove?" she asked softly. Arya nodded, her eyes wide with excitement and a hint of trepidation. "I want to hear the whispers for myself," she admitted. Leora placed a reassuring hand on Arya's shoulder, her touch a gentle promise of guidance and support. "Then listen to the forest and trust your heart," she advised. "The grove will find you when you are ready, just as it did for me." With Leora's encouragement, Arya set off, her heart brimming with hope and anticipation. As she disappeared into the forest, Leora watched her go with a sense of peace, knowing that the cycle of discovery and transformation would continue with each new generation. The seasons turned, painting the world with the vibrant hues of spring, the golden warmth of summer, the rich tapestry of autumn, and the quiet beauty of winter. The village of Willowbrook remained a haven of harmony and kindness, its people bound together by the wisdom of the grove. As Leora sat by the fire, her heart full of contentment, she realized that the greatest gift the grove had given her was not just the knowledge of the forest's whispers, but the understanding that true wisdom was found in the love and connections she shared with others. With a heart as light as the gentle breeze that rustled through the trees, Leora closed her eyes, the whispers of the grove a soothing lullaby that carried her into a peaceful slumber. And so the story of the Whispering Grove lived on, a tale of wonder and wisdom that continued to inspire and enchant all who heard it, a reminder that the magic of life lay not in the destination, but in the journey and the love that guided us along the way.